lots of creepy video game Easter eggs and other secrets. Bonus points if you're watching this at night, in complete and total darkness. This iceberg video starts up here, with the more well-known and less creepy entries. Then we head all the way down to the more obscure, terrifying ones. This list is compiled from various other icebergs and my own research, so I guarantee there's something on here you haven't seen yet. By the way, take note of these two symbols that will pop up before either a major story spoiler or a jump scare entry. With that out of the way, let's get started right at the top. Hex Maniac Ghost. In Pokemon X and Y, when you enter Lemoy City's Fighting Dojo building and take the elevator up to the second floor, you get this cutscene of a ghost girl appearing behind you. She then slides off and says that you're not the one before disappearing without a trace. She can't be found anywhere else on the floor or the rest of the building. Ever since this first happened in 2013, fans have been left wondering what the meaning of this encounter was. As the mystery grew, so did Hex Maniac's popularity. So much so that I'm not even sure I could show you what pops up for her in Google Images. In the same city of that encounter, at the Hotel Richesheim's 4th floor, there's another Hex Maniac. When you talk to her, she tells you not to speak to her so she could hear the elevator. Unlike the other one though, she doesn't disappear. She shows up again in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire at the Mount Pyre graveyard, once again telling you that you're not the one. But this Hex Maniac also doesn't disappear afterwards. She has more appearances throughout the games, but that doesn't mean they're all the same one, as Pokemon reuses models for each type of trainer. Years later, we're no closer to figuring out the bigger story here of this particular Hex Maniac ghost, if there is one. There are also other mysterious ghost sightings in the game, but we'll get to those later. Ratman dens. In both Portal and Portal 2, as you're making your way past all the puzzles, you can find these hidden away dens that look like someone's been living in them. That someone is Doug Ratman, who was the only survivor of an employee neurotoxin attack from GLaDOS, one of the artificial intelligence antagonists of the games. Although you never see Ratman when you're playing, he leaves behind paintings and scribbles to document his struggle against both his schizophrenia and GLaDOS' pursuit of him. Golden Freddy. In the first Five Nights at Freddy's, there's a 1 in 32.7 thousand chance that when checking Cam 2B, the Freddy poster on the wall becomes a Golden Freddy face. Once back at the office, Golden Freddy will be there alongside flashes of Freddy and "It's me." If you stare at him for too long, his face fills up the screen, and unlike other deaths, this one causes the game to close out. And in Custom Night mode, when inputting the difficulty levels to 1987, the year of the infamous bite, Golden Freddy's face shows up before force exiting the game. Resident Evil 4 Lake Jump Scare. Going up the lake area and shooting at the water causes the giant mutant salamander Del Lago to come up and eat Leon. The 2023 remake also keeps this jump scare. Assassin's Creed Squid. As you explore the Visitazione Assassin tomb, you flip a switch, and if you stand at this spot to stare at the water for a while, a giant squid swims by. If you flip the switch again and wait, it'll come back and put a tentacle out of the water. This wouldn't be the last time a giant squid would appear in the series. In Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, if you dive at the coordinates 630-650 and make your way to this sunken ship to look through the window, you get to see a giant squid taking down a whale. World of Warcraft Kraken. If you're north of the Voldun area, swimming down takes you to a sunken ship. Below that is the writhing Leviathan, a Kraken. You can swim up to it to get a closer look, and if you use the abysmal horn that's found on the sunken ship, it'll react by moving its tentacles around. Sims Kraken. In The Sims 3 Island Paradise, if you stay in a boat long enough on a deep ocean world, there's a 4% chance that a Kraken will swim by and a 1% chance that it'll attack the sim. That chance gets an extra 1% if it's already swum by the boat. There's actually a lifetime reward called Friend of the Kraken that can be unlocked with 30,000 lifetime happiness points. It makes it so that a Kraken will never attack a boat you're on, and it allows you to command it to attack other boats. Witcher 3 Whales. When you're out sailing in Scyllix Sea or doing some diving, the waters themselves can seem pretty much empty. That's why it can be quite a shock when you find a giant whale coming up beside you. Heart of Liberty City. In Grand Theft Auto 4, there's a secret hidden inside the Happiness Island statue. It's not an easy one to get to though. After getting a helicopter, you have to get close enough to the balcony where you have to time it right so you can safely jump off. Next to the entrance, there are signs that say, "No hidden content this way." Once inside, you could go up a ladder and see a big beating heart at the top. It doesn't react to any weapon, and the only way to get out is either by reloading a save file or by an explosive death. Team Fortress 2 Ghost Room. In the Halloween event Harvest map, there is a small room underneath it all. In it is a single ghost. As odd as this may be, it's actually a functional part of the map as it serves as the spawn room for the ghost before it's needed up above. Witcher 3 statues. If you go to the graveyard in Lindenvale, you see a mausoleum with 2 winged stone statues standing beside the entrance. Once you go inside and come out, those statues have moved. If you turn your back on them, they'll move again to get closer to you. This is a reference to Doctor Who's Weeping Angels, who also only move when they aren't being looked at. Skyrim statues. Once you enter Sovngarde, you're met with these giant statues. As you walk down the path, they slowly rotate in place to face you. What adds to the creep factor here is that Sovngarde is a place of death. It's essentially the equivalent of Valhalla, where soldiers who died in combat arrive to be rewarded with a pleasant afterlife. Dead by Daylight statues. On the Sanctum of Wrath map, the statues around the center will always stare at you. Whenever you move the camera away from them and then look back, all of them are looking right at you. Far Cry 5 balloons. On the map, there are multiple red balloons. This is a reference to Pennywise the Clown. If you go through O'Hara's haunted house, you end up in this room with a red balloon and a note called Clown Thoughts. There's also a ringing phone, and if you answer it, here's what you hear. Red Dead Redemption Tumbleweed. The town of Tumbleweed used to be a thriving community that has since been abandoned. When exploring the area, you could hear a dog barking, but they're nowhere to be found. If you go into the church, you find some writing on a pedestal. The devil has got into that beast. And if you go into the mansion, players have reported hearing footsteps and voices along with doors being slammed shut. A newspaper in the game does claim that the mansion is haunted, but it seems that this wasn't the intended experience from the developers. That message in the church, that was for a scrap cheat code. The mysterious mansion encounters can be chalked up to an NPC spawning glitch, since there's an inaccessible room where bandits are supposed to spawn later for a special encounter in the town. As a result of this glitch, it left players wondering what exactly was going on in the town, and that was fueled by low-resolution fakes passed off as proof of spiritual activity. Hitman Hotel Ghosts. In Hitman contracts, during the traditions of the trade mission, if you unlock a door with a hotel wing closed sign, you'll find a dark corridor. If you go to the bathroom and look at any of the mirrors there, a ghost will appear behind you, and if you explore some more, you can find a murder scene and the ghost out in the hallway. Now, that's fairly spooky, but when you're Agent 47, this is nothing. That's why you could actually use fiber wire to take out the ghost. And on top of that, you could drag it around, and if police see you, they'll react the same way as if it was a normal corpse. GTA 5 Infinity Killer. There are various clues around that allude to a serial killer's work. The Infinity Killer, their name given due to their obsession with that symbol and the number 8, has killed 8 joggers 14 years before the events of the game. He then hid their bodies around San Andreas and was eventually caught soon after his last. Although he never shows up in the game, you're able to find the locations of all 8 bodies based on the clues he left behind. However, there's still a good chunk left to the details of these murders that fans have been speculating over ever since. GTA 5 UFOs. There are multiple UFOs that can be found around in the sky, and even one that's sunk into the ocean. But the most notable is the one that you could see when you complete 100% of the game. At the top of Mount Chiliad, there's some writing that says, "Come back when your story is complete." Once it is, and it's 3 AM and raining, a bright and active UFO pops up. It doesn't take any damage and it'll fade out when you get too close. Halo 3 Cavemen. On the Sierra 117 level, you could find multiple cavemen creatures around in the distance. You could even climb up some rocks to see a whole family of them. But this isn't the last you see of them in the franchise. At the end of Halo 3 ODST, if you move the camera to the left, you can see one sitting there. As for how these creatures came to be, apparently they're supposed to resemble Marcus R. Leto, the co-creator of Halo. And the idea for these came from an email prank where employees would Photoshop his face on a female gorilla, dubbing it the Goriletto. Half-Life 2 G-Man sightings. Throughout the game, if you pay enough attention, you could actually spot the mysterious G-Man observing you at various points. If you spot him, he leaves soon after and disappears. He's responsible for your character being involved in the events of the story as he uses you to his benefit. So it makes sense that he's keeping tabs on you. PT Lisa. In the horror game demo, the majority of the game takes place in a hallway where you're being haunted by Lisa the ghost. This is a claustrophobic enough environment, and part of the experience is seeing flickers on the screen, causing you to think someone is behind you. But when you turn around, no one's there. Or is there? In 2019, a fan was able to get into the inner mechanics of the game and found out that once you get the flashlight, Lisa spawns in right behind you. That's what causes those weird shadows and what makes her breathing more noticeable. But she disappears as soon as you turn around. Pokemon Ghost People. We talked about the most famous instance of a ghost person earlier, but there's a lot more throughout the series. Here are some general ones. In Diamond and Pearl, if you go inside the old chateau, you'll end up in a bedroom and see a girl appear in another room. She'll leave and won't be able to be found anywhere. Also, in the room is a framed picture with glowing red eyes that follow you if you go to the other bedrooms. There's also a butler that disappears once you see him. Then there's Route 217. If you go inside of this house, a woman will give you a spell tag, which is an item that boosts the power of ghost type moves. If you leave and go back inside, she's disappeared. In the demo version of Sun and Moon, you could talk to this girl at the marina. She tells you that she's sailing away in 24 days and that she's nervous. If you tell her that you'll be there to see her off and are actually there 24 real-life days later, she talks about finally seeing her parents again, and as she walks off, she disappears. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, a kid tells you that ghosts have been appearing at the trainer school. When you go there at night, there's a kid with a Drifloon. She talks to you about how scared she is of the rumors going around, and she asks you to investigate them. As you do that, you'll experience spookier and spookier encounters, all leading to this classroom. If you talk to the kids, they give you strange responses. Once you speak to the teacher and ask her who she is, this happens. You were just experiencing illusions from Hypno's psychic powers. When you go outside to speak to the girl again, a security guard shows up. You look away from her, and when you turn to face her again, she and her Drifloon are gone. And the guard notes that you were the only person here. It's worth noting also that Drifloon is a ghost type Pokemon that's known for kidnapping children. There are more ghost people entries, but I'm saving them for later based on how creepy their stories are. Life is Strange Warren Stalking. In episode 2, when you wake up and are exploring the room, it's pretty easy to miss this. If you look outside, you could see someone looking at your window. That's Warren, who has a crush on your character. For further context, he's waiting out there to ask you out to the movies once you leave your dorm. However, fans of the game have mixed opinions on him and his crush on you, so if they already feel like Warren is a bit obsessive and creepy, seeing him out there probably doesn't help his case. The Sims prank calls. In The Sims 1, you will occasionally get these phone calls that don't really make sense. Nothing comes out of them as they're just pranks, but it's easy to get thrown off guard the first time you get one of the more threatening ones, especially at night. 1313 21 Chic Street. In The Sims 4, the 1313 21 Chic Street apartment is surprisingly very cheap for the area, but if you remove the living room carpet, you can see why that is, as a body chalk outline has been left on the floor. GTA San Andreas Mass Grave. If you head to the north side of the Bone County Desert, you'll find an abandoned car. Getting closer to it reveals a pit full of what appear to be body bags. This doesn't seem to have any other connections with the rest of the game, but rather they're a nod to how the mob would dispose of bodies in the desert. GTA 5 Alien. During the prologue mission, if you turn right towards the first bridge you see and go under it, you'll see a xenomorph-like creature under the ice. You'll actually see them later a few times since they appear on a movie set, and Michael also hallucinates that he's getting probed by them on a spaceship. GTA 5 Mount Gordo Ghost. If you're around this particular campsite on Mount Gordo between 11 PM and midnight, you'll hear some strange noises as if someone was talking or screaming. If you look up the mountain, you'll see this sliver of light at the edge. If you go up closer to it, you see a 2D ghost woman with Jock spelled out in blood where she stood. This is the ghost of Jolene Cranley Evans, who was murdered by her husband Jock Cranley. They were fighting over if they should stay or leave the county. Jack wanted to leave so that he could pursue his dream of being a stuntman. Jolene wanted to stay to look after her parents and their successful guest house. During an argument, Jock threw her over the cliff, damning her spirit to this spot. Although he was arrested, he was released as the police concluded that her death was an accident. World of Warcraft Goldshire Children. If you're in Goldshire at around the server's 7:30 AM mark, you could see this group of children walking around. What makes them interesting is their formation. No matter what, they will always come together and walk in this shape. This is in reference to The Children of the Corn by Stephen King, which is about a cult of children that worship a demon. If you follow them into this building and wait around, you'll eventually hear a voice tell you that
you will die.
There are also other lines of dialogue similar to this, and you sometimes might even out of nowhere hear this. Witcher 3 Ghost Ship. If you sail off towards the Skellig Isles between 1 AM and 3 AM, you'll see a ghost ship flying. It'll eventually sink down into the water and disappear. Dead by Daylight Sadako. If you have Sadako selected and you stay idle long enough on the menu screen, she'll teleport to jump scare you. And that's not all. After buying the Sadako Rising DLC, if you play 7 days afterwards, instead of seeing the usual opening video when you boot the game up, you're met with this. This is a recreation of the video that's on Sadako's tape seen in the Ringo movie. Skyrim Headless Horseman. If you play between 10 PM and 4 AM, you could stumble upon a ghostly headless horseman riding around. He spawns randomly anywhere, he's not hostile, and he can't take any damage. If you follow him, he'll lead you to Hamvir's Rest, where you could fight some enemies and get some loot off of the area. It's not entirely clear what his story is, given that there's no quest tied to him, but that hasn't stopped fans from theorizing. Interestingly, there's a tomb and a displaced skull in the same graveyard that the Headless Horseman leads you to. Skyrim Mannequin Glitch. In the game, you can have mannequins in your home to show off your favorite outfits. However, a good chunk of players have encountered this unsettling glitch. Sometimes, the mannequins will move to face you as you walk around, as if they were actual people. But don't worry, it is possible to reset one when you change one of their options. Even though this isn't intentional and Bethesda has tried fixing this bug, it's still a really unnerving thing to happen in the comfort of your own home. Black Ops 3 Mannequins. If you go into a custom game on the Nuketown map and shoot the head off of every mannequin in less than 2 minutes, you'll hear a bell. And they'll all essentially act like zombies. They'll huddle up to you and can even kill you if you're not prepared. And that's not the only thing you could do with them. If you instead shoot off every single one of their arms, a bell will ring and they'll turn into weeping angels. They'll only move when you're looking away from them, and they could of course still damage and kill you. Halo 2 Reversed Audio. In the Mausoleum Suite song, there's a hidden message if it's played backwards.
I have walked among men and angels for 3,000 years. My time has no end, no beginning, no purpose. I wander the earth, seeking forgiveness for my horrible crimes against God and man. I live to see death, destruction, over the light. But the light cannot be extinguished. I live in the prison of my own demise. I am lost in time.
This has led fans to speculate on who the speaker is, with many believing it to be 032 Mendicant Bias, a Forerunner defensive AI that got corrupted and turned against its creators, killing off most of the Forerunner species. Viscera Cleanup Detail Deerhead. On the House of Horror map, if you excessively clean this mounted deerhead, it'll come alive and laugh. Afterwards, it'll look at your direction and laugh again a few times. This is a reference to Evil Dead 2, where a mounted deerhead also comes back to life to have a good laugh. Fable 2 Winter Lodge. Once you open up the demon door in Bloodstone, you could get transported to this Winter Lodge area. Once you see the lodge itself, it's warm and cozy and very inviting. But once you get inside, the atmosphere takes a quick 180 turn as the building becomes dark and decrepit, full of skeletons and torture devices. Dying Light Teddy Bear. If you go to the kindergarten of Old Town, you'll see this pink teddy bear. If you continuously poke at it, it'll gradually be more and more annoyed.
I said I love you. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Stop it. You asked for it.
It also, for some reason, leaves behind a stasis field projector, which is a sort of out-of-place science fiction item that causes enemies to levitate. BioShock Infinite Reverse Audio. Once you get the possession vigor, you'll hear some whispering, but nothing can be made out of it. That is, until you reverse the audio. These reverse lines are from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, and are also heard whenever you use possession on enemies. This ties in with how the enemies behave at the end of their possession. They off themselves. Spoiler alert, but that's what Juliet does at the end of the play. Speaking of which, she dies by stabbing herself in the heart, as seen on the bottle of the Vigor. GM Big City. On the very popular Gmod map, Big City, interacting with the Cafe Baltic door releases a scream while your character is pushed back. Portal Jellyfish. Towards the end of Portal 1, after the final test, there's a room off to the side, and when you go in there, you find this crude drawing on the office wall. It says, "The Big Bad Jellyfish. Wanted." This connects to another jellyfish drawing found on the same level, the nice little jellyfish. It's speculated that these are supposed to be GLaDOS and were either drawn by Ratman or maybe even the children that were brought in on Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, which is the day that GLaDOS turned against the scientist and took over. Super Smash Bros. Melee Daisy's Eye. If you take a good look at Daisy's trophy, you'll see that she has a secret third eye on the back of her head. Yakuza 6 Spirit Photos. After finding a picture of a dead former acquaintance, you'll be able to capture their spirit in a photograph. There are many spirits at multiple locations that are able to be captured. Metal Gear Solid 4 Spirit Photos. After reaching Act 4 and being on Shadow Moses Island, there will be multiple opportunities to take photographs with your camera in specific spots. If you just so happen to take a picture at any of these locations, you'll catch a ghost on your camera. There are 30 in total, but if you collect just 5 of these pictures, you unlock an achievement. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire Ghost Girl. When you go to fight Phoebe in the Elite Four, at the very last frame before the transition, there's a girl sitting on what was once an empty seat. The transition then goes to that girl's point of view as she gets up and walks towards them. Right afterwards, she's there next to both of them, but they don't react to her at all. According to fan speculation, based on other interactions, this is believed to be the spirit of Phoebe's grandmother, but as a kid. Dead Space Chapters. Your character's main motivation is to find his missing love interest, Nicole Brennan. Unfortunately, at the end of the game, you find out that she had died before you even started on your journey. If you take a look at the names of the game chapters all lined up, the first letters read out, Nicole is dead. Star Fox Out of This Dimension. When you're on the asteroid belt level of 3-2, destroying the second big asteroid on the right releases a giant bird. If you don't fight it and instead go through it, you'll be taken somewhere else. Communication is lost as General Pepper frantically tries to figure out where you went. Once the level loads in, you're met with what's essentially an acid trip. There's a boss with no health bar that uses a slot machine where you have to hit 777 to advance. Once that happens, the credits roll and you could shoot those too. After getting letters to spell out the end, the game will continuously throw enemies at you, and since no supply rings appear, you're left to die. Watch Dogs Legion Queen Victoria. In Watch Dogs Legion, during the Inside Albion mission, you go through catacombs and you'll find this statue of Queen Victoria. Whenever her line of sight with you is obstructed by the walls, she'll rotate around to where you'll next enter. On top of that, if you get close, you could hear a crying woman. For further context, these catacombs once held prisoners, where they were tortured and even executed. Visage Room 302. After beating the game, you could find a key that unlocks a safe. In that safe is a note telling you to go to room 302. Once you open the door, you'll find yourself in a recreation of the famous room 302 from Silent Hill 4. As the lights slowly start to go out, the suspense rises until... The Darkness Phone Calls. As you unlock phone numbers, you could then obviously call those numbers. There are a lot of joke ones.
Hey, I'm Roger. Roger's fridge. Roger's answering machine is currently on vacation, so if you want to leave a message for it, leave it to me, and I'll make sure he gets it so he can, in turn, give it to Roger.
Man, that was lame.
That was funny, man.
But every now and then, you'll get something more unsettling.
Mary, why did you leave me? I don't know what to do without you. I feel so lost. Please come back. I love you.
And there's also a Keeper of Secrets side character here that you accidentally call. He then gives you the task of finding and calling 18 secret phone numbers. And once you do that, he'll tell you his secret. That he has a bunch of stolen documents belonging to a secret society. But before he could reveal more to you,
and reveal the mind-boggling secret that Elvis was really the alien spawn of...
I couldn't find footage of this next part, but apparently, if you keep calling these secret numbers, you'll get a threatening, raspy voice telling you to stop calling them. But if you keep calling all of these, your character actually just dies on the spot. Arkham City Boat. Off of the industrial district, there's a seemingly unimportant boat floating around. On top is a hatch that can be hacked into. Once inside, you'll find a bunch of cockroaches and a creepy atmosphere. There's also a thug in the corner, but when you get too close to him, as you look around, you realize that this is actually Jonathan Crane's boat, aka Scarecrow. Although he doesn't make an appearance in the game, it seems that he's been keeping himself busy with his fear-inducing research. Super Mario Galaxy 2 Hell Valley Skytrees. In Shiverburn Galaxy, looking up at the top of the mountains reveals what appears to be 3 things looking down on you. Upon closer inspection, you could see just how mysteriously off-putting they look. Adding on to all of this is the fact that the mountain background in the game is named Beyond Hell Valley Sky, and these figures are under the name Hell Valley Sky Tree. Also, the figures themselves are about 30 times taller than Mario. As of now, they're almost just as mysterious as when they were first discovered, as they haven't really appeared anywhere else. That is, until more than a decade later in a minigame for WarioWare Get It Together. But they're a lot less imposing here. Hanging Luigi. In the original Luigi's Mansion, if you go to the telephone, there's a chance that a lightning strike outside could cause a really dark shadow glitch that makes it seem like Luigi is hanging from the ceiling.
Hello?
Romero's head. In Doom 2, when facing the final boss, if you no-clip into it, there's a head on a pike inside. It can't hurt you, but you could hurt it. When it dies, the level ends. The head itself is actually a prank from the developers because it's the head of John Romero, who was the co-founder of id Software. If you reverse the demonic sounding chant his head makes, you get this.
To win the game, you must kill me, John Romero.
Bendy and the Ink Machine art. In Chapter 1, appropriately titled Moving Pictures, if you search this workstation, there'll be an illustration of Bendy. If you move far away enough and come back, it'll be different. Fans have speculated that this is because the artist here might have used cursed ink, and thus the drawings have come alive. Harvest Moon Animal Parade Kappa. If you go to this spot in Harmonica Town and bring out the camera, you could spot a kappa lurking around in the water. In Japanese folklore, kappas are thought to be dangerous and even pulled people into the water. Pizza Tower Jump Scare. If you don't make any inputs after the intro cutscene and you just stay in the dark for about 40 seconds, this happens. Runner 2 Slender Man. On the Bushwhacky level, most players were probably too focused on not hitting anything while running that they'll initially miss Slender Man in the background. He actually appears multiple times in the level too. Plants vs. Zombies Slender Man. In the original Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare, if you look towards the woods of the Zambos estate, you could spot Slender Man staring at you in the distance. Later on, when the game got updated, going back to this spot reveals that a chomper got to Slender Man and is eating him up. GTA Vice City Cement Shoes. Going to this spot on Washington Beach reveals someone in cement shoes. It's a form of body disposal that was popularized by mobs in TV shows and movies, where the feet were covered in wet cement and once it was dried, they were thrown into the water to sink. GTA Vice City Apartment 3C. If you go to this apartment building in South Ocean Beach and head up to 3C, it'll be empty. Go into the bathroom and you'll find a chainsaw and a lot of blood around. This is a reference to a scene in the movie Scarface, where a chainsaw is used for a murder in a bathroom. Metro Exodus TV. When you're on the Caspian level and you smoke from this hookah, your vision will get wobbly as you start to hallucinate, during which the TV turns on and a baby Dark One appears, which is essentially a mutated human descendant who humans have grown to fear. Lon Lon Ranch's remains. Lon Lon Ranch was a beloved spot in Ocarina of Time. However, in Breath of the Wild, it seems to be in ruins. Although it's not 100% confirmed to be the real location, it does have a striking resemblance to the original area. Gyroid Face. In the original Animal Crossing, if you were to take the train to another village that was on a second memory disk and something interrupted that trip, either the console turning off or the console reset button being pressed, either one. When you come back into the game, one of your villagers remarks why you're here, considering that you were just traveling. They can let you back into your regular save file, but any items or cash you had on you would be lost. As you load in, you see that your character now has a gyroid face. Luckily, this is reversible. All you have to do is save the game and then come back. Although this has been mistaken as a glitch, it is actually a deliberate Easter egg put in by Nintendo to get the player to talk to their gyroid to properly save the game. Battlefield 5 Gnome. On the map Eris, if you see a garden gnome and you break it, it'll appear behind you for the rest of the game. It can't be injured. It'll just stare at you with its piercing red eyes. The only way to get it to stop is to make amends and rebuild it with the build tool. Hitman 2 Live Exorcism. If you bring a sniper rifle to the Miami map and make your way to the aquarium, you could zoom in on these mannequins up above. If you do, it changes the saying on the sign from exercise in progress to exorcism in progress. The mannequin hanging there will start to move and it'll eventually face you. Once you exit out of the zoom, it disappears and teleports right behind you. BioShock Infinite Corpses. In the second episode of the Burial at Sea DLC, when you're on the boat with the Lutesses, if you look out into the water, there will be floating corpses beside you. The source of them are somewhat debated, as there are theories that these could be the bodies of the plane crash victims from the first game, or maybe even that they're all of the other Elizabeths, as the game focuses heavily on alternate universes. Mob of the Dead jump scare. On the Black Ops 2 map, Mob of the Dead, if you equip a sniper rifle and go onto the plane assembly roof, specifically at the end of the roof, and look through your scope at the fireworks in the distance, a face will pop out. I Am Not Me room. In Cyberpunk 2077, if you go into this abandoned building east of Delamain HQ and go up to the third floor, you'll find that room 301's door is slightly open and there's something interesting inside, but you can't enter without a mod. The room has a bloody wrench on the floor alongside a bunch of blood and handprints. On the wall, amongst lots of scribbles, is "I did not want this. I am not me." This room isn't tied to any mission, but that hasn't stopped fans from speculating that it's from either cut content or some hidden overarching story, since there are other instances of this type of writing on walls, probably having to do with the BD addicts in-game. BD standing for brain dance, a type of complete immersion technology that lets people record and play back everything that someone experiences as if it were happening to them. Arkham Asylum's Raj Al Ghul. If you head to Dr. Young's office, you'll see the body of Raj Al Ghul. However, if you come back later, he's gone. This fits in line with how he could be repeatedly resurrected, and it makes sense here because we see him make multiple appearances in later games down the line. Layers of Fear 2 Twins. Towards the end of the game, a ghost tricycle comes out of nowhere. If you go down the hallway it came from, a set of twins show up. This and the tricycle are references to the hallway scene from The Shining. Gears of War Library Reaper. In Gears of War Judgment, if you get into a free-for-all library multiplayer match and find this bookcase and push it, it slides up. Throwing 2 grenades above causes a painting to fall. When you shoot the paper that fell with it, a fire is lit. You have to then go find all the other paintings on the map and do the same thing. Once that's done and you return to the original spot, a Reaper will emerge from the frame. After it leaves, if you shoot the painting, you'll have the chance to fight it. Until Dawn Ghost. The game has a wide range of horror frights, from a slasher to Wendigos, but during the Ouija board scene, the characters are trying to communicate with their dead friend. It seems to work since a ghost could be seen in the background. However, the characters don't take notice and the ghost isn't really seen again. There's a lot going on in the game already, so this adds another spooky layer on top of everything else. The notion that the location is also haunted. Wizard 101 Void Face. If you look over to the side of the map on Mushu, before fighting the Death Oni, some faces will appear for a few seconds. They're not tied to anything in the game, and some players think they're actually the faces of the developers. Evil Within, Laura's Ghost. In the DLC, The Assignment, down in the biometrics lab, there are these doors that are repeatedly opening and closing. If you look inside, Laura's ghost gets up close to you before disappearing. Goat Simulator Moo Man. In the Payday DLC map, near the spawn is a cow pen, and in that cow pen is a man, just standing around. If you approach him, he'll start following you. Whenever you're not looking at him, he'll teleport to be near you. There's no way to interact with him, and he'll keep following until you leave the game. Just Cause 2 Lost Monster. In the game, Hantu Island is essentially a giant Lost reference, and that includes an homage to the show's Smoke Monster. It appears as a soldier, and although it follows you around, it doesn't attack you. You could shoot at it, but it has an incredibly high amount of health. Rainbow Six Siege Well Zombie. On the villa map, shooting this well causes something to scream out. The growls and what sounds like a die sound makes it seem like a zombie is trapped down there. Rainbow Six Siege Submarine Screaming. On the canal map, shooting at this submarine causes some screaming to happen. This was actually here prior to the map's rework, where the noises instead came from a cargo ship. Serious Sam Secret Watcher. In Serious Sam, the second encounter, if you're in the Serpent Yards level and take in this pill, a secret watcher appears. Up above, there will be a pair of eyes staring down at you. If you shoot at it, it turns into a mighty kamikaze and explodes. Security Breach Balloon Boy Game. If you take pictures of 4 mascot cutouts in the Pixaplex, this poster turns into a door. Once inside, if you go through this hole, you'll see an arcade game, Balloon World. It's a Flappy Bird style game, and as you progress through it, the sun becomes more wicked and corrupted. If you complete the whole thing, you're met with this end screen, with the glitching text reading, "Good night." Modern Warfare Giant Teddy. If you equip 2 LMGs and go into the station map, go and break all 6 of these train station decals. 5 will have numbers and the other will have a keypad. The numbers are randomized, so these steps can't be skipped. When facing the panel, shoot at each of the numbers as they appear left to right. Once that's done, a giant teddy bear with piercing red eyes drops down. You could shoot at it, but fighter jets are what takes it out. Black Ops Zombies Der Riese. If you go to the Der Riese map and stand by this juggernaut station, you'll be able to hear children singing and some sort of nursery rhyme. Something also worth mentioning for this map is that when you go near this balcony, when there are no other noises at all, you could hear a woman crying. Modern Warfare 3 Gravestones. When you're on the Sanctuary map and get close to the gravestones, you could hear 3 separate voices calling out. These are the voice lines from the game's infamous Davis family vacation clip, right before the truck in front of them explodes. Verrückt Dentist Chair. In Call of Duty World at War, if you go to the bloody dentist chair on the Verrückt map and interact with the wheel, you get to hear a drill and the screams of a former patient. Zombie Army 4 Dolls. Throughout the game, you'll encounter multiple creepy dolls. They can't attack you, and although you could shoot at them, they bring an eerie presence just by standing there. Not to mention the fact that some of them can talk and move their arms, and even hold their heads after they've been shot off. Harvest Moon 444. In Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town, when the clock displays 444 and you go up to a TV, 444 will be repeatedly written out. This might not seem like something too spooky, but in Japan, the number 4 is essentially bad luck because 4 and death have the same pronunciation. In a sense, for them, it carries the same weight as the number 666. Here Lies Link. In Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, when you go to Elfheim, a village full of elves, and you go to the gravestones, one of them reads, "Here lies Link," as in Link from Legend of Zelda. Payday Witch. In Left 4 Dead, the witch is one of the most formidable enemies as she can instant down if she's disturbed. In the Payday Mercy Hospital map, which is a location in Left 4 Dead, the witch makes an appearance in a locked closet door in a hallway. If you get close, Psychonauts Mila's Children. On the Mila's dance party level, you're essentially in Mila's mind as you learn how to levitate. But if you go into this secret room, you unlock a memory labeled Mila's Children. This is where you find out that Mila used to work at an orphanage and was passionate about her job. But one night, when she came back from getting groceries, the orphanage was on fire. She has psychic powers, so she heard the children's screams loud and clear as they all burned to death. Afterwards, if you go into this chest, you meet her memories of these children as they cry out for her. Spiritomb Wisps. In Pokemon Arceus, you meet Vesa, who asks for your help in repairing a broken seal, one that was put in place by someone with strange magic, all in an effort to contain a destructive being. In order to repair it, you need to collect 107 wisps. So once you do that and go to Vesa, they reveal that there are actually 108 wisps that are needed, and then they say, after this, the traveler who used that strange magic will finally forgive me, right? Then they ask you to close your eyes, and once you do, they're gone, and the final wisp is right there. After collecting it, a voice tells you, Making you gather all those wisps was my last bit of mischief. Thanks for playing along. Please, don't forget about me. Then a Spiritomb appears. It is a Pokemon that's formed from 108 spirits, and Vesa was the last one. Vesa was trying to make amends for its destructive nature in the past and didn't want to cause any more trouble, so they asked for your help to get all the spirits contained. Sword and Shield Old Letter. In Hammerlock, there's a little girl named Paula that asks you to deliver a love letter to someone named Frank in Balanlia. Interestingly, this item is called Old Letter. Once you get there, you assume that Frank is a kid, so once you talk to this one, he tells you that Frank is his grandpa's name. When you give the letter to Frank, he tells you that Paula was the name of a girl he spent a lot of time playing with when he was younger, but she got sick and didn't tell him exactly how bad the situation was. They got into a fight over it and he moved away soon after. They haven't spoken since then. He then asks you how she is. Dear old Paula. You can either say nothing or lie to him. Either way, he'll reward you with a choice scarf. When you go back to where Paula originally was, she's gone and in her place is a Reaper cloth item. And then you hear a voice thanking you for delivering the letter. Black White Ghost Girl. On Marvelous Bridge, there's a chance for a girl to appear on it. Once you get close enough, she fades out. Then at the gate nearby, there's an old lady that talks about a girl who played with her Abra around here before the bridge was built. In the sequel games, Black 2 and White 2, there's a strange house outside of Reversal Mountain. When you go inside, that same girl appears and talks about a dark dream, and she mentions looking for her parents and her Abra. Later, in another part of the building, you pick up a Lunar Wing. That prompts her to appear. She asks you to take it to the Pokemon Cresselia. That's why she was on the bridge in the first place. But what happened to her exactly? It's theorized that she succumbed to Darkrai's Darkness spell. Darkrai is a Pokemon that is able to protect itself by making others fall asleep and experience terrible, unending nightmares. However, it can't really fully control this power and doesn't intend on hurting others. It's a self-defense mechanism that can inflict serious collateral damage. The only thing that could wake up someone in this state is Cresselia's lunar wings. With this context, it seems that the girl died before she could wake up, before the lunar wing was brought to her. And so she's been protecting it, trying to give it back to Cresselia for someone else that might need it. Chloe's Dream Journal. In the Life is Strange prequel game, Before the Storm, you play as Chloe as she deals with a whole lot of problems. Her dad's dead, her mom has moved on with someone she hates, and her former best friend moved away. During a dream sequence in episode 1, she's in a car talking with her dead father. If you go into your journal during this, the first page has a drawing of your former best friend Max hanging from a tree. And if you go to your text, you see that your mom messaged you that it's going to be okay. For me, not for you. I've got David now. You though, you don't have anyone. Max has also sent you some messages. Don't worry, I'm gonna see you real soon, when you're dead. Once again, these are in a dream sequence, so they're not actual texts she's received. This is just a peek inside of her dwindling mental state and how she feels about the people she cares about. Before the Storm reversed music. The game has hidden messages in one of its songs. The band Daughter produced the soundtrack for the game, and in the song titled I Can't Live Here Anymore, there are a number of whispers that could be heard if the audio is reversed. Outlast 2 reverse messages. There are several messages you could collect, and if you reverse the audio on certain ones, you unlock some cryptic recordings.
Dear Lord, sweet Jesus, forgive my sins and accept my gratitude. Thank you, God, for killing my child.
Doom 3 Mirror. Near the beginning of the game, if you go into this bathroom and look at the mirror, Tokyo Extreme Racer 3 Ghost. After defeating the Death Driver, who is presumed to be a ghost, you unlock his car, and when you drive it, all the vans driving beside you will have ghosts looking out at you. Silent Hill 4 Hole. If you look through this hole in the apartment, you'll see Eileen Galvin and her Robbie the Rabbit doll sitting on a bed. If you check it again after she goes to the hospital, Robbie is now facing you and pointing at you. Please don't touch anything. Is she here? In the VR version of Please Don't Touch Anything, pressing this button 16 times unlocks a hammer. Then you'll use it on the clock to break it. Once you set all 3 of the hands to 6, the screen turns static and this happens. Red Dead Redemption 2 Haunted Forest. If you go to the Roanoke Forest, you could hear some ghostly whispers.
What's that terrible noise?
She must be a sick kid looking for his mom. They've been known to fall like that.
The source of these voices can actually be found in a movie that can be watched in the game. It explains that a couple once went out into the woods and stumbled upon a ghost army of redcoats who cut the man's head off. The woman was able to get away, and when she came back to town to tell them what happened, they accused her of witchcraft for raising the dead and burned her at the stake. Arkham Knight New Game Plus intro. When you beat the game and start a New Game Plus, the intro cutscene where Joker is being cremated is pretty much the same, but the ending is a bit different. Arkham Knight Man-Bat Jump Scare. In the game, Man-Bat will eventually jump out and scare you. That's part of a side mission to capture him. If you've already completed that side mission and go to Arkham, you'll see him locked up in his human form. But if you play the game on Halloween, he shows up to jump scare you again. Going back to Arkham reveals that he managed to break out. You can't capture him again though, as he just disappears after that. Half-Life 2 Zombie Screams Reversed. The zombie screams in the game are unsettling enough already, but they're arguably even worse when they're reversed. Sonic CD sound test. On the sound test screen of the Sonic CD, if you set these values up and press start, you get taken to this screen. The text translates to Infinite Fun, Sega Enterprises, Mazine Pictures. This version with the creepy music can only be found on the American version of the game, as the Japanese and European ones came with a more upbeat song. Captain Toad Ghosts. In Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, when you're on the bizarre doors of Boo Mansion level, if you go to the back wall and stare at it around the 300 seconds mark, handprints will appear. That's not the only ghostly secret in the game either. When you're on the freight train flight level and you go to the front of the train and wait until the 312 second mark, a laughing ghost face will appear under the track. Mario 3D Land Ghosts. If you wait around at the end of any ghost house level, you'll see a ghost appear before fading out. This is the most obvious visual of it, but in reality, this ghost is in the background of the start of every single ghost house level. The crew end of the world. If you head to the south and drive off the road here, you'll find an abandoned car. Nearby are a pair of legs sticking out of a bush. Keep on looking and there will be a newspaper that says the world is ending. This exact same Easter egg can be found in the original crew as well. It's theorized that the man here saw this newspaper, got freaked out, and drove to this spot to off himself instead of facing the coming apocalypse. Life is Strange neighbor. When you're in Chloe's room and you go out of bounds to the outside, you see someone just sitting there at the window. From the normal camera, there's absolutely no way to see this, so who this is and why they're there is a mystery. Arma Santa. In Arma 1 and 2, and also in DayZ, if you look through a chimney, you'll find a creepy looking Santa staring back at you. Red Dead Redemption 2 UFO. If you go to New Hanover and inside the shack, you'll find a piece of text detailing a cult savior, a voyager of time and galaxies, who will appear at the second hour under the moon. If you're there at 2 AM and go inside the building, this happens. After a while, it just leaves on its own. Hot Shots Golf 4 Flatwoods Monster. On course 5, hole 6, if you take the camera towards the edge of the course, you can see this creature in the distance. It, however, disappears once you get closer. This is the Flatwoods Monster, an alien-looking cryptid from West Virginia. Rainbow Six Siege Waco Compound. The Oregon map is based off of the infamous real-life Mount Carmel Center from the 1993 Waco siege. That was basically a 51-day standoff between feds and the Branch Davidians, a millennial Christian sect. The FBI was trying to arrest the group's leader, David Koresh, for violating federal firearm regulations, but what ended up happening was a shootout with casualties on both sides. 51 days later, the FBI set the compound on fire in an attempt to draw everyone out, but what ended up happening is 76 cult members dying inside, 25 of them children. It's regarded as one of the most controversial FBI operations ever for that reason. Mortal Kombat 9 Crypt Monster. There's a simple but effective jump scare that shows up at random when you're in the crypt, which is basically where you can spend your in-game points for characters and collectibles. Outlaws Aliens. On the first level, if you blow up the outhouse, you'll be able to go inside it. Swimming through it leads you to a weird looking area, and when you interact with this window, there'll be two aliens holding a saw above a cow. Another alien comes up to close the window. Silent Hill 2 Opening. If you turn up the brightness of the game's intro, it reveals that when James is looking at the mirror, he's actually looking straight at you. Death Stranding Shower Ghost. In Death Stranding Director's Cut, there's a chance that when you're in your room, this cutscene will start to play. Someone is in the shower. This is odd because this is your room, and you're waking up to this. But for some players, they've already woken to another character, Fragile, showering before, so they might just assume it's her again. But either way, as the cutscene goes on, you realize that something is wrong. The figure then starts to violently thrash around before stopping. This reference is actually two in one. The first is that it's a callback to the cancelled horror demo by the game's director, Hideo Kojima. PT featured a ghost called Lisa that would thrash about in the same way. The second reference is to Kojima himself. He makes an appearance in another cutscene, and from that, we get a good look at his face. Going back to the shower cutscene, if we slow it down, we could see glasses on the face, pretty much confirming that this is the Kojima model jump scaring you. Night of the Consumer's Secret Room. If you go into the storage room and break open this cracked wall, you'll find a secret room with a skeleton inside. On the wall is "Don't Trust the Manager" alongside a lot of scratch counters, indicating how many days the person has been there. Harvest Moon Teddy Bear. In Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life, if you buy a teddy bear for your kid, you'll soon realize that it's alive. Every now and then, you'll get small cutscenes of the bear being up and doing something. Battlefield 4 Ghost Voices. On the map Zavod Graveyard Shift, if you go into this building and take out the light source so that it's pitch black, you'll hear this voice. If you speed it up, you'll find that the voice is actually just reading the back of the Battlefield 2 box. Roller Coaster World Haunted House. Roller Coaster World for the PS2 isn't the type of game that you think of when you think of scary games. However, the developers took a sudden turn when it came to the haunted house you could explore. In it are several long-haired, bloody-eyed ghosts floating around the dark hallways. On top of that, this is the actual background music track that's played during this. With the audio reversed, you could clearly hear a voice saying, "Satan comes soon, evil devil comes alive, you can live no more, he takes you to his old world, it cold hell." Doki Doki Literature Club, Did I Scare You? In Act 3, when you're talking to Monica while you're recording the game, she'll take notice and comment on it. She says that she is self-conscious on camera and that she'll perform a trick for you and the audience. The camera slowly zooms in on her face in anticipation for a jump scare. She's just kidding. She'll continue talking, and mid-sentence when you're caught off guard. Time Splitters 2 Game Over Screen. If you stay on the Game Over screen for a while, you'll start to hear a mysterious voice speak. As creepy as that is, there's an explanation for it. If the audio is sped up, it becomes obvious that the speaker is actually Captain Ash, a character from the game.
Now, stay right where you are, Gollum.
Gold Silver Radio. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you use your Pokegear radio in certain spots, you'll find some pretty chilling stations. If you're in the ruins of Alph and you set your radio to channel 13.4, this is actually the legendary Ho-Oh's cries mixed in with the unknown speaking to each other. Another creepy radio transmission happens if you tune in to channel 20.5 in Mahogany Town, Route 43, or Lake of Rage. This has to be before Team Rocket's headquarters have been cleared. Creepy Watson. In Sherlock Holmes' Nemesis, Watson doesn't have a walking animation, so he instead teleports behind you whenever you turn away. Stardew Valley Deleting Children. In the game, you're able to start a nice wholesome family and have kids, but what if you don't want your kids anymore? That's where this neat trick becomes useful. Once you unlock the witch's hut and you go up to the dark shrine of selfishness, you could permanently delete your children from the game by turning them into doves and setting them free. On top of that, the spell makes it so that your spouse and everyone else don't remember the children at all. That's not the end of it either. After a while, you'll hear the phone ring in your home, and when you answer it, you'll get this. On Fall 26, if you go up to the TV, you'll see a mystery channel. Going to it brings up a doll on screen with text saying, "You've brought this upon yourself. Now, I'm free." The doll then teleports out of it and it gets added into your inventory. That's not all. The most interesting thing about it is how if you go back to the witch's hut, there are dolls there that will attack you. And once they're defeated, they turn into birds and fly away. If you return to the hut later, they're there again. It's theorized that these dolls, based on their name and description, are actually the spirits of other children that have been cast away and are seeking revenge. Omori Mirror. If you look at a mirror in either Headspace or Faraway Town, you'll see you and your friends, who are smiling warmly behind you. A wholesome scene on the surface. However, there's a random chance that no text will pop up and this happens instead. Finest Hour Ghost Room. In Call of Duty Finest Hour, when you're in the underground passage mission and you throw a grenade in this spot, a secret room is uncovered. There are floating candles above and pictures of kids and a cat up on the wall, amongst other things. If you go up to the empty crib, a boy suddenly appears. Interacting with him causes him to stand up and walk around. World at War Hanging Corpse. In Call of Duty World at War, on the Shinonuma map, if you throw grenades at this hanging corpse to bring it down and then walk over to it, you instantly die. That also applies to any zombies that walk over him. This is probably not intentional though. The most likely case is that since his body is in an exposed area of the roof, it acts as a barrier. So if a player ever glitched out and went up to it, which shouldn't be possible in normal gameplay, it would instantly kill them to respawn them and get them back into the game properly. Modern Warfare Demon Goats. On the livestock map, there are a bunch of hidden toys around. They come in sets, so you'll have to destroy all the toy pairings at the same time. Afterwards, going to the 2 teddy bears in the barn and destroying them at the same time causes a symbol to appear, followed by goats closing in on it. You then die once they reach the center. Manhunt 2 Jump Scare. In Manhunt 2, if you go up to the red lights district's middle window for a few seconds, the corpse of your character's dead wife shows up, appearing to be hanged. It then quickly goes back to normal. No More Room in Hell Jason Mask. On the Camp Blood map, there are multiple Jason Voorhees references, but the most startling one has to be in the attic of this building with an X on it. Once inside, you find multiple creepy things, including the iconic Jason masks, but you'll also get to see that up close and personal. Alien Isolation Early Alien. In the game, it's actually possible to have the xenomorphs show up extra early outside of cutscenes. If you take your sweet time leaving the tram, it'll get impatient and chase after you. Goat Simulator Windows Jump Scare. In the DayZ DLC parody, GoatZ, if you go into the mall's Windows store and break Windows 95, Slender the Arrival Out of Bounds. If you manage to break the boundaries of the game and glitch out to somewhere you're not supposed to be, you'll get a message saying, "Not even a bug in this game will save you from me." This was actually added in because players would break their way into these areas and Slender Man couldn't follow after them. So this was a way to punish those trying to escape him like this. Metro Janitor. In Metro Last Light's Developer Pack DLC, which is essentially just a DLC for players to mess around in, there's a strange old woman with a broom at the entrance. She stands around at first, but as you make your way around the level and turn your back on her, she'll teleport and start doing some really weird things for no reason. It's not entirely clear who she is or why she's here, but her odd presence has caught many players off guard. Little Big Planet Bloody Man. Little Big Planet is a pretty fun, kid-friendly platformer, so it comes as a shock to know that in a very early build of the game, this cutout of a bloody man is in the game files. For years, the mystery of this cutout's purpose and true origins has gone unsolved. Luckily, something new has been discovered. It was actually used in a promotional image for the game in a magazine showcasing a castle level. Half-Life 2 Playground. If you go to this empty playground in City 17, you can hear screams and the distant echoes of children playing. The file for this is called Playground Memory, and it sounds even more eerie when heard clearly. Ultima Fridge. In Ultima 9, if you open and close the fridge 8 times, several body parts will spawn inside of it. Mother 3 Deleted Boss. There's a whole deleted boss fight that features some really creepy looking imagery. It's not entirely clear why this was deleted and where it exactly fits in the story, but that hasn't stopped fans from coming up with tons of theories, including that this was cut because the age demographic for the third installment of the game was getting younger, and this would have been too much. Red Dead Redemption 2 Mass Grave. There's a mass grave in the woods of tall trees. They're all in sports uniforms and some have hoods with clown faces on them. A newspaper in town mentions that the Blackwater Athletics Club had gone missing. This is them. They're a part of a bigger side story involving a serial killer, but this scene specifically is a reference to a real-life event, the Los Maniceros Massacre, where 12 Colombian football players were kidnapped with only one surviving. Red Dead Redemption 2 Gertrude Braithwaite's Fate. The character of Gertrude Braithwaite was mentally ill and physically deformed. She became such a trouble to her family that they decided to lock her up in an outhouse. During the epilogue of the game, you could actually go visit her, but all you'll find is her remains, as it seems she starved to death. Fallout 4 UFO. In Fallout 4, you could randomly see something fly up ahead and crash. If you follow it, you'll discover a UFO. Next to it is green blood that, when tracked, leads you to a cave with an alien inside. They'll attack when spotted, but defeating them earns you a very unique gun, the Alien Blaster Pistol. Braid Metaphor. Braid is a platformer where you could reverse time to advance through levels, all to save a princess. However, there's more than meets the eye here to this story. There are 8 secret stars that can be collected throughout the game. They're so secret that they aren't tracked at all, and the game doesn't reference them in any way that would send a player to go after them. They're also incredibly well hidden, as 1 star even requires you to stay on the screen for 2 hours. For full context here, in the regular ending of the game, you find out that the level is actually in reverse and that the princess was running away from you the whole time. So once you get all of the stars and play this final level again, you're actually able to catch up to her, and when you touch her, when you get to the prologue, there's a quote from Kenneth Bainbridge, the director of the Manhattan Project's Trinity nuclear test, and at the end, there's a city on fire alongside the game's title. The princess is seen one last time as a constellation. The general consensus here is that the whole entire game is a metaphor for the atomic bomb, and how its creators wish they could go back in time to prevent its creation. That goes hand in hand with another theory that it's also a metaphor for one's own destructive drive to complete something. Given how much it takes to get this ending, where you finally reach the princess, and now she's further than ever in the stars. Steam Music Player. Steam's native music player has given plenty of people a good scare, but not intentionally. This is because it was possible to accidentally activate it. For example, pressing spacebar on the Steam app started it up, and what it would usually play is audio files from Amnesia: The Dark Descent, because those files start with 00. So there'd be moments where someone is idle and they just hear Celeste Backwards Message. Celeste is a platformer that tackles multiple aspects of mental health in its story, but on the Mirror Temple, it takes that to a whole new level. When the music of the level in the mirror is played backwards, you hear this.
Sometimes I don't really know what's going on anymore. I don't know who I am.
This is Madeline quite literally reflecting on herself and her mind. This is also the only time a discernible voice is associated with her character.
I don't like scaring myself at all.
The Crew 2 Bigfoot. In The Crew 2, if you head east of Seattle, you're able to find a wandering Bigfoot. He also shows up in the same area in the original game. No More Heroes, Jean's backstory. When you finally fight Jean, she reveals her backstory to you. But first she says that it would jack up the age rating, so she says it's sped up.
I'll make it short and quick.
You are my half-brother. You know that manga called Miyuki? The Japanese one? Well, it's like that. Your father abandoned my mother.
But slowing it down reveals everything she's been through.
You are my half-brother. Your father abandoned my mother to run off with your mother. It broke her heart beyond repair. She killed herself. Knowing I had nowhere to go, he took advantage of me. Ever since I can remember, he molested me. We lived in this rotten apartment, and I was his slave. Every day I cursed his soul. I swore that I would kill him one day.
Dead Island Jason. If you go into the jungle, you could find a character named Jason who fights with a machete. He's a really strong and agile opponent, as he inflicts 7 times the usual amount of damage and can one-shot you. Also, he has a lot of health and takes a lot less damage. But if you defeat him, you could explore his creepy home and pick up a chainsaw. World at War Fire Screams. In Call of Duty World at War, whenever Japanese soldiers are lit on fire, they'll yell out Kasai for fire and Atsui Desu for hot. However, certain soldiers will yell out Api for fire and Panas for hot. They're speaking Indonesian, and this unnerving detail comes from its historical accuracy, where Indonesians were forced to fight on behalf of Japan. Far Cry 3 Jellyfish. In the game, you could kill animals in order to unlock their entry in your survival book. But when it comes to jellyfish, the only way to kill them and get their entry is to exploit a glitch that causes the sea layer to disappear. Once that happens, you could use Molotovs to kill them. If you then take a look at their entry, you'll quickly realize that it's not like any of the other animal descriptions. The screams through the night, the hot air of explosions shaking the treetops, the bodies, some faceless, they were only following orders. As odd as that is, it actually has an explanation. It's a continuation of the Seagull's entry, which is written in the same vein. Both of these are references to soldiers abandoned in the woods long after their war ended. Animal Crossing Haunted Art. In Animal Crossing New Horizons, there are a number of fake art pieces that do some weird things on their own when it starts to get dark. The graceful painting will turn her head. The scary painting will smile. The wistful painting will close her eyes, as if she were going to sleep for the night. The informative statue will increasingly glow. And finally, the ancient statue's eyes will light up and it'll float around when it's interacted with. Animal Crossing Ghost Wallpaper. In New Horizons, if you equip the graveyard wallpaper in a room and repeatedly dim the lights, a photorealistic ghost will teleport every time the lighting is changed. Animal Crossing Alien Broadcasts. On Saturdays and Sundays at 3:38 a.m., if you go to the TV, there will be an alien on screen. It's speaking in gibberish as it and a UFO are displayed. This is a running Easter egg that also appears in New Leaf. Red Dead Redemption 2 Strange Man Cabin. There's a shack in Lemoyne that has a bunch of paintings and writings. As you come back again and again, the painting becomes clearer and clearer until finally, on your 4th visit, it's complete. But not just that. Taking a look in the mirror reveals a strange man behind you, but when you turn around, no one's there. Doom's Spectrogram. In 2016's Doom, the cyber demon track reveals some hellish imagery if played through a spectrogram. Looking closely at it reveals pentagrams and the number 666 repeating. Cuphead alternative title music. If you get the bad ending and you choose to make a deal with the devil, the song that plays at the main menu is the normal song, but in reverse. However, if you input the Konami code, you get a different version, a more demonic one. This track was previously thought to be an anti-piracy trick, or more likely, just deleted content. It doesn't stop there though, because if you run it through a spectrogram, you see various forms the devil takes in his boss fight. BioShock Infinite hidden music. There's a creepy creaking ambient track. But when it's sped up, voices can be heard singing, but it's still not entirely clear what they're saying, as some have theorized it sounds like two songs jumbled on top of each other. The game's own audio director even spoke out to reveal that this was essentially a jam session, and that he pitch shifted the song down to make it sound really distorted. Trepang 2 Backrooms. On the PC version of Trepang 2, if you activate Tmod cheats and no-clip through this blue tarp, you'll find yourself in a secret area. If you walk through it towards this white figure, there's a bomb explosion and you end up in the backrooms. There's actually quite a bit to explore here, but if you want to leave, the game won't let you. You have to go through the entire area to find your way out, which leads to a developer testing area. Paper Mario Murder. In the original Japanese version of Paper Mario, The Thousand-Year Door, there's a crime scene house in Rogueport that has a toe-shaped chalk outline alongside dried blood. Given that the Mario franchise tends to generally be very kid-friendly, it's no surprise that this was removed in the English version of the game. Black and White 2 Whispers. In the PC game Black and White, if you play it at night, there's a chance you'll randomly hear your own name. This is because the game actually looks at your PC files, and if it finds a common name, it'll remember that and whisper it to you. Rebecca. Black Ops 2 Moving Teddy. In Zombies mode, if you take a look at the teddy bear that's on top of the mystery box, you might see it lift its head and look around. Black Ops 3 Imposter. If you go to the Setsubu no Shima map and you look at each of these green tubes with your scope for a few seconds and then get exposed to spores, another version of your character gets spawned in. This is what happens when you go up to them. One STPAI. In the Wii's second installment of the drumming game Taiko no Tatsujin, its files included an unused song that, well, I'll just play it. Due to the mysterious nature of how hidden the song was, it led to lots of speculation on why it was left unused. But the reality of it, confirmed by a game's developer, is that it was simply just an unused song that they forgot to delete from the game. It, however, did make an appearance later on in the series' final DS installment. Soma girlfriend's face. Throughout the game, you don't really see your love interest's face, but when you take the camera around to take a peek at them, you'll wish you hadn't because her face is covered in maggots. This was apparently supposed to be a part of a dream sequence in the game that got cut, so the model got reused for this scene. Cry of Fear 112. If you dial 911 or 112, the American and Swedish emergency numbers, this happens. Layers of Fear Ouija board. If you play the game on Halloween, a secret door will open up in the basement and inside you'll find a Ouija board. This is connected to a special Halloween story, but there's actually a lot of words you could put in if you're curious of what the game will show you for that word. Also, to actually leave this level, you have to input escape, game, or porcelain. Fatal Frame idle screens. In the Fatal Frame games, if you become idle for long enough without pausing, the game takes advantage of that by causing some spooky effects on your screen. Mario Odyssey Disappearing Man. If you look at this corner of New Donk City, there's a man jumping and cheering at something in the distance. When you get closer to him, he completely disappears. But if you go away, he'll reappear again. It's also worth noting that if you go to City Hall, there's a woman that's just standing there while everyone else is cheering for the music. Given that, it's theorized that these two were accidentally swapped somehow. As for his vanishing act, it's likely a glitch due to how the game handles models. To sell the illusion of being in a thriving city while at the same time keeping a high frame rate, it uses low quality models when they're far away, and it swaps them to a higher quality one when up close. For some reason, this man's high quality model just doesn't show up. Saints Row 2 Screaming. If you go to this house at the end of Morningwood Cemetery, anytime between 11 PM and 4 AM, you could hear screams coming from inside of a man yelling at someone while using a saw.
You wanna lose that? Yeah, you do.
Splatoon Laughing Statues. If you head to the statues in the Museum d'Alfonsino, you'll hear what sounds like children laughing. This is actually not even the first time these sounds were used in a Nintendo game, as they could be heard at the end of Skyward Sword's Ancient Automaton Colossus boss battle. Life Stage Ghost Women. The Life Stage Virtual House is a 1993 house designer simulator for the 3DO system. It has a fairly simple premise, but it hides something unsettling underneath. If you select this cave option, you'll find a ghost woman locked up in the basement, among others. On top of that, in the Japanese version of the game, if you select the question mark on the menu, you'll be met by more of them. There will be pools of blood on the floor leading to a door, and when it's opened, you see this. Zombie Army Nightmare. In Zombie Army Trilogy, during the episode 3 chapter City of Ashes, if you go over to this marked bed and sleep, you'll enter a nightmarish sequence, and right in the middle of that is Adolf Hitler with the Saga Martha key in his chest. That's a relic that he used to bring upon the zombie apocalypse in the game. Once you take that out of him, he turns into a zombie and you wake up. Kanye Quest 3030 Cult. This is a JRPG that follows a fictional Kanye West that travels to the future, where he battles clones of rappers. But the real interesting thing happens in the alternate ending of the game. If you talk to this cultist, they'll ask you what you want to do. If you type in the word ascend, you get transported to a new world as a voice congratulates you on making it here. It says some other cryptic stuff as it directly speaks to you, the player, before leaving you to do what you want as a magical butterfly. The rest is a big ARG where you need to get your codes to advance through a QR code, and that's just the beginning. This whole thing is too big to cover in this video, so I highly suggest you look into it in your own time if you're interested. But essentially, there was a lot of speculation that the game was linked to a real-life cult, and that they would try to reach out to players who have been able to advance through the Ascension level. That the whole game was a big recruitment tool for the cult. This turned out to be false, as the game itself was actually made by an Australian artist for a high school project. Dear Esther Ghosts. In the walking simulator Dear Esther Landmark Edition, you walk through a set of designated areas as the story unfolds. As you progress, you'll be able to spot these ghosts watching you in the far off distance. They disappear before you can get close to them, and some even react to you spotting them by trying to hide. There are 6 ghosts, and given the way that they appear, it's likely that they are there to represent the characters in the story that's being told. Aquanaut's Holiday Face. Aquanaut's Holiday for the PlayStation 1 was a deep sea exploration game where you essentially do just that. You explore the sea. That's probably terrifying enough for people that have thalassophobia or a fear of deep bodies of water, but something that we could all agree on is that this face is unsettling and out of place here. And yet, there it was for no clear reason in the game's files. Tony Hawk Girls Picture. In Tony Hawk's Pro Skater for the N64, there's a cheat code that brings up a black and white image of a woman. It was believed that this was Erin Lee, Tony Hawk's then wife, but this has never been confirmed. There's also another picture of a different woman that's unlocked with a different cheat code. There's no official confirmation on who this is either. Interestingly enough, in the end credits under the special thanks section, someone named Ryan writes, "Linda T, I said I'd put you in a game somehow, so here we are." Tony Hawk's Underground Face. In Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix Edition, if you go to the Santa Cruz stage and go out of bounds in this area, there's a blurry red face just kinda hanging there. It specifically only shows up in this version of the game, which was a PlayStation Portable exclusive. Zombie Army 4 Controller Sounds. For the PlayStation 4 edition, if you pause the game and are gone for a while, your controller will start to call out for you to get back to the game. Viscera Cleanup Detail Last Supper. In the House of Horror DLC, if you go to the dining room and stare at the Last Supper painting, it'll slowly turn into something a bit more grotesque. Xbox Voices. On the original Xbox, if you were to stay idle on the main menu for long enough, these strange sounds will start to play. These were included because the premise behind the Xbox was that it was something literally out of this world. So these voices were extraterrestrial beings trying to communicate. Yuboa. In the psychological horror game Yuminiki, if you go to the Pink Sea and into this house, you'll see Poniko in the middle of the room. You can't interact with them and they don't even acknowledge you, but what you can do here is turn the lights off and on. Once you enter the house, there's a 1 in 64 chance that doing that summons Yuboa. You can't leave and are forced to go up to it. Doing so sends you to a section of white desert named Yuboa's Trap. As it sounds, you're basically trapped in this unnerving setting as the only way to wake up is either by pinching yourself or using the eye palm effect to teleport away. McDonald's Treasureland Adventure. In this game for the Sega Genesis, if you enter this specific password, this happens. This is actually a demo to show off how the system can render 3D models in real time, but that context doesn't really help all that much with this music choice. SnowRunner Eyes. If you play this off-road vehicle simulator at night and pay attention to the forest, you'll see pairs of eyes staring at you. The first thing you might think is that they belong to wild animals. That makes sense, they tend to have reflective eyes. However, they don't act like animals. They mostly stay away from you and disappear when you get up close, but not always. And when you get close enough, you could see that they don't really have bodies. They're just eyes. Law & Order CCTV picture. Law & Order 2 Double or Nothing had to be recalled from stores because this photograph in the back of this office is from real-life CCTV footage of an infamous English crime case, the kidnapping and murder of James Bulger. According to the developers, they had no idea the image had such dark origins and assumed it was just a random CCTV picture. Hall of Tortured Souls XL95. Okay, yes, Microsoft XL95 isn't exactly a video game, but just bear with me here. If you go to the 95th row and highlight all of it, then go over to column B, click on Help, and then About Excel, and finally hold Ctrl-Alt-Shift while clicking on Tech Support, a window labeled Hall of Tortured Souls will pop up. It's essentially a fancy way to show off the software's credits as you could walk around and look at your surroundings. And that's not all. If you type in XLKFA, a hidden room will appear. If you go towards it, you'll see pictures of the software's developers. Splatoon boss sounds. In both Splatoon and Splatoon 2, it's possible to hear some eerie noises if you stay idle before or after some boss fights. The exact reason for this ambiance is unknown, and when first asked about this back in 2015, the game's director hadn't even heard about this, so it's been left up to fans to theorize what the sounds may be. That maybe they're the sounds from the deep sea metro, or possibly even the ancient wails of extinct humans. Stanley Parable, Other Person. You spend the entirety of the game by yourself. There's no one else there besides the narrator. That's why it's so unnerving when you're making your way through the office and you spot someone else walking by. They're there for only this one moment, and that's by a random chance. They don't show up anywhere else. Who they are is a mystery, but players have speculated that, due to the game's repetitive nature, this is actually you. This is Stanley. All of the possible different timelines are happening at once, and you're watching yourself live through a different one. Stanley Parable Watching Man. In the Ultra Deluxe edition of the game, which was released 9 years later, another physical person is added into the game. All they do is watch you, but only when you're getting an ending that revolves around a bucket. Final Fantasy VIII Squall Holehead. At the end of the game, during a flashback sequence, if you slow down the footage, you'll see this picture. It appears very quickly and it's easy to miss. This is Squall, the game's protagonist, but his face is missing and in its place is a void. This has led to fan speculation that he is actually dead at this point. However, the more likely symbolism here is that it represents how he's losing his mind as he's currently stuck in a void with no way to get back home. Resident Evil 7 Demo Ghost. In the demo for the game, there's a ghost girl that shows up throughout. However, she's not in the main game at all, and only appears here. Players have tried to identify her as some of the characters from the main game, but it's also likely that she's not connected to the story at all, as the demo could just be an hallucination, and that it could also not be considered canon to the main story, as Capcom might have instead just wanted to show off how the real game would play. Red Dead Redemption 2 Ghost Train. If you go to the northwest part of Lemoyne, next to these tracks at 3 AM, you'll spot a ghost train. It's actually even possible to stop it if you obstruct the path, as it acts like a real train. Red Dead Redemption 2 Ghost. If you go to the Bayou Swamp in Lemoyne during foggy weather between 9 PM and 3 AM, you can see the ghost of Agnes Dowd. She'll yell out various things, as if she were reliving her life. From these bits of dialogue, it could be pieced together that she fell in love with someone that her parents didn't like. When he got her pregnant, he left her for another woman. She was able to convince him to come back to her, but her parents couldn't forgive him for what he did. And so her dad shot him. This caused her to break, resulting in her taking her own life under the tree they used to meet at, but not before also killing her father and potentially other family members. She also only appears a maximum of 16 times, and it's also possible to kill her from a distance. Hitman 3 Hippo. In the mission Berlin Apex Predator, if you go to Hirschmuller's office and unlock his safe, there'll be a gold idol there. If you take that to the outside area and put it on this seemingly random foggy chair by a pond, it'll disappear. If you sit down on it and wait, a hippo will rise from the water and start to talk to you for a while, mostly about you and your career choice.
Don't trust anyone. Their blood is warm, but they have no soul, like you and your kind. Murderer.
Fatal Frame 3 Grudge. During Hour 6, if you walk by the staircase hallway, there's a door that's usually open. Once you step inside, it slams shut. There's no way to get out, but you'll eventually hear some groaning. Followed by ghostly images of faces and hands on the wall. Finally, someone asks you,
"Why are you running away?"
and the door opens. This is likely a reference to The Grudge, as the groaning is similar. Also, when you leave, some spooky music plays as the camera is locked into this position for a bit. Condemned Criminal Origins, Mannequin Heads. When you're in Bart's department store and you come across these mannequins, this one's head will slowly rotate to face you. As you come closer to inspect them, an enemy turns the corner to attack you. Also, once they're dealt with and you walk past the mannequins again, they'll whisper out to you. Labo House Nightmare. In Nintendo's Labo House, if it's nighttime and you use a mobile to put your animal to sleep, the mobile disappears as a number of creepy things start to happen. The lamp can come alive and the painting in the back smiles as its eyes glow red. There can also be these creatures that come out to take a look. Cave 14 Spectrogram. Minecraft's cave sounds are spooky enough on their own, but Cave 14 specifically holds an eerie secret. If you run the track through a spectrogram, Portal 2 Unused Dialogue. In the game, it's revealed that GLaDOS is actually Carolyn, the former assistant to Aperture Science's CEO, Cave Johnson, who would then choose her to replace him after his death. Her essence was extracted and put into the core that would become GLaDOS. However, there are unused lines of dialogue that reveal that this promotion wasn't her choice.
Mr. Johnson, I don't want this. I don't want this. No, listen to me. Sir, I do not want this.
Allegedly, Ellen McLean, Carolyn and GLaDOS' voice actress, cried while recording these lines, and J.K. Simmons, Cave Johnson's voice actor, flat out refused to record his side of the dialogue because of how messed up it sounded. Ben and Ed. Ben drowned. In this game, where you play as a zombie and run obstacle courses, there are multiple hidden instances where, instead of getting the usual respawn message, you get this version. This is a reference to the Zelda creepypasta Ben Drowned. The German text at the bottom translates to, "The stairs of life is like an elevator." What this means exactly in this context is a mystery. D-Day Moloch. If you go to the church in Chapter 1, you'll hear demonic noises inside. If you level the church with explosives, there are 5 runes left over. Once they're set on fire in a particular order, they make a pentagram, and that causes the entity known as Moloch to appear. You could then control him and order him around. However, if you get the pattern wrong, he'll scold you and take out your army before setting his sights on you. Undertale ABC 123A. In the game's files, there's a hidden audio track. When opened up, you hear this.
Hello, have some respect and don't spoil the game.
It's impossible to have mysteries nowadays.
Because of nosy people like you.
Please keep all of this between us.
If you post it online, I won't make any more secrets.
No one will be impressed.
It will be your fault.
This is likely the voice of W.D. Gaster as he speaks in chopped up audio bits like this. After this was found out, there was a patch to the game that replaces this audio file with one filled with laughter. WarioWare touched Ashley's song. On this DS game, if you physically speed up Ashley's song, you'll hear this. She's not actually saying that, as Nintendo themselves have confirmed that this is a case where speeding it up with the touchpad causes the song to skip certain parts and mash others together. What is actually being said is, Eye of Grand, these kids so tell. A Hat in Time monster noises. If you stay in Hat Kid's room for longer than 20 minutes, there'll be some strange noises that happen. Slender the Arrival Secret Chapter. This hidden chapter is called Haunted. To access it is a long series of steps, but once that's completed and you start the game, the text reads, "I'm lost. Can you find me?" You're then put on a glitchy version of the map and you have to go and find Slender Man, during which you'll be teleported around. When you finally find him, the text will read, "I like you. I want to play a game." You're back at the main menu, and when you enter again, you're met with this message: "I will find you instead." As you're put back, you now have to hide from Slender Man, but of course, he'll eventually find you. You get teleported to the backyard that's on fire before Slender Man slowly walks towards you, and then... And if you try to start a new game after that, this'll keep on happening. Metal Gear Solid 5 PT broadcast. There are actually quite a lot of references to the PT demo in this game. The most direct one being a radio broadcast you could find on Mission 20. It's the same radio broadcast that appears in the PT demo of the murders that kicked off that story.
Found the father in his car listening to the radio.
Rabbids Coding Texture Pack. This is a kid-friendly game that teaches the fundamentals of programming, so it's surprising to see that, in the game's files, there are multiple unused bloody textures. Some of the warning labels from this texture pack appear in the game, but why the rest of this was included is a mystery. BioShock Infinite, please stand by. In the Burial at Sea Part 2 DLC, if you go into the Manta Ray Lounge, you'll find this kinetoscope on the side. Once you look into it, the screen starts to shake and rotate, all while people could be heard laughing. Then, you're spoken to. Ghost Recon Wildlands Lake Boy. If you head to the child hut on the far east side of the map and you use either a drone or scope, you can see a kid in the area. But if you get too close, he runs away and disappears without a trace. If you go to the small hut, there's a Bolivian legend file that could be unlocked. The boy that turned into a lake. In short, the story is about a young boy who went to help his mom do laundry in a small swamp. As he walked into the water, he disappeared. The mother and villagers searched all around, but he was never found. That same swamp that could have only been used for washing clothes was now a beautiful lake full of fish and clean water. Jam Sessions Hidden Audio. In this instrument simulator game for the Nintendo DS, players have found a seemingly random hidden message. When you strum the A6 chord and just let it play out, you hear this voice. People have speculated that the voice is saying something along the lines of, or maybe even, what did this mean and why was this included? There's actually a very clear and rational explanation to this, as one of the lead developers came forward to set the record straight. He explains that the voice heard there was actually the voice of the Japanese recording engineer. What he said exactly was Tsukikimasu, which means next, as in they're moving on to the next chord. The audio was just accidentally left in. Red Dead Redemption 2 Vampire. In Southeast St. Denis, there are 5 messages on walls, each with vampiric themes. After discovering all of them, and if you go around the area south of the cathedral between 12 and 1 AM, you'll see a corpse marker on your map. If you go towards it, you'll find an actual vampire having a midnight snack. If you kill him, you can collect bat wings and a special knife. Half-Life Blue Shift Face. On the focal point chapter, if you crouch and go into this vent, you'll see this picture of one of the game's developers. It actually also appears in a less creepy setting earlier in the Insecurity chapter bathrooms. Infra Tunnel B2. You could find some clues about the Bergman Water Tunnel B2 and how people have heard strange noises coming from inside. Once you follow those strings of clues and codes, you're able to open up the tunnel. The music and ambiance suddenly stops as you enter the long pathway. You keep on walking until you see... That was Morko, an urban legend in the game and the Finnish word for boogeyman. Lyman Chained. In the 2002 online game Garfield's Scary Scavenger Hunt, if you go to the basement, you find Lyman chained up. He says that he's hungry and asks for muffins. If you feed him one, he thanks you and sends you off. If you come back later, he's gone. But he does make other appearances afterwards. California Speed Message. In this racing game for the N64, if you go to the Mojave Desert track, there's a white billboard that's easy to miss if you're focusing on the race. But if you take a good look at it, you can see what it says. Sometimes, God takes mommies and puppies away, and sometimes, just sometimes, I do. This seems so weird and out of place for the type of game this is in, but according to a developer, this was actually a placeholder texture that they forgot to replace. Stardew Valley Creature. After year 1, there's a random chance of you hearing a strange sound in the night. When you go check outside, there's a strange capsule. You could see that it has liquid and something floating inside. You could pick it up and place it wherever, but after 3 days, you'll awake to it being broken. And that's that. Nothing else can happen with it, but when you're out and about, you might notice a creature lurking around. If you go where you saw it, it's nowhere to be found. What this thing is and where it came from is still a mystery. Players have speculated that it's an alien or a science experiment, or maybe even that it's tied to Krobus, the sewer creature, due to their similar appearances. Bully Domestic Fight. From 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., if you go to this alley in the tenements and mute everything except for the sound effects, you'll hear this. From the game's files, the audio tracks that are played are labeled Domestic Fight. Given the game's title and subject matter, it's no surprise that Rockstar would include this very small detail in the world to help highlight how rough the area is. Race with Ryan Face. This is a kid-friendly racing game based off of the hit children's YouTube channel Ryan's World. It's a standard run-of-the-mill racing game, but there's something weird in the game's files. For Ryan's in-game model face textures, there's an unused one that has crossed out eyes with blood stains on them. The mouth is also sewed shut. What lends to the eeriness here is that this is a model that's based off of a real child. Yutao no Tatari 2 Crash. In this Japanese horror RPG, if you walk between these 3 gates, you'll eventually get an error message. Soon after, your screen is full of text. That includes, "Please stop, I will kill you. Ah, you are evil and help me." Your game will then seemingly crash. You're stuck on a blank flashing screen until... The only way out is if you force close the game. This was added in so that the game itself can feel like it's cursed, and the body at the end is supposed to be the protagonist's mother. Yummer. In the Flash game SpongeBob SquarePants Saves the Day, there's a peculiar looking thing in the game sprite sheet. Nicknamed Yummer, it obviously doesn't seem like it belonged in the world of SpongeBob. It's not seen in the final game at all, but based on the fact that its sprite sheet is from the Krusty Krab and that its hands and face look like it's peeking over, it was likely supposed to be used for this spot. As it turns out, this was actually from a modeling test and used as placeholder art for something that was cut from the game. SpongeBob. In the Flash game Tidy Whitey Tumble, which was made to celebrate the show's 10th anniversary, if you look at the game's files, you'll find this unused image that was probably a placeholder. It's SpongeBob, an old meme where you would draw SpongeBob's image but take it to grotesque lengths. Nicktoons Box. In the Wii and PlayStation 2 versions of Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots, a message is hidden on Mr. Huggle's box on the Toy Factory level. Because of how it's positioned and the fact that it's upside down, it can't be seen well. But what it says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents." And on the warning label it says, "Warning, we'll try to kill you." Sarge's Hero's Face. In Army Men, Sarge's Heroes, there's hidden pictures in the Scorch mission. If you crawl underneath here and come out the other side, there's a picture of a man with his head stitched to something else. This can actually be seen loading in as you approach the area. Shadow Tower Hanged Corpse. In From Software's Dungeon Crawler PS1 game, there is some potentially unused content in the game world itself. In the forgotten region of the human world, when the camera is positioned just right on a certain corner, there's a hanging body. However, this is the only instance of one here. It's an inaccessible area and might have only been discovered due to these screenshots coming from an emulator, where you could extend the horizontal draw distance of the game. According to old game maps, this spot is undocumented and has yet to be explained. Zombie Army 4 Portrait. During Mission 4 Chapter 3, if you go up to this painting, it'll react. Far Cry 5 Phone Call. If you go to the administrator's cabin of the Sacred Skies youth camp, you'll hear a phone ring inside. Once you break in and answer it, The identity of the woman isn't entirely clear as the phone call isn't directly associated with any mission in the game. Far Cry 5 Static. In certain spots of the map, if you turn on the radio, you're able to receive some mysterious static. The signal is very sensitive as it grows stronger and weaker depending on which direction you travel. Players have been trying to piece together what these radio broadcasts mean as they don't have a direct correlation with any mission. Some have speculated that there is some sort of significance to them since a few locations are marked on some in-game maps. There's also the theory that, due to how the static breaks up, it's a muffled cry for help. Carn Evil Dahmer. In the arcade game Carn Evil is a picture of serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer holding a bag with a head inside. The head belongs to Neil Nicastro, the executive producer of the game and the former CEO of Midway Games, who published Carn Evil. Maniac Mansion Hamster. In both the original and remastered versions, if you play as Sid or Razor, you could actually take the house's hamster and put it in the microwave. It of course will explode. When you take it to its owner, they'll get so upset at you that they kill you. Red Dead Redemption 2 Clawson's Rest. In East Grizzlies West, there's a locked lone shack. If you go inside, there's the corpses of 2 young children amongst empty food cans. In the nightstand is a letter from their mother that explains what happened. She went off to get their stolen money back and she locked them inside for their own safety. 4 days worth of food was left behind, but she planned on returning the following night. Obviously, she didn't come back. So the children died from either starvation or dehydration. Down the road to Chess Porter, there's a family living there. If you sneak around, you could hear 2 people talk about a woman that they robbed and buried somewhere. It's speculated that this was the mother of these children.
Digs her up an ass, don't you?
Game Boy Camera. When going through the menus, there's an option to run. If you select it, you'll mostly get this screen of Africa saying, "You are now crossing the equator. Jambo Nintendo." But sometimes, you might get a face such as this one, or this one, as they ask, "Who are you running from?" You could also get the rarest and creepiest "Don't be so silly" face. They were added in because the developers wanted to mess around and so they took photos of themselves with the camera they were working on. They'd pose in seemingly funny ways and draw funny stuff on top. However, they did not seem to consider how that would look when the child user isn't expecting it to show up. Scooby-Doo Jump Scare. Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coulsonian is a 2004 children's flash game that was made to promote the second live-action Scooby-Doo movie, but it is remembered for something else. If you uncover the Egyptian casket, the music stops and some text will appear. It's very faint and small, forcing the player to come up closer to the screen in order to read it. Please, haven't much time. Someone coming. Need help before... Roblox I love you. In Roblox servers that have the Adonis admin free model, which is basically the administration system for the server, if you type in the command I love you, this video plays on repeat. A clown is up close to the camera, fixing his hair in a dark area. This is from a very old video, 2006 to be exact, that was titled Scary Dancing Clown. And after watching that, I could safely say that developers went easy on players with the part they chose for this Easter egg. Ben and Ed ARG. The Ben and Ed ARG is a whole thing that take too long to fully cover in this video, so I'll just give a brief breakdown. There was a hidden Easter egg telling the player to go to facebook.com/BenEd. I don't know if I could show a screenshot of what it looked like back then since it had what seems like a decaying animal as the page header, but one of the posts said to beat the game as Ben. If you do that, you'll get a secret ending. Before you reach the finish line, you'll be met with this jump scare. The game crashes right after, but if you notice, there were some coordinates there. Looking it up reveals a forest in Germany. In 2016, somebody actually went to that spot and found a package that had a creepy doll photo, a bone, and a functioning iPod that had contained emails from the game's art director. The developers came forward to say that they actually outsourced that ending to someone else and were not totally aware of it and the ARG, and that they no longer have contact with the guy who was in charge of that. YouTuber Bears Gamer would then take the game's creators to another area and find another package with weird items and even weirder drawings. Afterwards, he'd go to an abandoned building nearby to find more things. Amongst some other cryptic stuff, they found a bag of bones alongside a foul smell, but they had to leave soon after as they kept hearing noises and what sounded like footsteps. During that time, the Facebook page would upload pictures related to what was being discovered publicly, such as the abandoned building. They would also go on to post more disturbing imagery, and after another package was found in France, they posted a video where someone was cutting off their own foot. Fake or not, people would report the page over that and it got taken down. At that point, the developers were done with all of this and distanced themselves from the ARG. Eventually, the page was brought back and more cryptic photos and videos were posted, including one where he seems to be pulling a hand out of a wall. All of this has led to tons of speculation on who is actually behind all of this. Is it actually the developers, or is something else going on here? As people theorize, could the end of this ARG actually lead to the location of a body? This mystery is many years old at this point, and the last update was in 2021, so for now, the only dead thing is the ARG as it's been left unresolved. Mario Kart Arcade GP photo. There are 3 unused JPEGs in the game's files. The first one is a multicolor strip, probably used to color test. The second is of some mascots from Expo 2005 in Aichi, Japan. Alright, a bit odd, but not that unusual. But then there's the last one. It's a picture from the Belslan school siege, a terrorist attack that occurred in North Ossetia, a republic of Russia. It's considered the deadliest terror attack in history as it involved 1,100 hostages and ended with 333 innocent deaths, 186 of them being children. Based on the image's data, it was modified mere days after this event. Whatever the reason for it being in the game, it's clear that it's wildly out of place given the tragic context behind it. Nun Massacre Scream. In this horror game, the nuns scream like this. There was a lot of speculation that this was actually taken from a real 911 call, where a woman named Ruth Price can be heard being attacked. There was a lot of debate online on whether or not this call was real or a hoax. It turned out to be real, but fortunately, she fought off her attacker and lived for another 14 years before she passed away from an illness. But her assailant has never been found. The audio itself has been used for emergency services training to show the mistakes the operator made. That purpose makes sense. Using it for a video game, however, is sorta questionable considering that it's real. Fortunately, that also isn't the case, as the developer has later revealed that a voice actor was brought in to recreate the screams from the 911 call. Kamataishi no Yoru 2. This Japanese game is a murder mystery sound novel. It's like a visual novel, but focusing on sound. Once you complete the game and replay it, you might stumble upon something truly bizarre. Seemingly at random, the game's background will turn into a mosaic pattern and you're asked to choose one of these 4 options. Curse, choose suffering, attention, or why do you die? It doesn't matter which you choose because the following will be random. There are 4 different types of events that could happen. For a quick second, a photograph of someone sitting at a beach can be seen. In another one, there will be black and blue waves in the background while a continuous beep plays. On this screen is seemingly nonsensical text that mentions Christ, lotion, and the repeating phrase, "There is no help for being cursed." This goes on for about a minute. Then there's one where a pulsating blue face zooms in and out as you get a whole monologue from what is revealed to be one of the game's developers. They essentially talk about their rough time making the game and how they could hear voices from the game's characters and even see their faces in real life. They were being haunted and mysteriously disappeared from the game's development team, but they were able to find their way back into the game in this form. And finally, we have the one where there's a flash of various morbidly violent imagery cycling through while a screeching sound plays. Some of the text on screen translates to, "This is that type of game," and "This too corrupts." But the most notable piece of text here is, since this is a game, the player doesn't care how many murders happen, because they're not real. The images themselves are fairly disturbing, as some, according to players, are stills taken from infamous Japanese snuff films. For each and every single one of these events, once it's over, the game will continue as normal. These cutscenes have never been addressed by the developers and will likely never know what their intentions were for these. The hidden story here remains a mystery, but I think it's safe to assume that these additions were made for the sole purpose of freaking out unsuspecting players. Half-Life 2 Trans 6. In the Half-Life 2 beta, there's an audio file named Trans 6 that was used in a training room. Allegedly, this was originally a recording from a Soviet cosmonaut trying to communicate how hot her ship was getting before it exploded. This would have been a recording from the Giudicia Cordiglia brothers, 2 Italian radio operators who would eavesdrop on the Soviets. With their recordings, they lent credence to the conspiracy that the Soviets would cover up cosmonaut deaths whenever something went wrong. This specific piece of audio was then taken by Valve and heavily distorted for the game. Let's take a listen. Fortunately, this myth seemed to have been debunked. First of all, the validity of the Giudica Cordiglia recordings have come into question many times before. But for this exact audio piece, it actually comes from the CoNet project, a CD set of recordings from radio stations. To be specific, it comes from the Ready Ready 15728 track.
15728.
Corpse01.mdl. In Half-Life 2, this corpse model is actually textured from a real burned corpse. The picture was taken from a medical book and was edited so that the one remaining eye on the real corpse was taken out for the game. The victim allegedly met his fate due to a run-in with the Mafia. This discovery was made about 20 years after the game's release, and players were not that surprised given how unsettling and realistic the model looked. Of course, the model has also been used in other games such as Gmod, and even the previously mentioned Dear Esther. Understandably, now knowing that the model essentially has real gore on it, a replacement mod has been made for people who don't want to see it anymore. Resident Evil has over 25 years of history, and we're going to be exploring the deepest, darkest depths of it all. This iceberg video starts up here with the more well-known entries. Then we head all the way down to the more generally obscure ones. This list is compiled from other icebergs and my own research, so I guarantee there's something on here you don't know. Spoiler warning for the entire series, but I'll put the symbol up for the big ones. So let's get started right at the top.
Resident Evil.
Biohazard is the name of the series in Japan. However, Capcom wouldn't have been able to trademark it in the United States since there was already another video game with that same name. As a result, they held a company-wide competition to take in ideas from employees. The winning title came from a designer at Capcom Digital Studios, which was the company's first US-based development team. The title Resident Evil was chosen because it was referencing the game's mansion setting, a mansion full of evil residents. It wasn't until 2017 that Capcom would use the original title in the US, albeit in the form of a tagline in Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Shinji Mikami is the man who started it all. He's the video game developer who laid the groundwork for the first Resident Evil, and has gone on to produce multiple sequels and spin-offs. On top of that, he's also known for leading other Capcom titles, such as Devil May Cry. He eventually left the company in 2006, and later on founded Tango Gameworks in 2010, which would create horror titles such as the Evil Within series and Ghostwire Tokyo, alongside others like Hi-Fi Rush. He eventually left his company as well in 2023, and in 2024, the studio he helped create was unfortunately shut down by Microsoft. Lady Dimitrescu is one of the four lords in Resident Evil 8 Village. Her and her three daughters are vampire-like beings that rule over Castle Dimitrescu and the surrounding areas. The reason she's up so high on this list is because people who have never played a Resident Evil game know who she is. After more and more teasers for Village was released, the internet fell more and more in love with her for a variety of reasons. It got to a point where the game's art director, Tomonori Takano, put out a statement thanking everyone for the overwhelmingly positive responses to this new character. He also specifically brings up her height, and confirms that if you include her hat and high heels, she's approximately 9'6". Movies. Resident Evil got its first live-action movie in 2002, and since then, there have been 7 total. The first 6 of them were produced by Paul W.S. Anderson, and despite them generally not being well received by both fans and critics, they were financial successes, pulling in over $1.2 billion and cementing its spot as one of the all-time highest-grossing horror film series. Then, in 2021, the live-action movies were rebooted with Resident Evil: Welcome to Raccoon City, which released to mixed opinions. As of this video, there's another film currently being produced titled The Umbrella Chronicles, which is the same title as one of the games. Netflix show. In 2022, Netflix released a Resident Evil series that had no connection with any of the live-action movies. They tried to do something completely new with an original story. However, it wasn't well received, so Netflix would cancel it a month after its premiere. Capcom's #1 title. Resident Evil is Capcom's highest selling franchise with over 150 plus million copies sold. More than half of total sales came after Resident Evil 7's release. With all that being said, it's no surprise that Resident Evil also holds the title of the highest grossing video game horror franchise of all time. Dead by Daylight is an asymmetric multiplayer game developed by Behavior Interactive. In 2021, it got a Resident Evil DLC chapter consisting of Nemesis as the killer and Leon Kennedy and Jill Valentine as survivors, alongside the Raccoon Police Department map. This map was almost a one-to-one recreation of the remake's map, which was cool to see, but didn't quite fit in with the game's playstyles, as players were often frustrated with all the dead ends on it. The design of the map would later on be changed and opened up as a result. Then, in 2022, the game got a second Resident Evil DLC chapter with Project W, bringing in Albert Wesker as killer and Ada Wong and Rebecca Chambers as survivors. This would be the first and only time that the game would get 2 chapters from the same franchise. There have also been multiple skins for other fan-favorite characters. Costumes. Throughout all of the Resident Evil games, you have the opportunity to unlock a wide range of different fun costumes for the characters to put on. The remakes specifically have really good options, as they also revive costumes from the classic games. There are also others that make references to the franchise, but we'll get to those later. Spin-offs. The franchise has a lot of spin-offs, some canon, some not. Even though there's spin-offs, certain ones have become fan favorites, such as Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica. Animated stories. The franchise has 4 feature-length animated movies, starting with Degeneration in 2008 and going up to 2023 with Death Island. There's also the 2021 Infinite Darkness series. All of these take place in the game's universe and are thus considered canon. George Romero is the director most famously known for Dawn of the Dead, which inspired Resident Evil's zombie theme. Capcom would actually bring him on to direct a live-action trailer for the game's sequel, Resident Evil 2. That trailer did so well that they even hired him to write and direct the first Resident Evil film. The script that he came up with was heavily inspired by the first game, and even from the original Japanese story notes and concepts of it. He also had an assistant play through the game multiple times and record it so he could watch the playthroughs. Unfortunately, the Constantin Films had rejected the script as it was deemed too violent. Their concern was that it would not have been able to be shown in theaters or on TV, especially in the production company's home country of Germany. After going through multiple scripts, they just couldn't make it work and Romero was fired. If you want to come up with your own opinion and imagine what if, Romero's scripts are available to read online. Flash forward to 2024, there's going to be a whole documentary surrounding this situation titled George A. Romero's Resident Evil, with narration by the original voice of Albert Wesker, Pablo Kuntz. Jill Sandwich refers to a line that Barry Burton says to Jill after she barely escapes being squished in the first Resident Evil game.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
This has become an iconic line and has been referenced in other Resident Evil games. Zero has it on a shirt for Rebecca. The Mercenaries Reunion mode from 5 has Barry's melee attack named Barry Sandwich. In 2's remake, this whiteboard can be found with Jill sandwiches on it, alongside a restaurant phone number. This exact writing is seen again in 7 on the bottom corner of maps. Revelations 2 mentions it in this scene.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah, I was almost a Claire sandwich.
Does Barry tell everyone that story?
Other games also reference it, such as the name of a restaurant in Dead Rising, and a scene in a DLC for FNAF Security Breach, when Cassie almost gets crushed by a falling elevator.
That was too close. I was almost a Cassie sandwich.
Master of Unlocking is another classic line that Barry tells Jill in the first Resident Evil.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the Master of Unlocking, take it with you.
He says this because she kind of is the Master of Unlocking, and she is able to get into more places in the mansion than Chris. Ever since this moment, it's been referenced multiple times, such as in 4's remake.
Pretty much a master of unlocking.
And it's also a popular achievement name in other games, both from the Resident Evil franchise and outside of it. 7 minutes is a line associated with Albert Wesker coming from his boss fight in Resident Evil 5.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Leon, help, refers to how many times players of the original Resident Evil 4 would hear Ashley crying out for them. It happened so frequently that it became an annoyance for many. Ada, wait, is a memorable set of quotes referring to all the times in the original Resident Evil 2 that Leon would call out to Ada.
Ada, wait! Ada, wait! Ada, wait! Ada! Ada!
Moonlight Sonata is an iconic recurring piece of classical music. As George Trevor wrote in his diary, it's Oswell E. Spencer's favorite piano song. It was first used in the 1996 game on a piano to open a door and used again for the remake. In 5's Lost in Nightmare DLC, there's a moment where Jill reminisces about last playing the song.
Moonlight Sonata. I remember the last time I played this.
After playing it, a room is revealed just like it in the original game. It could also be heard in Operation Raccoon City. Bingo? is a famous line that Leon says in Resident Evil 4, when all the villagers suddenly stop attacking him and leave after a bell rings.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
This line was brought back in the remake as well.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
What are you buying? Is a memorable line that the merchant says in Resident Evil 4.
What are you buying?
It's also been referenced in lots of other games.
Hey, check this out. What are you buying? Heard that in a game once.
Mousely is the name of Ashley portrayed as a mouse. It originated on Twitter with this art piece from Agrimora and quickly inspired other artists to draw her in this form. Leon Falling is a scene from the original Resident Evil 4 where Leon passes out dramatically after a boss fight. It's since been sped up and used as a reaction meme. Chris punching boulder refers to a scene from Resident Evil 5 where Chris, as it sounds like, punches a boulder so that Sheva could use it as a stepping stone. This is referenced again in Resident Evil 8 during the Heisenberg boss fight, where Chris lends a hand and prompts Heisenberg to say this.
Boulder punching asshole.
Chris posting is a type of meme where Chris aggressively wants Leon to date his sister Claire in order to continue the Redfield bloodline. This came from fans joking that Chris took steroids to get stronger and thus wouldn't be able to have children. So instead, he wants Leon and Claire to have kids to continue the family line. A part of this joke is that this was one of the reasons that Chris wants to kill Ada, so Leon would forget about her and get with Claire instead. Mods. Resident Evil has gotten a wide range of mods that have seeped into the franchise's meme culture. Let's go over some of the more popular ones. Leon's Tramp Stamp is a mod for the original Resident Evil 4 where Leon sports a crop top, thong, and tramp stamp. Once the remake came out, of course a mod was made for it as well. For the Resident Evil 2 remake, there's a mod that gives Mr. X his own very fitting chase music. DMX's X Gonna Give It To Ya. Of course I can't play that here, but you know how the song goes. And finally, Thomas the Tank Engine has always been a popular mod for gaming in general, and its presence has been made in Resident Evil, specifically in 2's remake, where he replaces Mr. X. Also, his music can be a remix version of the Thomas the Tank Engine theme with DMX's X Gonna Give It To Ya. Additionally, there's also a horrifying version of this Thomas mod for Lady Dimitrescu in Resident Evil 8. RPGs is on this list because throughout multiple points in the series, an RPG or rocket launcher is brought into play during a boss fight, usually during the last encounter. Shoot the water. In both the classic and remake versions of Resident Evil 4, if you go up to the lake area and repeatedly shoot at the water, Del Lago will come up to eat Leon. Resident Evil 4 Dog is a dog that you find trapped near the start of the game in the classic and remake versions. If you free them, they'll run off, but they'll come back later when you're fighting El Gigante to help out.
Hey, it's that dog.
Mercenaries is an extra game mode that's available in a good chunk of the franchise's games. You basically get to play as a wide range of characters, even villains, as you complete certain tasks such as getting the best fighting score within a certain amount of time. Tank controls are what the older games used to control the character. Unlike what we're used to now, which is moving around using the left analog stick, tank controls use these direction buttons to move the character based on the direction that they're facing. So it's useful for when the fixed camera is constantly changing, since you know that holding up means that the character will always move forward no matter where the camera is. HUNK stands for Human Unit Never Killed. He's an Umbrella soldier who is notorious for being cold and calculating, always completing his missions no matter the cost. As he would often be the last member of his squad alive, he got himself the nickname Grim Reaper. He appears in multiple different games, but most notably was the leader of the Alpha team, who was sent to Raccoon City to recover the G-Virus and William Birkin. However, Birkin pulled out a gun and got shot. As they head to the sewers to get extracted, they get attacked by a mutated Birkin who had injected himself with the G-Virus. Hunk would eventually be the last one left. This is where Resident Evil 2's 4th Survivor game mode comes in. Here, you play as Hunk as you try to escape the city with the last G-Virus sample. To this day, Hunk's true identity remains a secret, although we have seen his face before. He's also playable in the Mercenaries mode for various Resident Evil games. Tofu is a Resident Evil 2 character that's featured in the Tofu Survivor game mode. The model was originally used by the developers to test out collisions, and since it looked like a block of tofu, they thought it'd be funny if they used it to make a parody of Hunks for Survivor. What's funny about this is that Tofu mode is kind of more difficult since you would have to go through the whole run using only knives. In the remake, there are multiple different Tofu versions that could be unlocked, each with their own set of weapons and different voices. Tofu also only ever speaks in Japanese. Sadler's Throne. In both versions of Resident Evil 4, if you go into the throne room and up to Sadler's throne, Leon will sit on it and strike a pose, prompting the game to tell you, there's no time for resting. Inspiration. Resident Evil initially started out as a remake of the horror game Sweet Home, which was an adaptation of a Japanese horror film of the same name. Capcom, however, would lose the rights to the license, so they set out to create an original story led by Shinji Mikami. He carried over lots of elements from Sweet Home, such as the mansion setting, the limited item system, the types of puzzles, and even the door loading screens. Alone in the Dark is another game that would inspire Mikami, as this mansion set game lets you choose between two different characters and also has a fixed camera system. This is why Resident Evil has those elements. In fact, Mikami has even stated that if it wasn't for Alone in the Dark, then Resident Evil would have likely been a first-person shooter game. As for the horror setting, movies such as Dawn of the Dead and Zombie played a big part. However, in Zombie's case, it was because Mikami didn't like some of the story beats and action scenes. He thought to himself that if he had remade this movie, he would do things differently. Then, for the mansion setting, the team looked to the Shining's Overlook Hotel for the backgrounds. This wouldn't be the last time that the Shining's influence would be seen in the series. In Resident Evil 2, red rum is written on a board in a hallway. Also, Resident Evil 7's Jack Baker is based on Jack Torrance. Development. Resident Evil took 3 years to make, from 1993 to 1996. This wasn't common at the time, as most games took a year or two to complete. However, when Mikami started on it, he worked solo for the first 6 months before he got a small team from Capcom that would go on to grow as time went on. Mikami's past. Before Resident Evil, he joined Capcom in 1990 and worked on Disney games such as Who Framed Roger Rabbit on the Game Boy and Aladdin and Goof Troop for the SNES. Also, Sweet Home's game director, Tokuro Fujiwara, was his mentor and picked Mikami to lead the Sweet Home remake that would eventually become Resident Evil. Canon. Throughout the entirety of the games, the canon isn't exactly the straightest. That topic could be a whole entire other video, but I'll quickly explain why this is. Aside from smaller retcon details such as when exactly the Raccoon City Police Department was founded, some games tell multiple different stories depending on who you choose and what you do in that playthrough. Then there's the case of the remakes, changing the official story in different ways, such as Lisa Trevor's inclusion in the first remake. Save Room Theme is an iconic piece in gaming music history. In the middle of the intense combat and fight for survival, this music plays in the save room that just lets you know that here, you are safe. The music is actually sampled from the Two Burble and Pine track by David Tornai from Pandora's Toolbox, a CD of dark ambient soundscapes. This sample is used in other games like Devil May Cry, Silent Hill Origins, Monster Hunter, and in the 1997 horror film The Cube. I've seen online that Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Jack use it too, although I haven't been able to find the exact tracks that use them. It was also sampled by the band Korn at the end of their song 10 or 2 Way.
What are you buying?
VR. Resident Evil 4, 7, and 8 all have official VR modes, but only on certain PlayStation ports. You could also play the classic Resident Evil 4 on the Quest VR system. Luckily, there are also mods to be able to play these on PC too. Itchy Tasty comes from a file in the first game that's titled Keeper's Diary. It's written from the perspective of an Umbrella employee who, unbeknownst to them, is undergoing a T-virus infection. They talk about how they constantly feel itchy and how parts of their body are swelling and even falling off. As the entries go on, the level of coherence goes down. Fever gone, but itchy. Today hungry and eat doggy food. Itchy, itchy. Scott came. Ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. Itchy, tasty. In the original Japanese version, the Keeper's spiraling sanity is depicted even better since lots of Japanese writing rules are being broken and makes this descent more impactful. Unexpected hit is what Resident Evil turned out to be. Capcom and the game's producer, Tokaru Fujiwara, had faith in Mikami and his team, but they were unsure if horror games really can be successful in the video game market. Fujiwara himself thought that it would only sell 200,000 copies. As we know now, the game ended up selling several million and became one of the most successful PlayStation games. Not to mention how it went on to pave the way for survival horror and spawn the franchise we know and love today. Japanese dub. The first game released with English voice acting across the board, even for Japan. This is because, while Japanese voice actors were brought in to dub the game, Mikami wasn't impressed with their performance. In his words, they were discarded because they were really lame. It also wasn't until 2012's revelations that the games would start getting Japanese dubs. "We do it" is a line that was used in the Resident Evil 2 remake announcement video. Producer Yoshiaki Hirabayashi says that, "You've been telling us for years that you want Resident Evil to be remade and we haven't been able to make it happen. Until now." He then takes off his jacket to reveal a "We Do It" shirt. This was super exciting because fans weren't just getting a remaster like they were used to, this is a full-on remake. As such, the devs had to start the process from square one. So it made sense that he would say, "It may be some time before we could bring you an update on this project." That became an understatement as fans were kinda left in the dark for a while. A few years passed and there was still no official update. Fans thought that the worst had happened. The game was stuck in development hell and would eventually be cancelled. The famous t-shirt phrase would now be used to make jokes about how they aren't doing it. Luckily, the game turned out to be very real, and that phrase became immortalized in the game itself as Raccoon Police Department's official motto. Leon's driving refers to how many vehicles have crashed whenever Leon is the one behind the wheel. Camera bullet holes. In the classic Resident Evil 1 and 2, bullet holes will appear if you shoot at the screen. PS1 Trilogy refers to an ongoing campaign by fans to have the original 3 games re-released to be available to play on PC and modern consoles. Unless someone owns a copy of the game and the original console, the only way to currently play them is through emulation. Board games. There are multiple official board games from Steam Forged Games, all of which were successfully backed by the fans themselves as they used Kickstarter campaigns to produce these. Resident Evil 8 Menu. As you progress through the game, the main menu will change depending on which part of the story you're on. Ethan's hand. Throughout the events of Resident Evil 7 and 8, a lot of stuff happens to Ethan's body, mostly to his hands. But he just seems to heal up and move on like nothing happened. His amputated hands and feet get put back together easy peasy, as if he was made out of Legos. As much as this pushes the video game character extreme healing trope, there's an explanation here that's being foreshadowed. It's revealed later on in Resident Evil 8 that Ethan actually died at the start of the 7th game. That's when he became infected with the mold and why he's been able to heal so miraculously. Others knew this and would drop lines hinting at it, such as the old hag.
"How can a man be almost dead?"
And when Lady Dimitrescu takes a sip of his blood, she says,
Starting to go a little stale. Then let's devour his man flesh quickly, Mother.
Resident Evil 5 is racist was a controversy that started when the first trailer for the game was shown. Critics took issue with the scene of Chris, a white man going into a poor African village and killing off its residents, even if they were infected and attacking him. As more info was released about the game, a more diverse cast of enemies was revealed, as well as the other main playable character, Sheva Olimar. However, there were accusations that these were late additions made and Capcom was trying to disregard the controversy, but this was not the case, as game development takes a long time and all these elements were finished prior to the first trailer's release. This controversy caught Capcom by surprise, as producer Jun Takeuchi would state that his team actually went to Africa to conduct research for the game, and that different pieces of pop culture inspired the setting and its people, such as Indiana Jones. Although, this was another complaint, that the game depicts a Hollywood style of what Africa looks like. Then there was this review on Eurogamer, which states that there's a cutscene of a white blonde woman being dragged off, screaming, by black men. It plays so blatantly into the old cliches of the dangerous dark continent and the primitive lust of its inhabitants that you'd swear the game was written in the 1920s. Let's take a quick look at that scene.
Help! Somebody help me!
As you can see, this review doesn't exactly match up with the actual scene, but nonetheless, it caused enough of a stir that the game was put on the radar of the British Board of Film Classification, who have the responsibility of rating and censoring media in the UK. After examining it, they concluded that the scene and the rest of the game wasn't an issue. Either way, this whole controversy has had a lasting impact at Capcom, as their PR team was given more reach, especially early on in development, to avoid something like this from happening again. End credits warning. In Resident Evil 4's end credits, there's this piece of text that says, "This game is protected under the laws of the Raccoon Police Department. Unauthorized duplication, distribution, or exhibition may result in a civil liability and criminal prosecution by an appropriate STARS member and then some." Voice actors stream. The modern voice actors for Resident Evil are no strangers to streaming. Specifically, Nick Apostolidis and Nicole Tompkins, who voice and mocap Leon Kennedy and Jill Valentine. Nick and Nicole played the games and added commentary from their experiences during development, while also bringing on other cast members from time to time.
I just kicked Ashley. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Oh my god.
Can you kick Ashley?
Bullying me today.
Rebecca's photo. In Resident Evil 2, if you check Wesker's desk exactly 50 times, you'll get a film item. If you take it to the darkroom, you get it developed and discover that it's a photo of Rebecca in sportswear. This roll of film is also able to be found in the remake, but you only need to check the desk once. This is what you get once it's developed. Fun fact about this version is that it actually comes from a Resident Evil 0 render, and that's why the pose seems kind of awkward here. But back to the matter at hand, why was this in Wesker's desk? Fans have come to the conclusion that he's just a secret creep, but that doesn't make a lot of sense considering that the photo wasn't developed. And Wesker is, you know, Wesker. Goal-oriented, cold, and uncaring. The more likely scenario here is that it must have been a photo for publicity. Rebecca was only 18 and yet had already accomplished a lot before she got recruited. The photo could have been part of an interview or press release of some sort to highlight the new RPD member. Or maybe everybody was out playing basketball and Rebecca asked Wesker to take a photo of her, and he would do it to play along. But once he was back alone, he just discarded the film in his desk, probably thinking that it was a waste of film. Resident Evil 6 logo has something that once you see, you can't unsee it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe it's for the best, but it involves a giraffe and a woman. Enhanced ammo. In the original Resident Evil 3, if you repeatedly mix gunpowder, you unlock enhanced ammo for either your pistol or shotgun. As it sounds, the ammo is considerably stronger than the regular version. Resident Evil 7 Demo Ghost. In this demo, you see a ghost girl appear throughout. This caused fans to think that the series was taking a supernatural turn. Once the game came out, this character, this ghost, was nowhere to be found. As it turns out, she's actually Remy Baker, who at one point in development was supposed to be the daughter character that would be the main villain of the story. The developers included her in the demo as a cameo and possibly also to keep Evelyn a secret, as the released press documents also still had Remy as a character. Kitchen. It's a short PlayStation VR tech demo for Resident Evil 7 that was made to show off how scary the base game would be, and how well horror works in a VR environment. Chronologically, it takes place before the game's main demo, and the story continues in the banned footage DLC. Coffee Table Loop. This is more of a fun entry, but you could actually loop Lady Dimitrescu around a table. She never actually runs after you, so you could spend a bunch of time here just going in circles. Duke and the Merchant are old friends based on what he says here.
What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
Ashley crying. In Resident Evil 4's DLC Separate Ways, if you go to the top of the church, you could hear Ashley crying inside as she hasn't been rescued by Leon yet. Books. Resident Evil has quite a few novelizations, most notably the S.D. Perry books. They follow the events of the games, but there are also some original stories there. All of the books, however, are not considered canon, as the timelines don't match up with the official current Resident Evil timeline. And also some characters are portrayed differently, such as Wesker being an all-around creep. In addition, there are also new characters created entirely for the series, such as Dick Valentine, a renowned skilled thief and also Jill's father who taught her everything he knows. Comics. The franchise also has a bunch of comics published by Wildstorm Comics. Just like the novelizations, there are some that follow the games and others that are original stories. They're also mostly not canon, but one of them does serve as a prequel to Resident Evil 5. Trading cards. Speaking of Wildstorm, in 1999, they issued official Resident Evil 2 trading cards for people to collect. Some depicted character models, while others had scenes from the game. There was also a card that was designed by comic book artist Jim Lee. World Records. Resident Evil has won multiple Guinness World Records, ranging from best-selling survival horror game series to most live-action movie sequels, but it also has the record for the worst dialogue in a video game. That's specifically for the first game's famous Master of Unlocking line.
It might be handy if you, the Master of Unlocking, take it with you.
Hall of Fame. In 2024, Resident Evil was officially inducted into the Strong Museum's Video Game Hall of Fame. This museum is revered for recognizing the most prolific, influential games and making exhibits out of them, even having playable versions there for visitors to try. It may have taken a while, but we could all agree that Resident Evil has definitely at this point earned its spot here. Resident Evil 1.5 is the name of the original prototype for Resident Evil 2. It was set to release in March of 1997, and even had trailers for it. However, even though most of it was completed, it was scrapped. This is because it didn't match up with the team's expectations, and so they thought it would be better to start all over, which meant both delaying the game by a whole year and also risking cancellation if Capcom decided too much money had been spent on it. There were quite a few changes from the final product, the biggest one being the character of Elsa Walker, who would eventually become Claire Redfield. Although, even before that, she started with a different name, Rachel Speyer, sister of Star's marksman turned zombie, Forrest Speyer. But obviously, that was scrapped early on. Elsa was a motorcycle racer who arrived in the city to go to college at the same time that the outbreak occurred. Once inside the police station, she would meet John after he locks himself in a cell for his protection. He would later on become Robert Kendo, the gun store owner. There's also Roy, an injured, infected officer who gives you the keys to free John, and when you come back to him, he's turned into a zombie and begs to be put down. Sherry basically has the same role, with her father William constantly pursuing her. As for Leon's story, he was already an officer there when the outbreak began. Marvin was supposed to have a much bigger role as he would be active all throughout the game. Ada relatively stayed the same as a double agent, but here she was Dr. Wong, an Umbrella scientist. Earlier in her development, she went by the name Linda. Annette Birkin was a non-Umbrella scientist trying to find Sherry, but her concept art indicated that she would be infected with the G-Virus and mutate just like her husband did. Chief Irons was actually supposed to be a supporting character that would help you out. Zombies were more aggressive as they'd be able to crawl and even climb up you and other obstacles. In this version, there were also zombie apes and man spiders that you'd have to fight off. Capcom actually referenced 1.5 in Second's remake, giving Claire an Elsa Walker outfit. Fortnite. There are multiple Resident Evil characters you could play as in the game, starting with Jill and Chris. Unfortunately though, the store to purchase characters rotates its selection regularly, but at the time of this recording, it's been over a year since any Resident Evil character was available to buy. Fighting games. Resident Evil characters are part of the roster of multiple Marvel vs. Capcom games, where, as it sounds, the familiar faces of both franchises go at it. But they also have story modes that lead to interactions, like Spider-Man and Chris Redfield teaming up before a nemesis fight. Additionally, Street Fighter V had a few Resident Evil costumes available for its fighters.
Hey, is this some kind of joke?
Breaking Bad. In the opening of the series' second episode of Season 4, Skinny Pete and Badger are debating what the best zombie game ever is.
No, man. Resident Evil 4 takes it by a long shot.
Years later, in the Resident Evil Vendetta movie, Chris comments about how his squad isn't talking about Breaking Bad for once.
Hey, I just realized DC and Damien aren't talking about Breaking Bad for once. Hey, don't go there, Chris.
Yo, that shit's ahead of its time.
It's a goddamn masterpiece.
Resident Evil 3.5 refers to early Resident Evil 4 builds, some of which were even shown in trailers. These builds are known by different names as time went on and the game changed. In the castle build, Leon explores a castle to get to Umbrella HQ, all while fighting off a dark fog monster that infects him with the progenitor virus and hunts him down. There would have been an airship segment as well. Additionally, Wesker would have been heavily involved as the story was supposed to be a continuation of Code Veronica. Then came the Hallucination build, where the series took a more supernatural setting. This includes a Hookman that would emerge from paintings to attack Leon. According to Capcom writer Yasuhisa Kawamura, the supernatural themes of the earlier builds of Resident Evil 4 were inspired by the movie Jacob's Ladder, which also went on to inspire the Silent Hill franchise. The bathroom hallucination scene from the Steven Spielberg movie Lost Souls also played a part in the process, as he would end up showing this scene to the team so the game could have a similar feel. The project's first director, Hiroshi Shibata, also wanted the feeling of mogaki to be woven into the gameplay. Mogaki is a Japanese word meaning a situation in which you try to wriggle with your whole body in fear, but cannot escape. Everything shown in these trailers would end up getting scrapped, as the team decided to go a different direction halfway through development. Afterwards, they considered going back to their zombie roots with the zombie build. They came up with a zombie-like enemy called Dabamen, but this idea didn't get far, as there wasn't even a single piece of concept art made for this version. The Dabamens would however go on to become the Ganados in the final version. After the zombie build, the responsibility of development was passed over to a new team, led by Shinji Mikami himself. Biohazard 4 poster. In the original Resident Evil 3, there's a teaser for the next installment in the franchise in the form of a movie poster and billboard outside the theater. I will cut my head off. In 2002, Mikami gave an interview discussing the upcoming Resident Evil 4 game, which was set to release only on GameCube. In fact, he said, Resident Evil 4 will definitely release only on GameCube. If it comes to another console, I will cut my head off. The game was released in early 2005, but it would get a PlayStation 2 port later that year. In fact, Resident Evil 4 has had a total of 14 different ports after its initial GameCube release. This would actually be referenced in Mikami's next game, God Hand, as a chihuahua you could bet on in the Chihuahua racetrack. Resident Evil 4 Chainsaw Controller was a special controller made by Newbie Tech, who are known to create some quirky looking peripherals. There were two versions made, a yellow for GameCube and a red for PlayStation 2. They were modeled after the chainsaws seen in the game and even initially had sound chips in them to make sounds, although that was scrapped prior to their release. As neat as it is, it's often criticized for how clunky it is to play with. These were a limited release, so if you want to get your hands on one, it'll put you back a few hundred online. Mr. X's name. He's actually never been officially called Mr. X in the games. He's just known as the Tyrant there, as that's the type of mutated bioweapon he is. The first instances of Mr. X is from the Resident Evil 2 Survivor Guide, where he was likely named this to avoid spoiling the appearance of a tyrant in the game. It also appeared in an SD Perry book, and on the cover of his promotional action figures. Fast forward to the remake, that's when the official Resident Evil Twitter account refers to him as Mr. X. Nemesis in demo. In the demo for 2's remake, if you go to this outside area, you could hear Nemesis say, as this was just the demo, it was a teaser to get fans excited for the subsequent remake that Nemesis appears in. Queen references. Resident Evil has a considerable amount of references to the band, mostly to their songs. Made in Heaven is on a bunch of different pieces of clothing, even on Claire's default outfit in Resident Evil 2. In its remake, that reference is also on her motorcycle license plate. She also has a jacket for Let Me Live. In Zero, Billy has a stylized tattoo of Mother Love. Skull Stalker is a series of fictional movies whose posters can be seen in Raccoon City. The character bears a resemblance to Terminator's T-800 and Alien Xenomorphs. Resident Sleeper is a popular Twitch emote that came about after streamer Oddler, who was playing through multiple Resident Evil games as part of a 72-hour stream attempt, fell asleep. This was in 2012, and this face became a global Twitch emote after the website's community voted on it. Tyrant limiters. Tyrants such as Mr. X wear limiters to prevent them from mutating, which would potentially jeopardize their task. In this case, his limiter is the coat. It ends up getting burned off. This causes him to start acting less methodical and more like a regular, violent tyrant. Ashley doesn't care. In the original Resident Evil 4, Ashley doesn't react at all to seeing Luis dead on the floor, even though she was trapped in the same room that he died in. That remake remedies this by having her determined to not let his death be in vain.
For Luis.
Fixed Camera Ashley. The fixed camera gameplay that early Resident Evil was known for came back in Resident Evil 4 during the segment where you play as Ashley, and for some reason, only if you were playing it on a copy sold in Japan. Leon is the Merchant. In the original Resident Evil 4, Paul Mercier voices both Leon and the Merchant. Although the two characters don't really hold a conversation, it is interesting to think about how you go from hearing Mercier as Leon to Merchant and back again. Merchant concepts. In Resident Evil 5, there was supposed to be a merchant-like character similar to the 4th games. You also had the option to steal from him. And then for 6, Leon had a bunch of concept art for his Mercenaries mode costumes, one of which had him have the merchant strapped to his back. Throwing eggs. In the Resident Evil 4 remake, certain characters will have voice lines if you throw eggs at them.
You're serious right now? Hey, is this some kind of joke? Oi! Oi! Oi!
You... What? Really?
Old house. In Resident Evil 7, the old house that Marguerite bunkers down in was once on solid ground, but it had flooded from a hurricane. It never got repaired, as the Bakers would meet Evelyn not long after the storm. Mansion inspiration. When the Resident Evil developers needed a horror background, they decided on a European-style house because that was the creepiest option. As Tatsuya Minami, the senior manager of product planning, put it, "I've been to America and England many times, where I visited stately homes in the country and actually felt quite frightened." They also looked towards European ghost stories for inspiration as well. New engine. Resident Evil 7 was the first game in the series since 4 to use a new engine. The team felt that it was time for a big internal upgrade since games were getting bigger and it would help both reduce development time and support modern graphics. Leon was hungover. In the original Resident Evil 2, Leon had broken up with his girlfriend the night before his first day of work and drank a ton. As such, he ended up oversleeping and was late to his first day. The remake changed this by him being told not to come in on what was supposed to be his first day 2 weeks prior due to something going on in the town. After not hearing from them after that, he goes because he feels like something is wrong and wants to help. Scrapped Ganados. There are a considerable number of designs for them that were rejected. Let's take a look at some of the more notable ones. The armored Ganado was exactly how it sounds. What's interesting about this one is that it was actually fused with another scrap design, the Assassin Bearclaw Man. These two would be put together to get the Garador. There was also the Arcanist, a being with multiple heads and a tentacle that could spray gas. And then there's Super Dynamite Man, who wears a vest full of dynamite and has 2 sticks of them on his head that he would light before charging at the enemy. Ganado Jacket. In Resident Evil 4, Leon loses his jacket after the first chapter. When you play as Ada in the Separate Ways DLC, you can find a Ganado wearing it. In the remake, there's a challenge called Jacket of All Trades that has you go and retrieve it for the merchant in exchange for a reward. Knifing Krauser refers to the original Resident Evil 4's final boss fight, where you have to shoot at a mutated Krauser while avoiding his attacks, and you have to do that within 3 minutes. However, this fight could be so incredibly easy and finished quickly. All you have to do is simply go at him with your knife. Resident Evil 4 PC port. In 2007, Ubisoft released the PC version of the game. However, the port was based off of the PS2 version and not the original GameCube version. The PS2 one had enough issues as is, and porting it to PC caused even more. The game didn't have any of the original lighting. It was visually of lower quality and had lots of bugs, crashes, and frame rate issues. It also doesn't accommodate PC and mouse controls, even in the UI. It wasn't until 2014's Ultimate HD Edition release that PC players could properly play the game. Soft reboot. Due to the lackluster performance of Resident Evil 6, Capcom knew they needed to go in a different direction. They went back to their roots of survival horror for 7 and breathed new life into the franchise. As such, it's considered to be a soft reboot for the series, even though it does continue the story. However, the final game could have been way different, as early on, there were plans to make it a multiplayer live service game filled with microtransactions. Luckily, the development team wasn't confident about it, as they had no clue how to effectively go about that idea. Resident Evil 7 bugs were based off of actual bugs that the team saw when they were exploring abandoned homes in Louisiana. They were grossed out by them when they were small, so since they're bigger for the game, they were designed paler to make them less repulsive. Jill's portrait that was shown in the Resident Evil 3 inventory menu is different at the E3 showing of the game compared to the final release version. Gelser and Dewey are 2 scrap characters from the first Resident Evil. Heinrich Gelser was a cyborg character that would act as the team's heavy weapons specialist. In fact, early on in development, the whole cast was supposed to be made up of cyborgs. The futuristic idea was of course left behind, and so was Gelser. Edward Ed Dewey was also supposed to be part of the STARS team and was intended to be the comedy relief character that would add humor throughout the story. Original names. The characters in the original Resident Evil went through lots of changes, so let's review the main cast. The original idea was for there to be a single character that the player could play and even name. From that idea, Beamer Mercurio was born. Then Marky Urio. Then Marcurio. And then finally, Chris Redfield. The player was also planned to have a partner who would then go on to be named Jill Morrison, later Jill Valentine, as a playable character. Yuno was planned to be Beamer's co-pilot that would have been killed off early in the story, but would fortunately then go on to be named Matilda. And then finally, Rebecca Chambers. Then, the role of Heinrich Gelser would be filled by Barry Burton. And the team captain would go from Hustler to Albert Wesker. Ski tricks. In both versions of Resident Evil 4, if you press the right buttons, you're able to do a few sick tricks with the jet ski whenever you fly off a ramp. Resident Evil 4 saved Resident Evil. When the game was in development, Capcom had planned for it to be the last one in the franchise. This was because they thought that public interest was dwindling and that it wouldn't do well as previous titles. Once it was released, the game was universally praised and sold incredibly well, thus leading to Capcom investing more in the franchise. Leon the Professional is a 1994 movie that inspired, as you could guess, the character of Leon Kennedy. The main character, Leon, is a hitman who is well versed in an assortment of weaponry. In Resident Evil 4, the highest difficulty you could play is called Professional Mode. In the remake, you can unlock these round sunglasses so that Leon could look more like movie Leon. Then there's his signature gun, the Matilda, named after Natalie Portman's character in the movie Matilda. Also, in the Resident Evil 2 remake, that's what's on his license plate. La Femme Nikita is what inspired the character of Ada Wong, as they're both assassin spies that work for shadowy organizations. They also both only set aside orders if it involves their feelings for a special someone. Furthermore, the Separate Ways DLC title screen pays tribute to the movie's poster. Leon never met Wesker refers to the fact that Leon, a pivotal main character of the series, has never officially crossed paths with Albert Wesker, one of the biggest antagonists in the franchise. Reload animations. In both versions of Resident Evil 4, if you have the Mafia costume on, you could get special reload animations for the Chicago typewriter and the hand cannon. Typewriter appearance. In classic Resident Evil 4, the Chicago typewriter will change depending on how it's used. If it's equipped alongside the Mafia costume, or if Ada is using it, it'll have a foregrip and an ammo drum instead of a magazine. Resident Evil 4 gun references. The Killer 7 Magnum is named after the Capcom action shooter game of the same name. The logo for it is even branded on the side. The gun itself is also based on the AMT Hardballer that was used in the Terminator movie. Then there's the Broken Butterfly Gun, whose description references a line from Sudden Impact, where a similar gun is used.
Go ahead. Make my day.
Silencer is a Resident Evil 4 handgun attachment that's only available when you play as Wesker in Mercenaries mode. However, it seems like this attachment was also supposed to be used by Leon in the main campaign. There are two scrap silencers in the code, one for handguns and another for TMP submachine guns. Resident Evil cover. Who is this man here on the US cover of the game? A lot of people assume it's a roughed up Chris Redfield due to the similar look and clothing. However, according to the artist behind it, the man on the cover is supposed to be just some guy that fits in with the intense atmosphere of the game. This is because at the time that he was hired to make it, it was still kind of early on, so he wasn't given specifics for the cover, as not even the developers knew exactly which characters would make the final cut. Also, he's making two different emotions, fear and anger. Censorship. Resident Evil is a relatively violent game. As such, it makes sense that it would end up being censored in certain parts of the world. There are a lot, and I mean a lot, of regional changes, so let's go over the more notable ones. In Resident Evil, for the US and European market, the live action scenes that play at the start of the game are largely cut, as certain parts like the dead bodies, the gore, and Chris smoking had to be removed. The full uncensored version is there on Virgin Interactive's PC port of the game, and apparently also on certain regional console ports. Also, the head roll from when you find the first zombie is cut as well. For pretty much all of the Resident Evil franchise in Japan, violent deaths are made less gruesome and game over animations cut out before the gore. That was especially the case for anything involving dismemberment or decapitations, such as in Resident Evil 7 where, for them, the snake key just so happens to be besides the corpse, while other regions made the player put their hand through the neck to get it. For German audiences on certain platforms, Resident Evil 2 and 3 had gray and green blood with the death animations also being cut off. In 3, the defeated zombie bodies on the floor would also disappear. The Mercenaries mode here was extra difficult because killing zombies didn't add any extra time. This censorship comes from not wanting to reward the player for killing. This made it impossible to progress and get infinite ammo. There was also the case of Resident Evil 4's Oven Man, a jump scare that happens in Chapter 5.1. It was later removed in this region over potential links to the Holocaust. Lastly, in places outside of Japan for Resident Evil Outbreak File Number 2, they took out all forms of smoking. There was a tobacco advertisement collectible that was switched out to a cigarette warning instead.
RPD dispatch, this is 153. I'm trapped in North Garden with 3 civilians.
DBD Scream. In Village, when you enter this room, you hear this. That scream is Meg's scream from the Dead by Daylight console trailer. RPD Bathrooms refers to the fact that in the original Resident Evil 2, there are absolutely no bathrooms anywhere on the map. Nosferatu Deaths. In this Code Veronica boss battle, there are 2 special ways to defeat Nosferatu. If you use the sniper rifle and repeatedly shoot at the center of his chest at just the right spot, it only takes a few hits to bring him down and a special cutscene will play. The other way is if you defeat him using only your knife. Blood Messages. Resident Evil was supposed to have writing written in blood on the walls throughout the mansion. In the trial version, there's just this one here. But other planned messages included, "For God's sake, get out," a reference to Sweet Home. If the game had kept these, it would have been one of the first games to use this type of environmental storytelling. Half-Life would go on to do this 2 years later and popularize the format. US difficulty. In the United States, renting games was very popular in the 90s, so for the first 3 Resident Evil games, their difficulty level was increased. The intention was for American players to struggle so much that they couldn't finish the games by renting them. They had to buy them to properly spend enough time playing. In Japan, a USA mode was included in future releases of Resident Evil 2 as an extra challenge. Ashley Upskirt. In Resident Evil 4, it's possible to look up Ashley's skirt. If so, she'll cover up and call you out for it.
Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, you pervert!
It could also happen during cutscenes. As for the remake, if you try to do this by moving the camera down, she'll cross her legs and give you a look. Haunting Ground is a survival horror game produced by Capcom that started off with Resident Evil ties. Its script is based off of the castle script from Resident Evil 4's development, as the game takes place in one that you have to explore to make it out alive. Also, Huey the dog bears a striking resemblance to the dog in Resident Evil 4. In fact, both dogs are first found trapped, and when they're freed, they come back to help you. Devil May Cry is a hit action series in its own right, but it actually started off as a Resident Evil 4 prototype. It was the very first version of the game, where the developers wanted to implement a faster and more intense combat system. What ended up happening is that it would become too fast and too intense for the Resident Evil franchise. So Shinji Mikami encouraged the entire team, including its director, Hideki Kamiya, to just make it a separate new game. The lead character at the time was known as Tony Redgrave, a police officer who was also the son of Dr. Oswald E. Spencer. Tony would go on to become the devil hunter Dante, who lives in Redgrave City. Dead Space. The developers of the game have gone on record to highlight how much Resident Evil 4 inspired their game. Originally, it was supposed to be completely different, as they were intending on producing the 3rd installment of System Shock with an emphasis on survival horror. However, the developers were so amazed by Resident Evil 4 that it made them rethink their plans, and thus they leaned way more into the horror aspect to create an entirely new game, Dead Space. As they put it, it's pretty obvious when you play Dead Space to look at it and go, yeah, it's almost like they decided to make Resident Evil 4 in space, which is exactly what we were doing. Director commentary streams. Aside from the actors, the directors have also been involved in streamed events. On Carcinogen SDA's channel, both the original Resident Evil 2 and 3 directors have been on as they provide commentary and share stories about the development of their respective games. Although not a stream, IGN also had the Resident Evil 2 remake directors and promotions producer react to a 49-minute speedrun of the game they worked on. Jill is French-Japanese. According to Computer and Video Games, issue 170, Jill is apparently half French and half Japanese. Also, this is beside the point, but it's funny that not only is their name spelled wrong, but Chris and Rebecca's pictures are also in the wrong places. Didman Glitch refers to a glitch that you could activate in Resident Evil 4, named after the GameFAQs forum user that posted about it. By equipping the striker's shotgun, aiming, and quickly going back into the inventory to change weapons, you're able to move 3 times faster. Not only is this useful for getting around, but it could also be used to break the boundaries of the game and even skip whole entire sections of the story, thus becoming commonplace in the speedrunning community. This glitch is also referenced in the remake, where equipping the striker charm grants you 8% more running speed. Minecart skip is a series of steps that you have to perform once you get into a minecart, and if done right, it glitches you out of it and the whole entire section can be skipped, as you can go straight for the next key item. Hang on sweetheart is another famous glitch. Before you get on the jet ski, if the Didman glitch is active beforehand, this happens.
Hang on, sweetheart.
Welcome Leon refers to a misprint on a poster in Resident Evil 2. Welcome has 2 L's. This is referenced in the remake as well, where under the sign, there's an extra L on the desk. Smash Ultimate. Resident Evil made its Super Smash Bros. Debut in November 2019 as Spirits, a type of upgradable collectible. During this event, you could fight up against enemies that are possessed by these spirits. Chris takes on the form of Snake, another military man who has a focus on ranged abilities. Richter spawns shortly after the match starts to help out Snake. This is a reference to Chris's Resident Evil 6 partner, Pierce Nivens. The 4-side map was chosen because it's a city background, similar to 6's China setting. Also, Snake has a Franklin badge item to represent Chris's stars and BSAA badge. Leon's fight has him using Fox on Gerudo Valley, which has a likeness to the village in Resident Evil 4. But before you can fight him, you have to get through a bunch of villagers who also walk slowly, just like the Ganado villagers. Wesker uses Captain Falcon, probably because of how his visor could represent Wesker's sunglasses. He could also turn into metal once he's been damaged enough, alluding to how Wesker could transform his body. The map is Norfair because the Resident Evil 5 Wesker battle takes place in an active volcano. And finally, Jill's spirit uses a ray gun equipped Wii trainer on the Luigi's Mansion map for obvious reasons. But during the match, a giant Ganondorf will spawn in and go after you as a stand-in for Nemesis. Rainbow Six Siege got 2 collaboration sets with Resident Evil, a Jill and Leon set. They bring in their uniforms alongside unique animations, charms, and weapon skins. Dead Rising 4. In the Capcom Heroes mode, you can unlock Jill's costume, which unfortunately does not help you become a master of unlocking. But it does grant you special abilities, such as Jill's signature gun, a grenade, and a rocket launcher. Capcom Easter eggs. The Resident Evil 3 remake has some obvious ones, like the Mega Man action figure, which seems to be based on the infamous American cover for the original game. There's also this reference during the opening of Morrigan from Dark Stalkers. Then there are more obscure ones, such as building signs. Big Wave is from the Mega Man Star Force DS game, and Eagle's Pet Shop references the Street Fighter character Eagle. The Aruka sign in Resident Evil 2 is Street Fighter's Sakura spelled backwards. Dead Rising's Frank West is also seen as joke text on flyers, Frank East. In the original Resident Evil 3, there are a few references to Dino Crisis, another game that Shinji Mikami worked on. In the hospital, there's a poster of the game cover. Resident Evil Survivor has another poster for the game. Jill also has a costume of Regina, the main character of the series. In 7, you can find copies of this book laying around, Fighting Street, referencing Capcom's famous title, Street Fighter. Figurine callbacks. In the Resident Evil 5 Extra Figures DLC, if you go to Rebecca and Barry's, they'll say some lines they said in the first game.
I have this.
I'm Rebecca. Oh no!
Resident Evil 6 Merchant Line. When you reunite with Helena, Leon says,
"Welcome back, stranger."
"You want stars?" refers to a line that Jill says in the Resident Evil 3 remake when getting chased by Nemesis.
Come on, you creepy ass stalker! You want stars? I'll give you stars!
The inclusion of this line at the start of this chase is criticized because in the original game, she says it at the end when Nemesis is defeated.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
Shirt contest. To promote Resident Evil Zero's HD remaster, Capcom held an online contest to design shirts that would appear in the game. They got lots of submissions, of course, but here are the 3 winning shirts that ended up getting in. GameCubes. In the Resident Evil remake, the MO disc readers were changed from a white fax-like machine to a black box resembling a GameCube console. Game Boy port. Capcom originally had planned to have the original Resident Evil brought over to the Game Boy Color. It was set to release in 1999, but HotGen Studios, the company hired to create the port, repeatedly delayed the game due to issues in its development. HotGen apparently wanted to make the game as close as possible to the main version, which, as you could expect, would have been a very difficult and demanding task. The constant delays would end up causing the whole project to just get cancelled. Resident Evil Gaiden was the Resident Evil title that Capcom ended up investing in after the Game Boy port's cancellation. This non-canonical spin-off was developed by M4 Limited, with Shinji Mikami himself advising the team. The story was also made by Hiroki Kato, Code Veronica's director. In this game, you play as Barry Burton as you try to track down a missing Leon and also try to take down another one of Umbrella's schemes. What's interesting about this game is that, due to the technical restraints of the handheld, combat shooting was in the form of skill checks. Early Bell. In the Resident Evil 4 remake, if you shoot at the church bell at the beginning of the game, that activates the cutscene where the villagers stop fighting you and head to the church. Original Bakers. Resident Evil's family could have turned out way differently. We already talked about the ghost daughter, Remy, earlier, so let's take a look at what else we could have gotten. There were originally more family members, such as this set of bald twins wearing the same clothes. Them, alongside others, were cut pretty early on, so not much is known of what their role might have been. Then there's Diane, the family dog that would have been at the family dinner table and would have helped the Bakers track you down. Resident Evil 7 Mansion Connection. There's a file named Renovation Contract that reveals Trevor and Chamberlain Construction was the company that renovated the Baker home, specifically making the shadow-activated doorways. We know that George Trevor designed the Spencer Mansion, one with a bunch of hidden doors, so this is likely his company.
Who builds this shit?
There's also a framed photograph of the Arklay Mountains, where the mansion is located. Resident Evil 7 Evil Dead. There are multiple references to the Evil Dead movie in the game. First off, the car that Ethan drives at the start looks an awful lot like the car from the Evil Dead series. When you go to inspect the Sewer Gators van, there's a book with "Join Us" written on the back. That's what the demons chant in the film. During the Jack Baker boss fight, once he gets the chainsaw scissors, he says,
Groovy. Gotta start groovy.
Referencing Ash Williams' iconic line.
Groovy.
Talisman. The one scene at the start of 7 is designed in a way to foreshadow the upcoming story that's based on mold, bacteria, and cells. Scary Door. Refers to a door that, once opened, this happens. In the first game and here, you see these doors open and you're safe doing it until this moment. If you go back to try to open it again, it says that it's too dangerous. This is also referenced in the remake, where if you go to the boiler room, 2 zombies will burst out of the door towards you. Medieval Witches. Early on in development, the team had considered splitting Village's story up by having players play through both the present and the past, specifically in medieval times. They had also wanted the village to be full of hundreds of witches, but they had no way of really making that work, so to keep the witch theme in, they instead opted for Lady Dimitrescu and her daughters. However, even that looked different than how we know them now. Originally, instead of 3, there was supposed to be, quote, dozens upon dozens of sisters inhabiting the castle, all of them hunting down Ethan. They ended up cutting it to just 3 because it was easier for the story. Mother Miranda concept. She went through a few transformations until she got to where she ended up. There was an idea for her to be a man that would have influence over the village and would have later turned into some sort of flying dragon for a battle. This was scrapped and the dragon concept was transferred over to Lady Dimitrescu. Her other version was one where she was a researcher that was trying to figure out the sickness that had befallen the town. In this version, the old hag would have been the village leader. Four Lords concept. Much like Mother Miranda, the Four Lords started out differently. Heisenberg wasn't supposed to be a single man, but rather a whole family. There would have been a set of twins that would experiment on their sick mother, hence her exposed brain in the concept art. And then there's the father, who Ethan was supposed to end up fighting. Donna Beneviento was planned to be a doctor that was helping treat the village, with no dolls whatsoever. Her family was supposed to have been made up of thin skeleton-like ghosts, as they had for some reason all thrown themselves off the waterfall outside the family home. Salvatore Moreau stayed relatively the same, but the parasite on his back was originally a girl he had feelings for. Also, there were supposed to be mermaid monsters in his domain. Finally, we have Lady Dimitrescu, who originally had a much more witchy design. Instead of giant claws, she had a giant pair of scissors that she would use as a weapon. She obviously took a different route, all thanks to the three women that inspired her design. Morticia Adams from the Addams family, and Elizabeth Báthory, an 18th century Hungarian noblewoman that allegedly tortured and killed more than 600 girls. Báthory did this for the sheer thrill of it, and also apparently to bathe in their blood, to keep her skin young. Although, a lot of that has been debated, as some historians claim it was all part of a smear campaign against her. Lady Dimitrescu's third source of inspiration was the Japanese urban legend of Hashaku-sama, a very tall woman in white with a wide hat. Also, here's a fun fact. Early designs had the Duke be the Fifth Lord. Twitching bag refers to a mysterious bag you find in Resident Evil 4. When you open this dumpster, the bag thrashes around. If you injure it, it stops moving. It also has a heat signature that goes away if you come back later. There's been lots of speculation as to what exactly is in here, but the most likely case is that it's a discarded regenerator, as we see them drop out of body bags in the remake. Speaking of, even though the bag isn't in the remake, there might be an homage to it because this is how you find Luis when you first meet him. Ashley Barrel. In 4's remake, if you bring Ashley to the shooting range, she'll sit on the barrel the same way as she did in the original Resident Evil 4 promo art. Daughter reactions. You could overhear Lady Dimitrescu's reactions to the deaths of her daughters, and those reactions also depend on the order they're killed.
What have you done to my daughter? Cassandra, come here now. Enough games. I want that man's head. Now go.
Of course, Mother.
It was cold, wasn't it, Daniel? Cassandra, you pushed yourself too far.
Cassandra? Cassandra? No! How much blood and sweat do you think it took to raise those daughters? You have incurred an impossible debt!
Raccoon City Magazine. When you're on the ship in Resident Evil 7, you can find this magazine saying, 16 years since the nightmare of Raccoon City, the survivors are still suffering. Movie incidents. The live-action movies have brought in a lot of money for the franchise, but it came at a cost as there have been several different cases of on-set injuries. For the Retribution movie, 16 zombie actors fell off of a high platform, with 12 of them having to be hospitalized. When first responders came onto the set, they thought that the worst had happened and actually had trouble telling the extent of their injuries due to the zombie makeup they were in. And then for the final chapter movie, stunt performer Olivia Jackson would be involved in an accident that ended with half her face being torn off, alongside spinal fractures, brain bleeding, a 17-day coma, and her arm having to be amputated. Not to mention all the other permanent injuries she received. Jackson was the stunt double for Mila Jovovich, the film's lead. On the day of the shoot, Jackson expected to be filming a fight scene, but that was changed last minute to a dangerous and technically complex motorcycle scene. It had also been raining that day, so much so that everyone else on set thought that there wouldn't be a shoot at all. But after 2 successful test runs, they started shooting. She was riding at 43 miles per hour towards a crane-mounted camera that was supposed to raise up before she got to it, but it failed to do so, causing her to collide straight on. Jackson ended up suing the production for her damages, not just because of their negligence, but also because she was misled into thinking the movie had offered full health insurance for any injuries sustained. She wouldn't have signed up for the movie had she known this wasn't the case. The production only gave her $33,000 to pay for her medical bills, but fortunately, she ended up winning her lawsuit. However, this would not be the last incident from the movie's set. A crew member was injured by a plastic boulder and tore a ligament, having to spend 6 weeks on crutches and unable to return to the set to work. Another, Ricardo Cornelius, was manually rotating a small platform that had a Hummer truck on it, but the platform tilted and the vehicle ended up falling on him and crushing his lungs. He unfortunately succumbed to his injuries hours later in a hospital with his family by his bedside. At the time, all of these events were added to a growing movement to emphasize safety on set for actors, stunt performers, and crew members alike. Sega Saturn port. This version of Resident Evil was the first port of the game. It was special because it was released with extra content that other versions wouldn't get. There was Battle Game, a mode that preceded the Mercenaries mode we're familiar with. You had to defeat all the enemies in a room before advancing to the next one. You'll eventually encounter a zombie Wesker, and at the end, you'll face off against a golden tyrant. The game also had a reskin for the hunter enemies and named them Ticks instead. They're pretty much the same to hunters, but here they tried to decapitate at close range. This would be the only time they'd be used in a Resident Evil game. Also, at the end of Chris's campaign, after defeating the tyrant, another one will break out from its tube to attack. Director's Cut Mix-Up. This version of Resident Evil was released more than a year after the original, and was made as compensation for Resident Evil 2's delay. One of the ways they promoted this version was by saying that it'll have the full uncensored live-action intro. However, if you lived in North America and you opened up the game, it would play the same censored version from the original. Capcom would then claim that this was a result of some sort of localization error. They put the uncensored intro on their website as an apology. Despite this, the later released DualShock version still only had the censored intro. Complete disc. As I mentioned, the director's cut was made as compensation for how long Resident Evil 2 was taking to develop. Well, in Japan, the director's cut DualShock version came with something else to further compensate: an extra disc. Here, you could download save data for Resident Evil games, but the most notable thing about it is that you could actually view footage of the cancelled 1.5 version. Revelations misprint. When the Revelations game first hit the shelves, there was a typo on the side of the box where Revelations was misspelled. Capcom quickly apologized for the error and offered affected customers free replacement inserts. The misprints themselves have since become something of a collector's item. Ada's real name. Ada Wong is a spy, and to this day, we still don't know what her real name is, where she's from, or even how old she is. So much of her is a mystery, and as her Resident Evil 3 prologue implies, her identity is different for each mission. This, however, is contradicted by the fact that she still goes by that name in future games. Golden Egg Salazar. In 4's remake, during the Salazar boss fight, throwing a golden egg at his face inflicts a whopping 70% damage, while also temporarily stunning him. This is actually hinted at earlier in the request Disgrace of the Salazar Family, where you have to find his portrait and egg it. Resident Evil 5 Zombies. The horde of enemies in the game are homogeny, people who are infected with the Type 2 and Type 3 plagas. However, good old classic zombies were intended to be brought back into the franchise in this installment, alongside the homogeny. They were depicted in the first ever teaser trailer for the game, and they were also in an early playable demo. Ganados Spanish. Resident Evil 4 faced some criticism for how the Ganados speak Spanish.
Un forastero!
As the words and tone were more so closer to Latin America Spanish as opposed to Spain Spanish, which is where the game takes place after all. This was addressed in the remake as the Ganados now speak Castilian Spanish, which would be more appropriate for the region.
¡Dejadlo! ¡No dejéis que se escape!
Tokyo Marui. This airsoft gun company has partnered with Capcom to create multiple different replicas from the franchise, such as Leon's Sentinel-9. All of the guns also come with info as if you purchase the gun in the Resident Evil universe. Escape from Raccoon City was a haunted house attraction at the 2013 Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando, Florida. Set during the events of the Raccoon City outbreaks, guests were able to walk through the attraction and see familiar faces, both friendly and not so much. Multiple merchants. In the original Resident Evil 4, you were able to kill the merchant. If you did, he wouldn't respawn there again, but you'll still be able to find him everywhere else. This, alongside him seemingly able to be wherever Leon is, led to a theory that there are actually multiple merchants that just so happen to have the same mannerisms. However, the modern games disprove the notion of that, as you're no longer able to even injure him, and the Duke references the merchant as an old friend of his, a singular merchant. Missing windows. This tower in Resident Evil 4 is missing its textures on the inside, making it seem like there's no glass there. This can be seen in every single port except the Oculus version. Also, this house in the village has a window on the inside of it, but not on the outside. Leon and Claire interview. To promote Resident Evil 2, Capcom released an interview of the two of them in the 5th volume of CFC Fanbook Cap. This was an official 90s fan club magazine, and it's also how we know Leon was drinking the night prior because of the issues the new job brought on, including his breakup. Wesker's Eye. In Resident Evil 5, an early version of the story had Wesker and Jill fall out of the window, and during that, Jill would stab him in the eye. This would have been his weak point in the final battle. Stolen text. In 2's remake, the Memo Jill power panel uses text from the wiki section of Autodesk Maya. And in Kendo's gun shop, the paper target has text at the top saying, "Keep diapers white and pure without boiling or bleaching. Eliminates pale odor." This is a hyper-specific piece of text, as it's from a cleaning product ad from the Philadelphia Inquirer, a 1961 edition. No idea how a member of the Capcom team would see this and then put it in the game, specifically in a gun shop object model, but here we are. Apparently, there are a lot of pieces of text like this throughout the game. Dining Room Zombie. In both the classic and remake versions of Resident Evil, if you play as Jill and take too long to progress at the start by backtracking and avoiding Barry, you make the iconic turning head zombie run out of patience. He'll burst into the dining room and trigger an alternate cutscene where that's your first encounter with a zombie. If you go over to Sullivan's corpse, he'll now be missing more of his body because the zombie had more time to eat. There will also be no ammo there for you to pick up. Chimera Wall 3-1 refers to an undiscovered wall hack in Chapter 3-1 of Resident Evil 4. This door right here is the one that you come back to in Chapter 4-1 after getting the Chimera pieces. Speedrunners have spent years trying to figure out a way to get past this. There have even been multiple bounties out there for anyone to find a skip, either by preventing or bypassing the initial cutscene that activates it, or by clipping through it. This is because it would save a lot of time in a speedrun if it was possible, as you'd pretty much be skipping through the entirety of Chapter 3, saving about 17 minutes on the Steam version, and about 27 in the GameCube version. Despite the efforts of many, there's still no way to easily get past this wall without using cheats. Outbreak Easter eggs. The Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes are full of references to the Outbreak games. Rita Phillips' nameplate can be found on her desk. In 3, after leaving Kendo's gun shop, there's a police car nearby that is receiving a radio transmission from Kevin, the officer from Outbreak, basically detailing the situation of the game's first level.
I'm trapped in North Garden with 3 civilians. West side, cafeteria, back of the kitchen. One of us is injured and immobilized. Please advise.
When playing as Carlos, if you go and speak to Tyrell again, he mentions keeping an eye on some survivors nearby, these potentially being the Outbreak survivors.
Got anything?
Yeah, I had eyes on a handful of survivors. They might be able to tell us about the dock, but they're cut off. Probably looking for a place to hide.
Then I better hurry.
Then there are some posters that reference food items found in Outbreak, such as umbrella noodles, Sabata beer, and elephant restaurant produce. Later on in Resident Evil 7, you can find an article written by journalist Alyssa Ashcroft talking about the disappearances in the area. Dead Aim is arguably one of the franchise's most forgotten mainline console titles. It was the fourth and last Survivor game that was intended to be used with the PlayStation's light gun shooter. You play as Bruce McGivern, a hot-headed, reckless agent that teams up with a Chinese agent named Fong Ling. Together, you try to bring down Morpheus D. Duval, a former Umbrella employee who took the fall for the T-Virus outbreak and is now trying to destroy the world to create a new perfect version of it. Umbrella Corps was Capcom's attempt at making a multiplayer shooter. However, it fell short in a lot of regards. The gameplay was lackluster, the UI was a mess, there were constant bugs, and overall, it felt more like a rush bonus mode rather than a standalone game. As such, its player count quickly dropped off and made the multiplayer aspect non-existent. Biohazard Orchestra is a 1999 orchestra album produced by multiple composers that have worked on the games. The Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 scores were performed in a concert at the New Japan Philharmonic for a live audience, and that performance would be recorded for this album. Plays. There have been 4 live stage plays based on the games. The Bioroid Year Zero musical horror comedy had its run through the summer of 2000 in Japan, and its story focused on the outbreak at Bio City, but from the perspective of the zombies as they have learned how to speak. Unfortunately, this was the only play to not be recorded for a DVD release, so it is considered lost media. This is also the only play that's not considered canon. Biohazard The Stage ran through Japan in late 2015. This was a more serious play as it revolves around Chris Redfield and Pierce Nivens attempting to contain an outbreak at Philosophy University, where Rebecca Chambers teaches. Musical Biohazard, Voice of Gaia, played in late 2016 Japan and, as you could tell from the title, was another musical that really leans into the music aspect. The zombies here are called Them, and the characters have to sing to them because that calms them. They eventually find out that a girl on an island is immune to the virus, and so they set out to reach her to make a vaccine, but a lot happens along the way. A music festival is held to distract the zombies, and we find out that the virus is ancient as it's what killed off the dinosaurs. And they also use the power of song to lure out a whale to take a blood sample. Finally, there's Biohazard The Experience. In this play, a handful of people wake up in a mansion. They don't know each other or the reason they're there, but they have to escape. Of course, there are zombies all around too. Drama unfolds as they suspect one another of being involved with bringing them together. Cafes. The Resident Evil franchise is no stranger to the restaurant industry. The Capcom bar in Japan ran from 2012 to 2018 and would regularly rotate food items related to their various IPs, including Resident Evil. But in 2012, the Biohazard Cafe and Grill Stars opened. It was a temporary restaurant set in Raccoon City before the Spencer Mansion incident. As it was a dedicated cafe, it was full of neat memorabilia from the franchise. The music it played was also only music that was released up to July 1998 for further authenticity. At first, it was dressed in props to promote the Resident Evil Retribution movie. During this period, idol Akina Minami showed up to the cafe in zombie makeup and pretended to attack a journalist to promote the restaurant. Some months later, the restaurant design was tweaked to promote the Resident Evil Revelations game. Customers were able to go in and examine the props, alongside purchasing merchandise such as a copy of the Daily Raccoon newspaper. When they went to sit down and eat, they could order an assortment of food and drink that referenced the franchise, such as a noodle dish that's prepared differently. It had a male and female version, or rather, a Barry and Jill version. There was also a barbecue grill raccoon-style steak that was carved right at the table. The waiters all wore Stars uniforms and would even perform a whole dance routine to take down an animated tyrant statue. Then, in 2019, Bar Rhythm in Tokyo held a collaboration to promote the Resident Evil 2 remake. As you could expect, it was full of lots of different food and drink options for fans to try out.
promised you I'd be really strong. But I'm going to, I promise.
Resident Evil 5 Murals. The ancient wall drawings in the Tapaya Kingdom ruins suggest that an outbreak occurred a long time ago. As the story goes, the people found out how to mutate animals with the progenitor flower and created bioorganic weapons, which they kept locked away and regularly fed sacrifices to. However, they eventually escaped and destroyed the civilization. There are also depictions of what appears to be the Plaga's parasite. This leads to a theory that this is the Plaga's origin, in the same area as the progenitor flower. Plagas could potentially be the mutated form of an animal that was infected with the progenitor virus. Wea Park number 5 is a Resident Evil 6 playground location that you could visit in Chapter 3 of Chris and Ada's campaign. Here, you could take a break from your mission and just play around for as long as you like. This includes doing the exact same animation that Leon does when he sits on the throne in Resident Evil 4. Castle Dimitrescu was inspired by an actual castle, Castle Pelage in Transylvania. As you can see, there are a lot of similarities here, mainly with the interior as both castles share a Victorian Gothic aesthetic. Castle Painting. The German Neuschwanstein castle is depicted in this painting right here, and it's seen multiple times throughout the series. It's up in Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Coffee Shop Sigourney is a reference in 3's remake to Sigourney Weaver, star of the Alien film. On the sign is 1979, the release year of the movie. No Knife AA. Assignment Ada is a Resident Evil 4 minigame. For some reason, in the GameCube and PlayStation 2 versions, she doesn't have a knife. This has thrown players off guard when they find out because of how useful knives are, as they let you break open crates and also conserve ammo. Mendes' secret cutscene. In classic Resident Evil 4, when you're wandering around and run into Vitoris Mendes, he'll lift Leon up before throwing him down. He'll then go through the door you came out of. If you go back through that same door, a cutscene will play of him attacking Leon before Ada shows up to distract him. With this scene playing, it becomes Ada's first appearance in the game. In the remake, these two cutscenes were basically combined into one. Resident Evil 4 Console. There was a special limited edition GameCube for the game. Both the console and controller it comes with has a silver color alongside the Resident Evil logo right on it. Sky Face. In the original Resident Evil 3, there seems to be an inverted poster of Regina from Dino Crisis. Once you progress and have the camera point towards the sky, that same poster is blown up in size and takes up where the sky should be. Steve's hair. Steve Burnside changed up his look between the Dreamcast version of Code Veronica and the expanded version, Code Veronica X. The reason for this isn't entirely clear, but that hasn't stopped fans from speculating. There are theories that his hair had too much of a likeness to Leonardo DiCaprio's and that Capcom didn't want to risk getting sued for that. There's also the idea that his hair was too close to Leon's and they wanted to differentiate them a bit. Pink Herb. In the game files for Resident Evil 0, there's an unused pink herb, but it's not clear what it would have been used for, although it could have been similar to Gaiden's purple herb that cures physical and poison damage. JoJo Resident Evil 2. Right where Marvin is sitting, there's a locker with the name JoJo on it. This is a reference to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The locker makes a comeback in the remake as well. These are actually double references because Capcom was the company that made the old JoJo games. Resident Evil 2 Sega Saturn. There was supposed to be a port of the game for this console, and it was even hyped up multiple times in the official Sega Saturn magazine. But what ended up happening is that, due to the console's slower CPU, the final product would not have met Capcom's expectations, so the whole thing was scrapped. So instead, they built a new game from the ground up for the console, Code Veronica. Wesker's fate. At the end of the original Resident Evil, the canon ending is where Wesker was supposed to stay dead. However, Capcom thought that his character was too interesting to stay down, so he came back in Code Veronica, as it was revealed that he had injected himself with the T-virus right before his supposed death. To solidify this as the canon route for the Resident Evil remaster, Capcom removed Wesker's alternate death where his corpse could be found after being attacked by Chimera. Mr. X Sparkshot. In 2's remake, Mr. X has a spark shot animation that can't be seen through regular gameplay. This is because Claire finds it after Mr. X is already taken care of. Nonetheless, that animation is still there for when you use it on him in Mercenaries and Tofu mode. Respawning Ashley. This is a trick used by speedrunners. At the end of the game, it's faster to leave Ashley behind than it is to catch her. If you reload at the jet ski, she respawns right behind you. Independent Ashley. In the remake of Resident Evil 4, Ashley will still call for Leon's help like in the original, but if he's too busy, she'll figure it out on her own.
Leon!
Resident Evil 3 RNG. There are lots of random elements in the game that make every copy of Resident Evil 3 feel personalized. Although it does add replayability, that's made this game particularly tough for speedrunners. The spawn placements of enemies are randomized, and even certain puzzle solutions are as well, such as guessing the correct lock combo out of a set of known combos, and pushing a container to the exact corner it needs to be in for that specific run. PUBG Mobile had a collaboration with Resident Evil in February of 2019. Alongside a bunch of player skins and weapons from the franchise being available, there was also a special mode where players had to fight off both zombies and other notable Resident Evil 2 enemies. Monster Hunter World. In November of 2019, the Iceborne expansion for the game held a crossover event with Resident Evil 2, where players could take part in a special event quest, one that had a zombified status effect. Players could also acquire gestures, decor, pendants, and skins to look like Leon and Claire. Plus, there's a Mr. X skin for the handler as well. Revelation of Mankind is a 2014 song by the Japanese heavy metal band Darren Gray. It was made specifically to promote Revelations 2, and the music video for it also features cutscenes from the game. Stalker Mechanics. YouTuber Slippy Slides has made multiple videos on discovering how modern Resident Evil's antagonists work off camera. Jack Baker and Mr. X are similar in that they are constantly searching for you. That's why in the Resident Evil 2 remake, you could use the boot stomping noises to figure out if Mr. X is nearby. As opposed to them, Lady Dimitrescu tends to follow a repeating set path that only gets interrupted if she sees Ethan or hears gunfire nearby. Then there's Nemesis, who actually mostly just spawns in when he's needed for scripted events. Lost in Nightmares Camera. For this Resident Evil 5 DLC, if you check the estate's front door 3 times, you unlock a fixed camera and tank control mode similar to the classic games. The DLC has you exploring Spencer's estate, which is what the Spencer Mansion was based off of, so that, alongside this mode, is just a big callback to the first game. Chris's Fate. Resident Evil 6 could have been Chris's last game as the developers thought about how they could kill him off. They explored the possibility of giving him a heroic death through sacrifice, but they just couldn't figure out a good way to go about it. They ultimately decided against this route because they thought it would be cheap, that it would have just been for shock value. Laser Gun. In the prototype for the Resident Evil remake, there's a laser gun that didn't make it into the final game. It was never intended to, as it was only used to test particle effects. Sunglasses Immunity. In 4's remake, Leon won't be affected by flash grenades if he's wearing sunglasses. Toon Chainsaw Ganados. In the first area of classic Resident Evil 4, you usually encounter just one Chainsaw Ganado. However, if you go to the end gate before triggering that cutscene, the extra one will spawn there. Taking them out gives you a bunch of money that's really useful for early game. After that, the second Chainsaw Ganado could spawn as normal. Also, there can't be 2 at the same time here. The extra doesn't spawn in if the cutscene one is there, and it'll despawn if the cutscene is triggered. Misty refers to a zombie that first appeared in Resident Evil 2 as the first and only female zombie model up to that point. She has gone on to appear in multiple other games, including the remake. She got her name from her resemblance to Pokemon's Misty, as they both wore crop tops and were redheads. Wesker's Report. is told through the current Wesker at the time, Richard Waugh. As the title implies, it's like he's giving a report of the franchise's timeline of events. The first one was available within copies of Code Veronica. The 2003 version was different as it changed certain aspects from the original report to accommodate the newly canonized events of the Resident Evil Remaster and Resident Evil 0. 2 fan-made versions were also created. One in 2012 for the 10th anniversary of the second report. That was narrated by D.C. Douglas, the most recent Wesker at the time. Then in 2021, for the 25th franchise anniversary, the original Wesker, Pablo Kuntz, got to narrate a fan-made one as well. Nemesis concepts. For the Resident Evil 3 remake, Nemesis had a few different designs compared to what we ended up getting. This includes an aquatic form for a boss battle, and there also could have been planned cutscenes depicting how Nemesis was created. Resident Evil 3 scrapped enemies. There were quite a few interesting creatures that never made the final cut in the game. Tyrant Inferior was a mutated zombie that would have appeared here and there across the city. Aside from its unnerving looks, it was also able to run and chase the player. Wildcat was a mutated big cat from the city zoo that would have taken over Raccoon Park. Their role was eventually replaced by the Hunter Wise. The mysterious enemy was scrapped before it could get a name, but it was essentially a human mutant that contorted itself to be on all fours and was able to jump up over 10 meters. The zombie horse would have mutated and grown much larger than a normal horse. They could have trampled anything smaller than them. Presumably, that includes the player. Although they were scrapped, the trampling aspect was used for the zombie elephant in Outbreak. Then there's the transforming creature who would appear as a normal human, but then mutate to attack. It would potentially also have a more mutated secondary transformation. Parasite Woman was a scrapped Resident Evil 4 enemy that had multiple designs. Her A-type was later reused in Resident Evil 6 for the long-armed Giavo. U9 was an unused Resident Evil 5 Ouroboros creature that would have stood over 80 feet tall, effectively making it the biggest Resident Evil enemy of all time. Carnivorous Plant was a plant monster in Resident Evil Outbreak. It's essentially just a giant pitcher plant, but despite it being scrapped, there's unlockable artwork for it in Outbreak File number 2. Ashley's Reflection. In the original Resident Evil 4, polished floors don't show Ashley's reflection. Hunnigan Bingo. At the end of 4's remake, we get a good look at Hunnigan's desk, and on her monitor is a sticky note that says, "Bingo, Friday at 10 p.m. Merchant is a Ganado. In the original Resident Evil 4, if you check on the merchant at night, he has these glowing eyes that are very similar to the eyes of the villagers. This implies that he's a Ganado, specifically infected with a dominant strain of the virus, since he doesn't seem to be under anyone else's control. Lucia Rosso. In the classic Resident Evil 3, you'll hear a scream for help around the warehouse area. If you go towards the scream, you'll see a woman running away. If you pursue her, you'll eventually find her dead on the floor. There's no way to save her. This woman is believed by many to be Lucia Rosso, Dario Rosso's daughter. However, there are some holes in that theory, as Dario himself says earlier that he already lost his daughter. Also, according to an official guidebook for the game, it explicitly states that Lucia, alongside the rest of the family, was eaten in front of him. Infinite Money Egg Glitch. In the first versions of Resident Evil 5 and certain more modern versions of it, it's possible to use a rotten egg to make yourself rich. There's a lot of steps to it, but it was basically done by repeatedly giving the eggs back and forth between Chris and Shiva on 2 controllers while exploiting the inventory overwrite option. This lets you basically get an unlimited amount of eggs for you to sell. Shiva is left-handed. Shiva is the only main character in the franchise to be shown as left-handed. This is probably because the second player in Resident Evil 5 takes control of her. As such, she stays on the right side of the camera on the screen. This is where she's also positioned in Mercenaries mode. Resident Evil 4 Church Tower. In the classic version, if you shoot this church bell, you spawn in Ganados to fight. You could spawn in up to 11 of them if you change up the direction you shoot at the bell. One Dangerous Zombie. is a feature in the Resident Evil remake that unlocks after beating the game multiple times depending on the system. This will spawn in a new type of enemy, a zombie, specifically Forest Speyer, with bombs strapped to him. When encountered, he'll chase you around and you'll have to avoid him completely because if you shoot him, even from across the room, the whole place explodes. Baker created molds. The molded enemies that you find all around the house are specifically created by the Bakers in their attempts to get new family members. The victims are put into chicken wire covered tubs while mold is poured on them. After 2 or 3 days, the mold takes complete control of them and bursts out. Resident Evil 7 Ada. For the game's demo, the person calling on the phone doesn't sound like Zoe from the main game.
I know who you are. You have the power to choose, but the outcome of that choice may not be what you expect.
When this was first released, there was lots of speculation that the person calling was Ada Wong due to the tone and mysterious nature of the calls. However, her last voice actress denied being involved, and as we now know, it was never Ada on the phone to begin with.
My name's Zoe.
Resident Evil 7 Windmill. Early concept art had a windmill outside the Baker family home, but the developers removed it when they found out that windmills aren't really a thing in Louisiana. Basement monster. The Bakers were originally supposed to have some sort of creature down in the basement, one that they'd have to feed by lowering its food down. It would have most likely been some sort of boss fight as well. Moving mannequins. In the Resident Evil 7 demo, once you get to the attic, there'll be some mannequins around. If you turn your back and face them again, they'll have moved. This type of scare didn't make it into the final game, but mannequins that only move when you don't look at them was a whole gameplay mechanic in the Resident Evil 8 DLC Shadows of Rose. Resident Evil 7 item cameos. In 2's remake, the mannequins that are around are the same ones found in Resident Evil 7. Evelyn's teddy bear that oozes mold is also seen in both Resident Evil 2 and 3. Speaking of 3, the car that Jill uses is the exact same type that Ethan drives in 7. Vending machines. In the original Resident Evil 2, there were vending machines for a brand of soda called Chocha-Cola, a reference to the real-life Coca-Cola. Although, they were later changed to blue and renamed Coca-Soda to avoid getting into copyright trouble. Some versions just got rid of the soda part and had coffee machines instead. Also, the Resident Evil 1.5 prototype had Pepsi machines up, likely as placeholders though. Resident Evil 1 multiplayer. The first game in the series was intended to have co-op multiplayer, but the idea was ultimately scrapped due to hardware limitations of the consoles at the time. The Condemned was a discarded enemy for the Resident Evil 2 remake. It was intended to chase Sherry around the orphanage before they decided on Chief Irons being the pursuer. It's theorized that this was supposed to be one of the orphan children at the orphanage. This is because it was being run by Umbrella and the kids were experimented on when they got adopted. The Condemned could have been a kid named Oliver, a kid who was formerly adopted. As the last entry in Tom's diary puts it, Oliver came back in the middle of the night, all messed up, screaming "help me" and stuff. I didn't even recognize him at first. His face was all peeling and melted off. He's with the teachers and doctors now. It's just a skin thing, they say. He'll get better soon. And then we could go on adventures together again. Blank's diary. Speaking of the orphanage, this is a file that could be found there. It's told from the perspective of one of the younger orphan kids. If you're reading this, go call police. Boogeyman's here, meeting every Bobby. Many bark, Boogeyman's here. Helk, they're coming. Help me, mommy. The Boogeyman reference here was one of the children that was experimented on and had returned. Right after this event, the director, not wanting to risk an outbreak, quote, disposed of all of the test subject candidates as a precaution. Those test subjects being all the orphans. This was covered up with the excuse that the kids were transported to another orphanage due to structural issues in the building. Soundtrack drama. For the DualShock release of Resident Evil Director's Cut, Capcom decided to have a new soundtrack composed by Mamoru Samuragachi. the game would end up having one of arguably the worst pieces of music in video game history, the mansion basement theme. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's talk about Samaru Agachi. He was a deaf composer and was hired because of his growing popularity in Japan, gaining notoriety as a modern-day Beethoven. However, he would later on be exposed as a fraud in 2013. A man by the name of Takashi Niigaki, a university professor, held a press conference to reveal that he was actually the one behind all of Samaru Agachi's work. He was his ghost composer for 18 years. On top of that, he reveals that Samaru Agachi's deafness was greatly exaggerated as he only had slight hearing problems. His deafness had long been called into question already. For example, in an unpublished magazine interview he did earlier that same year, he was able to answer questions before the sign language interpreter finished signing them, and also got up to answer the doorbell mid-interview. Biohazard: The Escape was a 2015 escape room attraction held at Universal Studios Japan. It was set in the early hours of the Raccoon City outbreak at a broadcasting station that gets overrun by zombies. As the front door is blocked, players had an hour to search the 4-story building for clues on how to escape, all while avoiding zombies and other traps. This attraction was so popular that it was brought back the following year with Biohazard: The Escape 2. In this scenario, the group of players are taking a tour at an umbrella facility when it's attacked by a terrorist group, causing an outbreak in the building. Players would then have an hour to find the T-virus vaccine and escape. Feedback from the previous year was used to enhance this experience as well, such as including more difficult puzzles as players got further along, on top of releasing more and more zombies later on in the game. Both attractions also had themed food and drinks available for purchase so that players could quench their appetite after their game. Blood Swimming Pool. In 2013, to promote Resident Evil Revelations, there was a plan in place to open a bloody swimming pool in London. It would have had a full pool full of fake blood with human torso floats, intestines as lane markers, a corpse diving board, and even zombie lifeguards. It would have been a full-on functional pool too, as guests would have been able to swim around in it. In fact, the non-staining blood red water was specifically created for this installation. However, out of respect, Capcom pulled the plug on this whole event due to a terrorist-linked attack in Woolwich, London. Wesker and Son was a 2012 pop-up shop in London that was part of the No Hope Left promotional ARG campaign for Resident Evil 6. This campaign ran live-action ads and also started a trend of people pretending to record their last goodbyes, as if zombies were outside and they had just enough time to say their last words to their loved ones.
I promised you I'd be really strong.
Funny enough, this campaign also had a more lighthearted side as behind-the-scenes videos of viral trends at the time were released, such as the Gangnam Style dance and the Harlem Shake. All this would lead to crime scenes being set up outside of big media offices using actors. Autopsy reports would then be sent to those offices. Weeks after, there would be a murder scene board up at those spots with a phone number for Wesker and Son Human Butchery. Alongside that, a Twitter account for the name was launched. Press packs were then delivered to the nearby offices containing human meat and files printed in real human blood. Then finally, in early October 2012, on the weekend of Resident Evil 6's launch, Wesker and Son Resident Evil Human Butchery was officially open for business. A real butchery that sold meat in the shape of human body parts. There were even corpses on site that could be sliced right there for customers. Now, I can't show you everything because otherwise YouTube will get mad at me, but the corpses and everything else are very realistic looking. They also sold every part of the human body. Every part, if you catch my drift. Another reason why I can't show the full thing here. Aside from promoting the game, the shop also donated profits from the meat sales to the Limbless Association, a UK charity that helps those who have lost their limbs. Jill's censorship. In the GameCube version of the Resident Evil remaster, while the Resident Evil 3 Jill skin is equipped, the camera is placed in front of her legs after getting saved by Barry, resulting in an upskirt shot. This is also possible during gameplay at certain angles. In further releases of the game, this was changed so that it's darker there. Cyril Archer. In the Nap Room log file, one of the names listed is Cyril Archer. This is possibly a reference to the show Archer, specifically the characters Cyril Figgis and Sterling Archer. Russian brothers. Nikolai and Victor were at one point in production supposed to be siblings. Even then, their personalities would have been kept the same to highlight how different they were from each other. Leon's dog. In promo art for 1.5, Leon is seen with his pet bloodhound that would later be scrapped. He had a bloodhound specifically because his design was apparently inspired by one of the artist's pet bloodhound. Leon's back pain. Leon is used to catching Ashley from falls, but if she's wearing armor, he'll touch his lower back after catching her. Resident Evil 4 Preview Disc. If you pre-ordered Resident Evil 4 for the GameCube, you would have received a preview disc to get excited for the final game. However, this version had some different stuff compared to what we'd eventually get. The inventory system and map looked different. The knife also had to be manually equipped instead of it being an automatic action. And also, the camera angle when using the knife doesn't change here. Binoculars can be equipped and used at any time as well. Reuse clothing. The skins in the remakes take inspiration from concepts that the older games had. In 2's remake, Leon's casual jacket outfit came from old artwork of him. Ada's signature coat originally belonged to a concept of Mr. X. In 4's remake, Ashley's new look is similar to an alternate costume found in the original's files that was never used. Dolls Callback. An early version of the Resident Evil 4 demo showed Leon being attacked by dolls, but it wasn't in the final game as it was part of the hallucination build that would get scrapped. This idea would later on be used in Village, where there's a whole section involving hostile dolls. Dino Crisis Umbrella. In the first Dino Crisis, there are these containers in the general weapons storage area. The signs on them are supposed to be radioactive signs, but the coloring is changed to match the Umbrella Corporation's logo. This is no accident, as Shinji Mikami was the director for this game as well. Mr. X's transmitter. When looking up close at his model, you could see an Umbrella Corporation transmitter on the left side of his head. This is likely for Umbrella to keep track of him and feed him instructions. It's eventually destroyed later on. Lady Hunk is a non-canon bonus character in the Revelations games who, as you could see, is a gender-bent hunk who seems to have forgotten her pants at home.
That was scary.
Ada voiced Ada. The Resident Evil Retribution movie features Li Bingbing as Ada Wong, but the voice you hear from her lips isn't hers.
The Red Queen. She's activating bioweapons to stop us. Let's go.
It's a dub by Sally Cahill, the original voice of Ada Wong.
Long time no see.
With this, she became the only actor from the games to reprise their role for the live-action film. Codec Call Models. In the original Resident Evil 4, we only see Hunnigan during radio calls, but because of how the game puts together these calls, she actually does have a body model. It's just cut off at the waist. This is the same for other calls as well. As for Leon, his whole entire model is there, and if you're playing on a widescreen, he peeks out of the codec call frame. Resident Evil 4 Original Trailer. In this first trailer for the game, there are two notable things that are different. One is that the Ganados would have originally been able to leap at the player from a considerable distance away. Also, Leon sounds different here. This is because his voice lines haven't been recorded yet, and what was shown here were audio bits from the previous game prototypes.
Hey! No!
PRL 412. This non-canon weapon in classic Resident Evil 4 could only be unlocked after beating the game in professional mode. The Plaga removal laser can send out bursts of light, and if it's charged up, it eliminates every enemy on screen, even bosses, with the exception of El Gigante, which takes 2 hits to down. However, the effects vary across different versions. If used on the PS2 or the 2007 PC port, it doesn't shoot at inanimate objects like breakable boxes or barrels. The Wii version charges faster and fires multiple beams that don't require aiming. It also can't hurt Ashley or the merchant. The HD PC version can lock onto anything, including crates, traps, and blue medallions. With all these different effects in these ports, it's easy to forget that the weapon wasn't available at all on the GameCube, the console it launched on. Adaptive difficulty. Several titles have a secret adaptive difficulty component that changes the game based on how well the player is doing. It takes into account how much damage you're giving and taking and accounts for that by either upping or lowering enemy aggressiveness and damage, alongside determining item spawn rates. This is usually for every mode except for the hardest difficulty. Also, playing on the easiest mode sometimes removes locations altogether, such as in Resident Evil 4, where it removes the whole clock tower and hedge maze area. Mikhail's Pierogies. In the remake set in Raccoon City, there's a shop called Mikhail's Pierogies, a reference to Mikhail Victor, who appears in Resident Evil 3. Jill's Diary is one of the most difficult files to obtain in the original Resident Evil 3. This is because you would have to get every single other file in the game in a very specific order. Once that happens, Jill's diary appears in your inventory and you could receive more info on how she's been doing up until the outbreak. Also, her diary in the remake is modeled the same way as the original. Resident Evil 7 Keypad. When making a selection here, the sound effect is the same sound effect from the Resident Evil 2 and 3 menus. Mole. In the Resident Evil remake, if you type in mole, which was the password in the original game, you hear this. That's Tofu from Resident Evil 2. He has a few voice lines basically denying the password. Unused Outbreak characters. There were supposed to be a lot more characters in Outbreak, but they ended up getting scrapped. However, they're still usable through the use of cheats. The most notable one was Hunk, as he had a model version where he's unmasked. Monster inspiration. Practically every single monster in the first Resident Evil is inspired by movies. Of course, there are zombies influenced by Dawn of the Dead. The Cerberus from Cujo, crows from the birds, hunters from Watchers, the spider creatures from Tarantula, Neptune from Jaws, Wasp from The Swarm, Chimera from The Fly, Crimson Heads from 28 Days Later, Yawn from Rattlers, Plant 42 from Little Shop of Horrors, and finally, Tyrant from Frankenstein and The Terminator. Nemesis taunts. In 3's remake, if you shoot at Nemesis' chest regulator, he'll cover it up with his hand and catch the bullets. He'll then put his arm out and drop those same bullets to the ground. Console meetings. Shinji Mikami was frustrated with developing for the PlayStation 2 and eventually held meetings with the major console companies to ask them what their gaming philosophy is. This way, he'll make a decision on who should get exclusivity for Resident Evil 4. Sony told him that games are a form of entertainment. Nintendo told him that games were toys. And Microsoft, well, they really couldn't give him confident answers. The meeting went terribly and ended halfway through when Mikami stood up to bow and leave. Microsoft really wanted a deal to go through for their upcoming Xbox console, but as we know now, that deal went to Nintendo for their GameCube. Lottie drawing. In Revelations 2, Lottie is Natalia Corda's cherished teddy bear. It can be seen referenced in the Resident Evil 2 remake's Orphanage as a chalkboard drawing. Roach mode. In Code Veronica, Versus Roach mode is unlocked after completing a single mission in dungeon mode. Here, you have unlimited ammo as you fight off hordes of cockroaches. 1.9 plus 2.1 was the working name of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, as it was originally intended to be a prequel spin-off instead of a mainline game. As such, it initially had a much smaller team and the game would have been much smaller compared to other titles. It was also supposed to have completely new characters before they decided on Jill. Instead of Nemesis as we know him, he was supposed to be an amoeba-like creature similar to the Blob. Later on in development, they wanted half the story to take place before the outbreak, and the second half to be set right after the events of Resident Evil 2. Later, Capcom made the decision to turn this game into a main title, which came as a shock to the team. To account for this, they had to add new areas to increase the playtime since the public's expectations would be higher. There are a few reasons for why this change happened. Capcom at the time wanted to go public as a company, and having a new main title would impress investors. And while 1.9 was being developed, a completely different team was already working on a game that was planned to be Resident Evil 3, but it would have taken a long time to release. This is because that team had to work with the brand new hardware of the PS2, so their game got bumped up a number as their project was now Resident Evil 4. Dev cameo. In the original Resident Evil 4, towards the end of the game, there's an inaccessible location in the distance. If the camera is taken out of bounds here, there's a hidden cutout picture of someone in a green jacket, presumably one of the developers that was included here as an internal joke. Capcom gravestone. In the mansion graveyard of the Resident Evil remake, the tombstones have Greek writing on them. One of them translates to Chapchom, referencing, of course, Capcom. Mikami's message is a piece of text that can be unlocked after beating Invisible mode, where all enemies are invisible, in under 5 hours. This mode, by the way, is only unlocked after already completing the game multiple times. But once all of that's done, you get a congratulations photo and a message from the director, which is essentially a giant thank you note from Mikami and the team for playing through the game they worked so hard to create for you. Edward's hand. In the uncensored live-action intro, there's a severed hand holding a gun. That's confirmed to be Edward Dewey's hand. This is the only appearance he makes in the first game, but he's seen again in Resident Evil 0. However, he still has both of his arms intact and dies in that state as well. This could be a case of either an oversight or Japanese censorship, as severed body parts are restricted from being shown. N64 cartridge. This port of Resident Evil uses the largest video game cartridge at 512 megabits, or 64 megabytes, in size. Although its original PlayStation release came with 2 discs, that necessary info was put into one beefy cartridge. This was technologically impressive since this port is less than 10% of the PlayStation's total file size. Evil Within Zombies. This game was directed by Shinji Mikami, so naturally, there's a Resident Evil reference. The first Haunted you see will turn around to face the camera exactly like the iconic turning head zombie in Resident Evil. Wesker Campaign. In the original Resident Evil 4, it's possible to glitch the game into letting you play as Wesker for the main story. It doesn't take a lot either. It's done by selecting him in Mercenaries, exiting, starting a new game, and there he is. Trying this with anyone else crashes the game though. Wesker's monster was a scrapped monkey-like Resident Evil 0 enemy. It wasn't used because it was supposed to be what Wesker uses to kill off the STARS Bravo team, but it was decided that Wesker wouldn't be the game's main villain, as it wouldn't make much sense considering the events of the first game. The design for this enemy was later used as inspiration for the Eliminator Apes. Sea Snake was a Resident Evil 1 monster for a presumed underwater area, but both it and the area were cut early on. Dolly, DNA Arranged Lack of Intelligence, is a scrapped creature from Resident Evil 0 that would eventually be replaced by the Plague Crawler, who inherited that nickname. Also, one of the music files in the game has the same name as well. Resident Evil 7 Plot Concept. In early drafts, the story played out differently. Ethan and Nia weren't married. Ethan was a detective investigating a missing person case, and that's what led him to the baker's residence. Breathing Mechanic was a scrapped concept for Resident Evil 7. The idea was for there to be an enemy that reacted to the player's breathing. A button would need to be pressed to hold your breath, and there was a set amount of time you could hold it, so you had to avoid the enemy before that time runs out. It was cut because the developers thought that players would end up holding their own breath during these sequences. Doing this multiple times became a potential concern as players could become lightheaded from playing. Umbrella Window. Outside of the baker's home in Resident Evil 7, you can see that the attic window looks a lot like half of the Umbrella logo. Bubble gun. In Revelations 2, you could purchase a gun that shoots bubbles, trapping enemies in them. However, only one enemy could be trapped at a time, and the most you could get in that level is a C grade. LZ Answer is a Resident Evil 8 weapon that could be unlocked after beating every mercenary stage with at least an SS rank. It could then be bought to use in the main game. As you can tell, it's essentially a lightsaber. The color of it can be changed as well, and each color comes with different benefits. Red deals more damage, blue is defensive and improves blocks and parries. Green deals the least amount of damage, but it heals the player with each hit. Also, you could have it set to double blade mode. Biohazard Dash. Because of time restraints, the development team cut a lot out of Resident Evil so they could have it done in time. They wanted to go back and revisit the scrap pieces of the mansion in a new game, reusing those already made assets. This would have been Biohazard Dash, where the player had to investigate a decrepit Spencer mansion, alongside a secret underground Umbrella lab that was overrun by both giant mutant animals and plant-like creatures. It was ultimately scrapped very early on as Capcom wanted all the effort to go towards Resident Evil 2. Raccoon City Origin. When coming up with how the city should feel like, the developers realized that none of them have ever been to an American city by that point. So they instead looked at lots of photos and based the city from the common elements they saw doing that. In the original Resident Evil 3, this shot here is an edited picture of North Street in Boston, Massachusetts. For 2's remake, the skyline seen on the menu is inspired by Canada's Montreal skyline. Unusable Locker. In the Ada's assignment campaign for Resident Evil 4, there's a locker that can't be used by Ada. However, if you play as Leon in that same area, there'll be an item there to pick up. Zerum and Golgotha. Zerum was a shell creature that would have been the final boss of the Dash game. After the game was scrapped, Zerum would become Golgotha, who was intended to be Resident Evil 2's final boss. What's interesting about its super mutant version is that the name Wesker appears right next to the face on the tail. Eventually, the character of William Birkin took shape and aspects of Golgotha's design would be adopted into one of Birkin's forms. Although it was scrapped early on, it did make it into a build of the game, but these stills are the only proof of that. Kama Doma is a cut Resident Evil 2 bug monster. Its name comes from the Japanese term for spider crickets. Laughing Killer is a scrapped smiling enemy from Darkside Chronicles that would use those anchors to not only attack, but also to hide in corners, ready to pounce. Spider Man was a rejected enemy design that consisted of a spider that would insert its legs into its human victim to puppet them around. Wolfman and Master Lycan. Village was supposed to have a bit more variety in enemies. There's the concept of a mutant human turning into a wolfman. There's also a Lycan who controls 2 chained creatures, likely Special Barkalax. Resident Evil 8 references. Village has a ton of Easter eggs that connect with the rest of the series. In Ethan's home, he has a book written by George Trevor, architect of the Spencer Mansion. There's also a firearms book written by Joseph Kendo, brother of Raccoon City's Robert Kendo. Ethan owns a Mr. Everywhere bobblehead, the same ones that were all around in Resident Evil 7. Speaking of, 7 has antique coins that could be found to unlock items. There's one of these in Village that could be sold. And then there's the connection to Oswald Spencer. There's an old picture of him alongside a letter to Miranda where he reminisces about the time he was her student and about how he's about to start a company named Umbrella, just like the umbrella in the symbol of the 4 houses. Marhawa Desires is a canon manga series that acts as a prequel to the events of Resident Evil 6. Its story revolves around a malicious C-virus outbreak in a prestigious Singapore high school. What is initially covered up quickly spreads to the entire school, with the main characters trying to both survive and stop whoever's behind it all. Aside from mostly having new characters, Chris Redfield is also featured in the story alongside Piers Nevin's first ever appearance. After its completion, there was a studio that was interested in adapting this story into an anime. but that idea never materialized as Capcom didn't want to go down that route for this. Heavenly Island is another canon manga series that takes place after Resident Evil 6 and is connected to Revelations 2, Umbrella Corps, and even Resident Evil 7. The premise is that a popular idol competition show is being filmed on an island, but things take a deadly turn after an ancient ritual is performed, supposedly causing a zombie outbreak to occur. At the same time, Claire Redfield has been sent to the area to investigate a possible bioorganic weapon. Eventually, they all get trapped here and have to fight their way out to survive. Also, the Japanese edition of the Resident Evil 0 remake has a Heavenly Island t-shirt for Rebecca to promote the manga. Prelude to the Fall was the tie-in two-part manga to Umbrella Chronicles. As the title implies, it takes place before the events of the game as it helps set up Umbrella's inevitable downfall. Basically, Jill and Chris investigate a T-virus outbreak in a remote Russian village but run into Wesker, who's trying to recover Umbrella data from a storage facility. Trick in Snowboarder is a 1999 snowboarding game published by Capcom. Here, using cheat codes, you're able to hit the slopes with Leon, Claire, and even a zombie cop. We Love Golf is a 2007 Capcom published Wii game. There are multiple franchise costumes that are able to be unlocked, including Jill Valentine's Resident Evil 3 look. Lost Planet 2. In this 2010 Capcom co-op shooter, you could equip an Albert Wesker skin for your character. He could be unlocked either by putting in a slot machine code or by having a Resident Evil 5 save file on your system. Resident Evil 7 The Experience was a London event that opened in early 2017 to promote the game. It was a free first-come, first-served escape room where players would have to meet up with staff at a specific location so that they could be taken to a hidden mock-up of the Baker family home. Once inside, they had 45 minutes to find two missing paranormal investigators and escape. Meanwhile, Jack and Marguerite Baker would be searching the home for them. The players would also get phone assistance from Zoe, and Lucas would show up to kidnap the players and move them around the house. At the end of the story, they find that only one of the two missing people survived, with the dead coming back as a zombie and chasing everyone out. At around the same time as this, Capcom would also announce another escape experience in the US to promote the game, although the scenarios here are more aligned with the classic Resident Evil. Biohazard Nightmare. As you can tell by now, Capcom has a long history of establishing attractions based on this franchise. This 1998 one was amongst the first. It was a haunted house where visitors would go through a recreation of the Spencer Mansion and Arklay Lab. Afterwards, they were able to purchase some memorabilia from the gift shop. The event was originally at Japan's Expoland amusement park for more than a year, but it would later reopen in 2001 at the Tobu Zoo. Light Gun. Survivor is supposed to work with the PlayStation Light Gun to really make it feel like an arcade game. However, Capcom decided against utilizing it for the US market due to the recent Columbine shooting. Survivor PC. This was a port of Resident Evil Survivor, a first-person arcade-style shooter that was originally released for the PlayStation 2. The PC version would come out 2 years later, but only in Taiwan. Even though the original wasn't well received, this port was even worse. Although it did improve aiming due to implementing the mouse, it suffered from lots of bugs, such as lack of lighting, unintended animation, and the enemy AI just turning itself off. The port was internally so messed up that it wasn't even worth trying to release it in any other region, and people that try to play it on modern PCs often have issues just installing it. Lisa Trevor Origins. The Resident Evil remaster introduced the character of Lisa Trevor, daughter of Spencer Mansion architect George Trevor. Here's a quick recap of her story. Only her father and Oswald E. Spencer knew the exact layout of the mansion and how to get past its puzzles. To Spencer, George was a loose thread that needed to be taken care of, so he invited him and his family out to the mansion. George, however, was too busy with work, so his wife Jessica and his daughter, who was a young teen at the time, went by themselves as George planned to arrive later. Both of them were immediately apprehended and taken into the underground lab to be injected with the progenitor virus. They would then be experimented on as their minds deteriorated. Jessica's body would eventually fail to react well with the virus, so she was executed. Lisa, however, reacted well and gained super strength amongst other mutations. For decades afterwards, she'd continued to be Umbrella's top secret guinea pig. All of that is of course tragic, but Lisa Trevor was supposedly inspired by real life. There's B.F. Skinner, a psychologist who is best known for creating the Skinner box, a container where an animal could do a specific action in order to have something happen, such as pushing a lever for some food to be dropped in. Supposedly, Skinner thought that this method would help parents with raising children, so he raised his own daughter in a baby box. This would result in her growing up with mental issues, initiating a lawsuit against him, and eventually taking her own life as an adult. However, none of that is true. They were all just rumors and myths that the daughter has been trying to dispel for years. Then there's Jeannie, an unfortunately true case. Born in 1957, she grew up chained to a potty chair. If she made too much noise, her father would growl or bark at her, and most of the time, beat her as well. It wasn't until she was 13 that her abuse would be discovered. She had the mental cognition of a 1-year-old and could barely walk. When she did finally learn how to speak, her words were short and brief. This is similar to the notes that Lisa Trevor leaves behind. Missing actors. You would think that the voice actors and live action actors would have their names be in the credits, but for some reason, a lot of them are there as pseudonyms. This was probably because Capcom gathered Western actors that just so happened to be in Japan at the time. They weren't professionals by any means, as they didn't really have any acting experience at all. Mikami himself regretted doing this, but the team was running out of time and money, so they had to make do with them. This mystery has sparked an ongoing community effort to identify as many of the people involved as possible, with one of the most elusive cases being Inez, Jill's live-action actress. Additionally, the search also includes trying to find more info about the unused Japanese dub of the game. Digi's Diary refers to a Code Veronica file that can be found in its battle game mode. The file describes the events of the game from a different point of view, of someone who's watching from the sidelines. That someone is Dig, a mouse that jump scares you in the main game. The name is an acronym for Dumb In Joke, and you could actually spot him multiple times throughout. Ashford Origins. Code Veronica's blonde-haired Ashfords were originally supposed to have even more villainous aspects to them. Instead of being British, the family would have come to prominence in World War II Germany. This could be seen in Alfred's concept art. Also, Alfred and Alexia Ashford's original names were Hilbert and Hilda Kruger. Additionally, their Ashford Gold Lugers appears to be based on Hermann Göring's Luger, a leading World War II German war criminal. Richard. In Revelations, the character of Rachel Foley is killed off at the start. She becomes infected with the T-Abyss virus and transforms into an ooze mutant that'll be encountered multiple times later on. This wasn't always the case though. During development, she was actually a different character named Richard that also mutated. But the really interesting thing here is that he was intended to be an enemy that would continuously stalk the player, which would have been the first time we got this type of enemy in the series. Richard was actually also seen in the first demo version of the game before he was replaced by Rachel. Game.com. In 1998, Resident Evil 2 was ported over to Tiger Electronics' portable console, the Game.com. Due to the system's limitations, a lot was cut from the main game. For example, the graphics were replaced with pixel sprites and only Leon's campaign was available. Because of the downgrade in graphics and gameplay, this became Resident Evil's first ever T-rated title. So much of the core game was gutted for this port that it was heavily criticized. The gameplay was simple, the controls were weird, and the inconsistent frame rate didn't help at all. Gas station number. In 2's remake, the number on this staff wanted sign is the date that the original game was released in Japan. Alien inspiration. In Village, Mother Miranda's lab takes lots of inspiration from David's lab in Alien Covenant. They both share a big table in the middle alongside large hung paper drawings. Chris smoking. In Village, when Chris is reviewing his mission, he lights a cigarette the same way he does in the first game's intro. Masked Ada. An early draft of Village had Ada Wong appearing in disguise. As she investigated the cult, she'd also show up to help Ethan escape his trial. Her involvement was scrapped as her presence there conflicted with where they wanted to take the story. Propellerhead is a character from the movie Frankenstein's Army, directed by Richard Rapphorts. Village's Sturm has a very striking similarity to him, so much so that Rapphorts has spoken out about Capcom allegedly plagiarizing his work. This is just a one-to-one really. It's just the same scene as in my movie, except that in my movie you have to cut loose the fuel. The whole thing is getting into flames, and then it explodes, and then the way it rotates through the camera, it's all the same really. He adds that he would have loved the opportunity to work with the developers and create something for the game, had they just approached him and offered credit or royalties for his work. Considering that Rapphorts himself doesn't technically own the rights to his creation, as the movie is owned by MPI Media Group, he can't really pursue any legal action on his own. Ever since this was brought up in 2021, Capcom has never commented on the issue. Puppet Show. To promote Village, Capcom released a series of shorts starring the four lords depicted as puppets, the whole thing being presented as if it were a children's show. They explained that a lot of players thought that Resident Evil 7 was too scary and it was just too much, so they are here to try to convince everyone that Village isn't a scary game. They sing songs and have wacky adventures, but they keep on letting their scare factor slip through. This happens so much that Mother Miranda shows up to remind them and the viewer that the game is not scary at all. You'll have a fantastic, fun, happy time playing. Then, to promote the Gold Edition, they brought back Puppet Dimitrescu to do a YouTube Let's Play of the game. She shows off the new third-person mode, the Rose DLC campaign, Mercenaries, and reacts to herself. While she's going through all of this, there's of course an active chat on the screen, which is made up of in-game characters, such as Heisenberg begging her to play as him in Mercenaries mode. Front Gate Camera. In the original Resident Evil 2, if you go to the front of RPD, get rid of the two zombies there, and then head to the main gate, there's a secret camera angle from outside. You could get rid of the zombies there, but that's about all you could do. Hidden photos. Also in that game is a pixelated photo that's actually a cast photo from Back to the Future 3. Additionally, both this and Resident Evil 3 have this photo of Kobe Bryant up. They also both have a pixelated 1989 Playboy magazine cover. DeLorean. Out in classic Resident Evil 3 streets, there's a wrecked DeLorean, the unique car popularized by Back to the Future. Hallmark door. In Outbreak, there's a building door that has the Hallmark logo on it. R702, R324 are the names of maps tucked away inside of classic Resident Evil 4. It's not entirely clear if these were just used as developer testing grounds or if they were intended to be part of the game before getting scrapped. Game. In the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh!, there's a poster on the wall that references Resident Evil 3's box art, with the title on top being Game. Labrellum Inc. is the name of a pharmaceutical company in Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. The name is an anagram of Umbrella, and it fits considering that, in this story, the town of Labyrinthia is led by a man known as the Storyteller, who is secretly in charge of Labrellum. He used company funds to create the town and utilized hallucinogenic plants as ink to write his stories. Aside from his own personal reasons for doing this, the company would get tons of research data from the unsuspecting residents. They were drugged into believing the storyteller's fantasy tales, full of magic, dragons, and witches. But in reality, it was all an illusion carried out by machinery that they were hypnotized into not noticing. Revelations trailer. When the first look at the game was released, it was very different from the final version, where Jill and Chris worked together to foil a bioterrorism plot. In this trailer, however, something mysterious happened that turned Chris and Jill against each other. Hunk was also involved somehow, alongside a restrained, unidentified man who fans have speculated is a clone of Chris. Additionally, Jill's face was also changed after this trailer. Ashley's photo. The photo that Leon has of Ashley in the original Resident Evil 4 changes depending on what version of the game is being depicted. Ashley's lighting. In certain areas of Resident Evil 4, there's a glitch in Ashley's lighting system as it could change when she's given a command. Egg bounces. Also in the game, you're able to bounce eggs off of certain walls. Slow-mo. In 4's beta, there was a feature that lets you activate a sort of bullet time scene where everything slows down. This would have let you dodge projectiles and shoot back at enemies easier. Leon's eyeliner. In early renditions of 4, the sides of Leon's eyes are really dark and it looks like he has eyeliner on. Rankings. In classic Resident Evil 2, 3, and Code Veronica, the highest rankings you could get is based off of your region. In Japan, it's an S rank. In the US, it's an A rank. This caused a lot of confusion amongst American players as lots of English guides would state that S rank is the highest grade without realizing it varied between the two regions. As players would take their word for it, they just thought that S rank was super duper hard and would spend a lot of time trying to get an impossible grade. Chris's name origin. It's speculated that Chris Redfield was named after John Hill Redfield, creator of Redfield Optics. The link here is that Chris is a skilled marksman who has experience handling different sorts of weaponry. Christopher Redfield. In a Resident Evil 5 live-action commercial, his name is said like this.
But I now present this medal to Christopher Redfield.
This is odd considering we've known him as Chris, and while that can be a nickname sometimes, his official ID badge says Chris Redfield. He's also called this by Lucas in Resident Evil 7's Not a Hero DLC.
I don't know about you, Christopher, but I'm getting real tired of playing games.
Hydra. In 5, if Chris is using the Hydra shotgun, he'll hold and fire it with a single hand. This is a reference to how Devil May Cry's Dante fires a shotgun. Same chairs. The exact same chair model is used in Resident Evil 4 and Revelations 1 and 2. It's also in Resident Evil 4 VR, Resident Evil 5, and 1, 2, and 3's remakes. Resident Evil 2 remake promos. Capcom held 2 notable events to promote the Resident Evil 2 remake. For Infected Hong Kong, they set up an escape room where players could choose to go through either a Leon or Claire scenario held inside a recreation of the Raccoon City Police Department. Then there was Safe House in London, which also recreated the same location. However, this was more of a pop-up bar where guests could order themed drinks. The scenario was that the city was overrun and people had to go to the bar to order a drink that used real pig's blood as it was a T-virus antidote. Blood Drive. To promote 5, Capcom and the American Red Cross teamed up for a blood drive event in LA, during which fans were able to play the game while they waited for their turn. Luis kills Leon. In classic Resident Evil 4, if you shoot at Luis enough times, he'll get revenge in a secret cutscene.
Adios, Leon.
Luis cameo. In the Resident Evil 4 remake Separate Ways DLC, you could spot Luis being carried away in a bag. Vertigo spawn. In the classic Resident Evil 4, if you just wait around and don't try to open the door before the big Vertigo fight, he'll get impatient with you and just appear anyway. Ethan's fate. In the post-credit cutscene of Village, as Rose is driven away from the cemetery, a figure approaches the car. If the camera is taken and brought over to the car, you could clearly see that it's Ethan walking. This doesn't make much sense as he is presumed dead from his sacrifice, and although his body is capable of healing, that was a huge explosion. On top of that, right after this cutscene we see this text: "The father's story is now done." It could be a misdirect, or maybe Capcom wanted to hide the true identity of the person walking, as this specific scene will probably have some significance in a later game. But for now, they just needed a model to use, so they decided on Ethan. Leon and Ada's night. In the Damnation movie, Leon and Ada reference some sort of night they shared together.
By the way, when are we going to, carry on from where we left off that night?
The movie's writer has talked about this scene and hints that their off-screen encounters could have been romantic. Blood Bath was a 1997 promotional poster that could be found in European magazines. However, it was quickly pulled from circulation due to parental complaints. These complaints partially stemmed from the previous year's school shooting in Stirling, Scotland, as there was a growing movement to restrict violence in media and advertisements. Akuma Hoax refers to an April Fool's joke that Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine pulled. They published a how-to guide for unlocking the Street Fighter character Akuma in Resident Evil 2. The requirements were difficult, as you had to first beat the game 6 times with only a knife and handgun, but the doctored screenshots looked legit, and so people were actually fooled into putting in all that effort for something that didn't exist. Texture Lawsuit. In 2021, Judy A. Urasek filed a lawsuit against Capcom, alleging that they use photos from her Surfaces book in their games. With over 1,200 pictures, each of them taken by Urasek herself, it's a very useful resource for artists, architects, and designers. It also comes with a CD of all the raw images. However, Capcom never contacted Urasek to license anything. The lawsuit alleged that at least 80 photographs were used without permission in more than 200 instances, including the Resident Evil 4 logo itself. The way she found out about this was because of a then recent data breach that Capcom went through, where Village's release was leaked amongst the personal information of hundreds of thousands of people. In this case, a leaked file name, ME009, from this breach was the exact same file name of an image on the Surface's CD. The lawsuit also brought up the whole propeller head situation to highlight a pattern of misconduct. Urasek and her lawyers seek $2,500 to $25,000 for each photo that was used, which in total could have been as much as $12 million. The following year, it was revealed that the lawsuit was dropped as Urasek and Capcom were able to resolve the dispute out of court. As such, we don't know how much was awarded to her in the end. Deadly Silence Touches. For the Resident Evil DS port, if you let Chris or Jill enter their idle animation, you can mess with them by tapping on their model with the stylus, causing them to react. Mega Man Chris. For the Resident Evil trial version, the file that Chris's skin is on has a Mega Man drawing on it. Resident Evil 4 Secret Items. The original game has a lot of stuff hidden out of bounds. For example, there are typewriters where you could save, scrapped homing mine darts that were originally supposed to be the mine thrower's final upgrade, and you could also find Ada's Separate Ways shotgun while playing as Leon. Four Lords Crest. The unlockable concept art reveals the meaning behind the symbols the Four Lords use. Dimitrescu is a flower with 2 swords, representing feminine power. There's also a cross, which is often linked with vampires. Beneviento is a sun and moon, mirroring Donna's split between fantasy and reality. It also highlights Donna and Angie's dark and bright colors. Moreau is a mermaid to go against the romanticized version of merfolk, given that Moreau is a visually disgusting fishman creature. Heisenberg has a horse and a horseshoe to symbolize how hardened of a man he is. The horse itself is also inspired by the horse chess piece, which falls in line how he was planning to take out Mother Miranda. Merchant is Luis's grandfather, is a theory that's based off of the Sarah and the third party file in the original Resident Evil 4. Mendez details how Luis is likely using an old secret passage taught to him by his grandfather, who used to hunt in this region long ago. If this theory were true, it could also explain how the Merchant is able to get around the map so quickly. However, this file isn't in the remake. Instead, Village Records Volume 1 talks about the grandpa getting infected and the house burning down, with the young child running away. Umbrella is the Catholic Church is a theory based on two things. First is how Umbrella, up until they disbanded after the Raccoon City incident, had immense amount of money. The Catholic Church is incredibly wealthy, worth approximately 30 billion. Second, the Umbrella logo itself has a very strong resemblance to the Maltese cross, a symbol that the church uses. It represents protection, kind of how Umbrella's name and logo are intended to represent protecting the world under the umbrella. Aroma merch. Capcom has, on multiple occasions, released smell-related merch for the franchise. The Resident Evil 7 VR candle was intended to be lit while playing the game in VR to have a more immersive experience, as you'd be able to smell a combination of leather, old wood, and blood. For the 25th anniversary, there was a mini perfume collection available at Japanese Capcom stores featuring Chris, Leon, and Jill. For Chris, the passionate spices of cloves and black pepper are cut in, and the thick woody supports it like a hero. It's a calming scent that lets you feel not only Chris's sense of justice, but also his quiet side. For Leon, a sharp scent centered on citrus, reminiscent of Leon's calmness and sense of justice. The refreshing and cool atmosphere has the freshness of water lily and the sweetness of honey lemon, and you will be fascinated by the gap between them. Then there's Jill. The fresh sweetness reminiscent of fruit expresses Jill's cuteness, while the freshness of eucalyptus gives a dignified impression. The last note is a scent of ozone that gives you a sense of justice and intelligence. Then, in 2022, they released a recovery room fragrance, alongside an empty first aid spray bottle. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything about how this smells aside from it being pleasant. Watches. Capcom has also released official Resident Evil watches. The Japanese special edition of Revelations includes a BSAA watch. The whole bundle was about $467 USD. Then, to promote the Death Island movie, Capcom partnered with Seiko to release a Chris and Leon based watch, although they cost significantly more. Goof Troop Engine refers to how, allegedly, Resident Evil was built off of the back of the Goof Troop engine. The game was in 2D, but as the story goes, the code was modified to handle pseudo 3D movements to get the more realistic feel of Resident Evil. The fact that Shinji Mikami directed both games also makes this likely. Ashley Suplex. In GameCube's Resident Evil 4, when you play as Ashley, if you force open a door, Leon's melee prompt accidentally shows up, letting Ashley perform suplexes. This was patched in later versions. Card games. Resident Evil has been involved in a large number of card games, going back all the way to the late 90s with SNK vs Capcom, Card Fighters Clash, to more modern games like Tepid. And for a true Resident Evil themed card experience, there's the official deck building game. Hypnos T-Type is a strong tyrant featured in Resident Evil Survivor, but what we're gonna talk about here is how it was created. According to the How to Extract Beta Hetero Non-Serotonin file, Hypnosis T-Type requires a specific hormone that the teenage brain produces when they're scared and stressed. As such, Umbrella gathered teenage subjects and put them under extreme levels of pain to produce that hormone. During this, their heads were split open to extract the pituitary gland from their brain. This happened while they were still conscious and feeling everything, as anesthetics would just negate the whole purpose. Because the scientists were pushing the bodies to the extreme and also removing a vital brain part, these surgeries were 100% fatal. They wanted only the purest form of the hormone, so once a tumor was discovered in someone's brain, they were removed from the project. Given that it's Umbrella, it's safe to assume that they were killed off. 4D Executor is a short 3D film that was released for Japan's Space World amusement park, but it was later moved to Mosaic Garden theme park. The film has an original story that focuses on a UBCS unit that is attempting to extract a scientist in Raccoon City during the outbreak. It also introduces the Executor virus, where the infected can transfer their minds between bodies. So if they get too injured, they could just take over and use someone else's body. The whole showing is meant to be a 4D experience, so the chairs shake and move to go along with the action on screen. Molded Meat. To get the right texture and base for Resident Evil 7's Molded, the developers went to a meat processing plant in order to study it. Using photogrammetry, which is when a subject has multiple photos of it taken from different angles, they implemented those real meat carcasses of dead animals into the Molded's design. Female Molded was a scrapped Resident Evil 7 mold enemy who could release toxic gas from its body. It could also break pieces of itself off to attack. These are actually seen in the Not a Hero DLC, so this monster could have also been an early design for Mama Mold. Hunk is Chris is a theory that was formed when Resident Evil 7 first released and people saw the ending for the first time. Here is Chris, looking way different than we've ever seen him. This has caused people to speculate that this wasn't the real Chris Redfield. This was supported by the fact that his unit uses Umbrella helicopters. Although this was the first time Blue Umbrella made an appearance, so there was a lot of unanswered questions here. Also, the helmet had an H-looking thing, so people thought it was a clue. They thought that this new Umbrella hired Hunk to take on Chris's identity for some unknown reason. This theory, of course, is now debunked as we know more from the Not a Hero DLC and from Village. The devs would even go on to confirm that this Chris was in fact just a redesign, as they simply wanted the character models to be more realistic. Hidden Coordinates. In 7's demo, the end of the VHS tape has a set of 2 numbers. These are actually coordinates in Louisiana. A Reddit user lived nearby and went to that exact location. Although there were abandoned buildings leading up to the spot, there was unfortunately nothing special there. The coordinates were likely just a hint at the game taking place in Louisiana. However, the Redditor that went there did put down a baby doll at the coordinate spot. Creepy Face. In classic Resident Evil 4, one of the weird flesh bags has what appears to be a creepy smiling face on it. PN03 was a game directed by Shinji Mikami and composed by Resident Evil 4's composer Shusaka Uchiyama. The game itself didn't perform well and has since fallen into obscurity. Although, they decided that they liked certain tracks enough to bring to the more popular Resident Evil 4 game, including 5 pieces of music for different mercenaries' characters. Magazine covers. To promote Resident Evil 4, Capcom released these promotional ads where the cast of the game are treated like celebrities surrounded by adoring fans and paparazzi. They also answer questions about the game and themselves. Anime promos. To promote the Resident Evil 4 remake, a series of short, family-friendly anime episodes were released, titled Leon and the Mysterious Village. The episodes follow Leon as he tries to escape with Ashley, but he would die at the end every time. Capcom teamed up with Nippon Animation to get an art style reminiscent of old school anime. The opening was also heavily inspired from the 1975 anime Dog of Flanders, which Nippon also produced.
Monsters?
In the woods. No chance.
Incubate was a direct-to-DVD short film essentially recapping the Resident Evil 4 story. It also came with a booklet that acted as a journal for a villager named Rodrigo, the artist behind the art pieces of the village. His story serves the purpose of tracking the village people's transformation after Sadler arrives. This includes how everyone joined the cult and how the children couldn't survive the Plaga's parasite, including Rodrigo's own daughter. To make matters worse, it's revealed that the virus made them all emotionally numb, so they didn't feel anything at all when the children perished. Twitter accounts. To promote the Darkside Chronicles game, Capcom made Twitter accounts for characters where they would tweet as their characters and even interact with each other. They'd also post pictures as if they were the ones that took them. Chris and Jill Convos refers to scrapped voice lines in the Resident Evil 5 Lost in Nightmares DLC, where Chris and Jill have more to say to each other, including talking about someone Chris fancies.
I heard you and that girl in the tech department were getting kinda friendly. I didn't know you liked them so young.
Hold on, I don't like them young. I just think that when you have good chemistry with someone, age shouldn't be an issue, right?
I suppose.
Dissolving Human was a scrapped Resident Evil 2 enemy that was a corpse that fall apart with every shot it took. Resident Evil 2 N64. This port of the game was a bit different than the others. For starters, you were able to change the color of the blood in the settings. This was intended for parents who didn't want their child to have such a gruesome experience, considering the N64 had a younger demographic. Once the game was beaten, it also had a randomizer mode that lets you replay the game, but with items being shuffled around. In addition to new outfits for Leon and Claire, it included new files that link the game story with other games. Resident Evil 0 N64. The game was originally going to release on the N64 system and would have included 2-player co-op, and even let you continue the game when either Rebecca or Billy dies. Although it would have resulted in a bad ending. It would eventually be scrapped due to the limited hardware, as Capcom chose to instead make it for the upcoming GameCube. Mike's eyes. In classic Resident Evil 4, Mike the helicopter pilot has yellow eyes just like Wesker. The model also has some other resemblances to Code Veronica's Wesker. It wouldn't be surprising if they used that base model for Mike, considering the player was never intended to really see him. Salazar fights. Salazar has an attack animation to punch Leon where it really hurts. This was likely part of a scrapped fighting sequence. Leon and Lightning. In 6, during the thunderstorm at the beginning of the game, Leon puts his hands up every single time lightning strikes. Door attacks. Many players know that kicking open doors in Resident Evil 4 can stun enemies, but the action actually damages them just a little bit. That means it's actually possible to kill enemies like Dr. Salvador and even the Vertigo with just a door. Children giggling. There are absolutely no children in Resident Evil 4, as they couldn't be good hosts for the Plagas parasite and subsequently died to the side effects before the events of the game. However, they could still sort of be heard giggling in the background of the game's ambiance. Salvador painting. In the Japanese trial version of 4, there's this framed painting of Dr. Salvador. The chainsaw and mask are set aside as he just sits there, turned away from the viewer. Pause message. In 7, when you pause the game and take the first letters of the menu options, they spell out Rose, as in Rosemary Winters, Ethan and Mia's child in the following game. Crouching. In Village, this is how the character models look when you crouch and walk around as Chris and Ethan. This is due to how, in first-person mode, the player will never see the character crouch, so it's easier to just move the camera down without worrying how it affects the model. Hidden chest. In Village's House Beneviento, there's a treasure chest in an inaccessible room. Despite multiple attempts, it seems like it's just a decoration, as both the room and chest don't show up on the map, and they don't react to anything the player does, including explosives. Drama CDs. The franchise has a total of 6 audio dramas that first aired in the late 90s on Japanese radio stations. The stories told consist of other perspectives of the Raccoon City outbreak, Jill investigating a satanic cult, Ada Wong's escape from the city, and Sherry running away and avoiding Umbrella's attempts to capture her. Under the Skin is a 2004 PS2 game developed by Capcom that had a Raccoon City level, including Jill, Carlos, and Nemesis. The game's premise is that you're an alien competing against other aliens to see who could cause the most panic amongst humans while disguising yourself amongst the crowd. But this level is different. The goal here is to defeat Nemesis by repeatedly knocking him down, causing him to lose his coins until he has none left. Resident Evil 4 Jill. In the GameCube and Wii files of the game, there's this model of Jill in a red dress, as she was used to test stuff until Ada's model was ready. Wii commercial. For a Resident Evil 4 Wii commercial, the face models of both Leon and Ashley are featured in a scenario where the game comes to life. She gets kidnapped by Mendes while a swarm of ganados appear. Of course, he takes him out and saves her. They then reenact a scene from the game with their hug. Mobile apps. The franchise has put out quite a number of mobile games. Way back in 2001, there was the Japanese exclusive Zombie Buster. You play as either Claire or Leon, and the gameplay is fairly simple, as you just have to hold the zombies back by tapping on them. It would later on be released in the West in 2006, and again in 2011 with the remake. In 2002, Biohazard Assault: The Nightmare was released on Japanese phones and would get an international release 2 years later. You play as an officer investigating a distress signal from an isolated mansion. As you fight your way through, you can end up with one of 4 endings, each having you rescue someone different. Then there's the mission and the missions 3D. They were initially released in Japan in 2003, and then internationally in 2007. Set during Resident Evil 3, these games were filled with challenges that could be beaten fairly quickly. Its Japanese exclusive sequels, the stories and the episodes, essentially follow the same format. In 2006, Confidential Report was released in 4 different installments, each with different original Raccoon City outbreak scenarios that you could choose when you start. What sets these games apart is the gameplay, as it relies on turn-based movement and a grid system. In 2008, the Resident Evil 4 port was released in Japan, and it would come to iOS devices the following year. The free version was limited, as you had to spend less than $1 for each individual additional playable scenario. That same year, Degeneration Mobile would release, which was based on the animated film of the same name. In 2008 and 2009, Genesis and Uprising would come out. They were essentially simpler retellings of the Resident Evil 1 and 2 story respectively, with a greater emphasis on puzzles and exploration. Then there's Mercenaries Versus, a 2011 game that lets you play Mercenaries mode on the go as Chris, Jill, or Wesker. In that same year, Biohazard Outbreak Survive was released for Japanese phones. In this multiplayer game, players had to work together to complete missions, solve puzzles, and to also take care of one another. It was pretty popular with over 2 million players, but it had to be shut down in 2015 due to the company filing for bankruptcy. Another Japanese exclusive game was Mina 2 Biohazard: Clan Master, a 2012 online card battle game that had a very wide range of franchise characters. However, it would shut down in 2015 and become Mina 2 Biohazard Team Survive, with completely new sets of cards. In that same year, the BioV official app was released to promote the Japanese dub of the live-action Retribution movie. Here, users could upload photos to make posters and also zombify themselves. They could then share these pictures to social media sites. In the following years, Capcom would turn their real-life pachinko machines based off of the 5th and 6th games into mobile apps. Fast forward to the modern day, Capcom has released official ports of Resident Evil 4, 7, and Village to Apple devices. Zeebo. This online-only mobile game emulator was released in just Brazil and Mexico in 2009, but it managed to get a port of Resident Evil 4. The port, by the way, was incredibly small, at 7 megabytes. That means that a lot had to be cut for this to work. There aren't any cutscenes, and instead of the regular flow of the game, you have to instead select missions to play through it all. Mobile collabs. Capcom has regularly included Resident Evil characters in their own mobile games and have collaborated with lots of different companies by offering their characters and locations to use. This has resulted in getting some really high quality looking trailers for what amounts to simple puzzle games. Chicago T Ammo Box. In 4, the Chicago Typewriter is a gun that has unlimited ammo, and yet it is possible, but incredibly rare, for the game to spawn in an ammo box for it. This is because it was originally going to be an upgradable weapon that would need to be reloaded just like any other gun. Manhua. Capcom has put out multiple non-canon manhwas to retell the stories of their respective games. Unfortunately, most of them never got proper localizations, so it's fallen onto the hands of passionate fans to translate them online. Chainsaw Push. In classic Resident Evil 4, it's possible to avoid a chainsaw decapitation. If you quickly pause right before the animation begins, that confuses the game enough on what's supposed to happen next, so it results in a push-off animation. Leon's Collection was a series of promotional merchandise to promote Resident Evil 4. Capcom partnered with multiple companies to make merch of Leon Kennedy's off-duty essentials, such as shirts, pants, jackets, and aftershave. Smash Bros. Brawl. In 2008, according to the video game news website Kotaku, they allegedly had insider knowledge of why there would be no Capcom representation for Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Apparently, Nintendo still had hard feelings over Resident Evil 4 breaking away from the GameCube exclusivity they were promised. Although that was years ago, it was enough to make Nintendo not want to collaborate with them for Brawl. Ashley Pantyhose. In Resident Evil 4's PlayStation 2 version, in certain areas, the lighting makes it look like Ashley is wearing pantyhose. However, this doesn't happen on HD TVs. Zombie Rush was a Japanese fun run event held in 2017 to celebrate both the franchise's 20th anniversary and selling over 75 million copies. Around 1,200 people were involved and they were split up between survivors and zombies. Survivors had to complete missions while wearing a light plastic jacket that could be torn away by zombies, who are chasing after them. Whoever did the best got prizes. The zombie participants could also come in with makeup or get it done at the event. If they had a premium ticket, their makeup was more advanced and applied by professionals. After the race, there was also a cosplay competition. Resident Evil 0 Baby refers to a thought-provoking magazine ad for the game. The text says, in colorful letters, "One day, he'll put us all to sleep." And in much smaller print, "If you knew that this child would grow up to be a crazed scientist responsible for creating a deadly virus that would one day wipe out the whole of mankind, what would you do?" Resident Evil Portable was the name of a planned game for the PlayStation Portable console. It was announced to be a brand new story unlike any other for the franchise in 2009, and that was pretty much all the info we ever got on it as it was eventually cancelled. Resident Evil 5 scrapped partners. In the game, you have an AI partner that you can command. This idea seems to have at one point been expanded on for more characters before being scrapped because in the Mercenaries Reunion DLC, there are a lot of unused pieces of dialogue that would have fit perfectly in this type of partner playstyle.
Jill! Wesker! Don't overexert yourself! Barry! Scope out the area. We can cover more ground separately.
Chris! Sheva! Jill! Be more careful! Don't be so careless! Reload! Ah, shit!
Wesker's Fate Part 2 refers to a theory that Albert Wesker is still alive and will return one day. This is based on the assumption that the Wesker that was killed in a volcano wasn't the real Wesker. It was a clone the entire time. A piece of evidence for this is the contrast between the fight in the Lost in Nightmare story and the fight in the main Resident Evil 5 story. In the former, Wesker is fast and powerful, and a constant imposing threat. In the main story's penultimate fight, he's a lot calmer. He takes his time and walks around. According to this theory, the clone came to be between the two events as the Lost in Nightmare story happened prior. Since it's a clone, it would probably be weaker than the original. This could explain why this version of Wesker is so intent on becoming the perfect being to the point that his ambitions are almost cartoony. He's a flawed clone that's obsessed with perfection. This isn't the most improbable theory, as we know that cloning is possible in this universe. There's also a different version of this theory that this was the original Wesker, but he had a contingency plan in the case of his death. If he had access to the mutamycete mold, he'd be able to retain his mind within the new Wesker. If cloning was the direction the story would take, it wouldn't be the first time that concept would be explored in the franchise, as the Netflix TV series involved Wesker clones. Also, there's Umbrella Corps, the failed multiplayer shooter game that takes place after Resident Evil 6. The main character, 3A7, is a very skilled soldier that undergoes combat testing and surpasses all expectations, even when he's put under increasingly dangerous situations with the goal of eliminating him. He's also voiced by DC Douglas, Wesker's voice actor at the time. What's interesting here is that Douglas voices another character, the Executive, a mysterious high-ranking official who is never revealed and controls everything from behind the scenes.
Sir, we've got it. Good. Now bring it to me.
We also learned that he's familiar with the events from Resident Evil 4. On top of that, this game is considered canon. The connecting theory is that Wesker, either the original or a clone of himself, is the Executive and is overseeing 3A7, who is, unbeknownst to him, a clone in training. Onimusha was a 2001 game that shared mechanics with the original Resident Evil titles, such as similar puzzles and a fixed camera angle system. The idea of Resident Evil with ninjas goes back all the way to 1997. A bit after that, the Sengoku Biohazard project was officially greenlit at Capcom. The name comes from the proposal of a Resident Evil style game set in Japan's 16th century, an era full of civil war and violence. To help kickstart its development, the team was given a scrap build of Resident Evil 1.5 to use. Later on in 2012, for the browser game Onimusha Soul, Jill, Ada, and Claire were redesigned and brought into the Onimusha world alongside familiar zombie types as enemies. I Won't Let This End as a Dream is a 1996 song by the J-pop band Fumitaka Fujigami that was used in the ending credits of the Japanese version of the game. Apparently, the development team was against the song's inclusion, as they didn't think it made sense to have a Japanese song in a game that has such an American feel to it. But Capcom and the game's producer put it in anyway, allegedly so they could sell the song as a tie-in single. Baka Haza is a 2017 Japanese mobile game that reimagines the original Resident Evil with the cast of Tensai Bakuban, a popular 1970s manga, to celebrate its 50th anniversary. The name itself, Baka Haza, comes from the series' Bakabon name combining with Resident Evil's Japanese name, Biohazard. Official drinks. To promote franchise titles, Capcom has partnered up with multiple beverage companies in the past. To celebrate the 3rd anniversary in 1999, the Carl Jung Winery created a promotional wine that was available for purchase at the Spring '99 Tokyo Game Show, and the leftover stock was available online afterwards. Boston America Corp produced an energy drink in 2012 called T-Virus Antidote that was released at the same time that the Retribution movie was in theaters. Cocolero, a spirit brand that's very popular in Japan, created an herbal liquor specifically for the Infinite Darkness animated series. It followed the game's roots and used botanical ingredients such as guarana, ginseng, and South American coca leaves. It also involved an Xbox giveaway opportunity and care packages that were sent out to influencers. This collaboration continued in 2023 when they released another spirit for the Death Island animated film. This time, they took inspiration from South America's ají panca chilies, which were used in ancient rituals, and mixed them with locoto peppers to give the drink a real kick. In that same year, Game Flavor put out a first aid collector's box. It contained 10 spray cans filled with a cucumber mint lime soft drink. There were also 4 ink ribbons that held herbs that could be used for cocktails, of which they provided 4 Resident Evil inspired recipe cards. Wesker PSA. In 2020, one of the former voices of Wesker, DC Douglas, put out an animated pandemic public service announcement while in lockdown.
Most of you are pathetic when it comes to making your own face coverings.
It also included other voice actors, Roger Craig Smith as Chris Redfield.
Using your parents' old Aerosmith concert scarf merch? Even I know that's stupid.
And Nicole Tompkins as Jill Valentine.
I was thinking more about a Jill sandwich.
Shut up, old man.
Jill's battlesuit. In Resident Evil 5, Jill's battlesuit has what appears to be an opening on her crotch area. While this is probably just the mesh of the model making it appear like it's open, I'm not gonna risk showing it clearly. Chainsaw Maniac was a Game & Watch style online game to promote Resident Evil 4. You played as a tiny Leon, moving left and right to collect knives to fight off hordes of chainsaw ganados. Capcom even held contests where the winners could win a copy of Resident Evil 4, a chainsaw controller, or a special t-shirt. Midnight Party was a 1998 Japanese event that was held to promote the DualShock version of Resident Evil 2. As the title implies, the outdoor party started late at night and included a live-action stunt show and a competition where people could try to get the best time in the extreme battle mode of the game. Most expensive edition. Much like other games, Resident Evil's titles include some pricey collector's editions. That includes the Resident Evil 6 Premium Edition at around $1,300. Mostly because it comes with a replica of Leon's jacket made with authentic cowhide leather and his name tag sewn in. For about a decade, this was the most expensive Resident Evil edition. But then, in 2021, there was the Japanese exclusive Village Complete Set Collector's Edition at a whopping $1,800. It comes with scale replicas of game equipment and items, a Chris Redfield statue, postcards, a storybook, an art book, cloth map, steelbook, and Chris's coat that's based on the original costume that was used in the in-game model's 3D scans. Arclay was a Resident Evil TV show that was announced in 2014, but it never really went anywhere past early development, as it would eventually be cancelled before it got too far. The footage that you see here is from the proof of concept short film titled Dave that the show's creator published online in 2017. The series would have been a mystery show as a detective attempts to unravel Umbrella Corporation's business in Raccoon City prior to the outbreak. Mendip Hills. In 2021, Capcom wanted to promote Village's release, but were very limited due to lockdown restrictions, so they set up a chalk lichen in the middle of the night in England's Mendip Hills. However, they didn't alert the public of this at first, so the media reported on this strange chalk drawing that just appeared out of nowhere. It also had light fixtures installed so that it could be seen at night. Body Part Hunt was a 2009 promo event for Resident Evil 5 that took place in London. It was a treasure hunt where players were given clues to search for very realistic looking body parts that were scattered around, and whoever brought the most back won an African vacation for 2. However, stuff went wrong. To make the body parts realistic, they coated them with chicken liver. This caused police complaints from people who had no idea what was going on, and there were also complaints about the meetup itself, so the event was cut short. On top of that, there were a lot of body parts that kind of just went missing. 1 head, 2 torsos, and 6 limbs to be specific. DMC Connection Theory. This refers to a theory that the Devil May Cry universe takes place in the future, after the events of Resident Evil. A reminder that the first Devil May Cry formed out of an early version of Resident Evil 4. But the basis for this theory is that the demons that inhabit the world are actually descendants of the original mutated creatures we see in Resident Evil. Both franchises have enemies that have resemblances to each other. That includes human characters like Alexia Ashford, who mutates into something that would fit perfectly in Devil May Cry, probably because she looks a lot like the Echinda Demoness. As a result of all these creatures, the human population has dwindled. Additionally, DMC5 has this poster for a play titled Rise and Fall of Spencer, probably a reference to Resident Evil's Oswell E. Spencer. As fun as this theory may be, Devil May Cry's world has a lot more supernatural themes compared to Resident Evil, as it deals with heaven and hell, literal demons, and otherworldly realms. T-Virus Text Scare. In 2004, to promote the Outbreak game in the UK, Capcom set up a website that hosted prize giveaways. The way it worked was that people could get points based on how many people they referred to the website. This is done by inputting the phone numbers of friends and family into the website so they would receive a text. The message would tell them that they were infected by the T-virus and to go to the link website for a chance to win some prizes. This caused a bit of a scare for people who didn't know anything about the franchise, as the computer security firm Sophos would get a bunch of people contacting them saying that their phones were infected by a virus. This resulted in Sophos formally accusing Capcom of causing a panic amongst its users. Childhood was a 1997 homemade VHS film created by three brothers that really loved the games and wanted to tell their own story of it. It revolves around a young Leon Kennedy and a young Chris Redfield trying to survive an outbreak. Even though it was filmed long ago, the oldest brother had it remastered and released it on YouTube and Prime Video in 2020. Arabic Resident Evil 4 was a fan dub attempting to localize the game for the Middle East. It would become a very popular bootleg in those areas. However, only male voices in cutscenes are dubbed and the mic quality isn't exactly the best. On top of that, apparently it's not even translated well, so it's caused confusion amongst its players. Also, whenever Leon dies, a recording of the Quran plays, specifically a part that's read upon someone's death. Red Dead. Angel Studios was a CGI effects company that was trying to break into the gaming industry. They ended up partnering with Nintendo to develop some games for the N64, and would then go on to be hired by Capcom to create the technologically impressive N64 port of Resident Evil 2. This opened up many more opportunities for Angel Studios as they impressed the whole industry with this port. Years later, Capcom approached them again to make a third-person shooter called SWAT. The idea went from having a robotic theme to being a Western-style game. However, it never materialized as it fell into development hell. The two parties couldn't agree on a solid direction for the game, so after many delays, the whole project was scrapped. That's when Angel Studios was bought by none other than Rockstar Games, resulting in a company rebrand that we now know as Rockstar San Diego. And that SWAT game that they worked on with Capcom underwent a name change before its cancellation. Red Dead Revolver, an idea that Rockstar liked so much that they decided to pick it up and fund it themselves. So in short, Resident Evil helped create Red Dead Redemption. Mother's Milk was a Resident Evil 4 commercial that aired in the UK and France. As you can see, I'm not going to risk YouTube getting mad at me because this commercial features a fully nude woman breastfeeding a baby. While this happens, a child's voice says, "Remember the place where you felt the most safe, the most comfortable, the most loved? This place will never exist again." The Resident of Evil Creek. In the year 2000, St. Louis passed an ordinance that restricted the sale of violent video games in stores. Of course, there was pushback to this by a video games industry group, and the case fell on the lap of District Judge Stephen Limbaugh, who then dismissed the whole thing and upheld the original ordinance, effectively ruling that video games are not protected by the First Amendment of the United States. He found no conveyance of ideas, expression, or anything else that could possibly amount to speech. The court finds that video games have more in common with board games and sports than they do with motion pictures. He came to this ruling after only looking at 4 games: Fear Effect, Doom, Mortal Kombat, which he spells with a C, and Resident Evil. However, that's not what he put down. He referred to it, for some reason, as the Resident of Evil Creek. Thankfully, his ruling was overturned in an appeals court decision that decided video games deserve the protections of the Constitution as any other media does.